Okay. So good morning, everybody. Welcome again to ESRIN, the ESA Earth Observation Center here just outside of Rome. It's day 4 of the conference, quite amazing. Still a good turnout here to what we could argue is the finance day of this conference. My name is Christoph Aubrecht. I'm with the European Space Agency. I'm managing the Global Development Assistance Program, where we work a lot with international financial institutions like the development banks and to a certain extent also UN entities. But I will not take much time now because I think we have an absolutely fabulous panel. And I have the pleasure of co-moderating this with Joe Bull from University of Oxford. This first plenary session of the day is about the topic moving from space to sustainability and what satellite Earth observation's role can be in contributing to a biodiversity positive economy. So we'll have plenty of time later to discuss more. So actually I hand over now to Joe for him to briefly introduce our speakers and panelists.
Thank you, Christoph. Very nice to see you all. And as Christoph says, delighted that so many people are still turning out for the 4th day of the conference. I know we're all exhausted, but excited still to be here. So my name is Joe Bull. I'm an associate professor in climate biology at the University of Oxford. And though I have a background in physics and biology, increasingly I work with economists and finance people because the big question, one of the big questions we're interested in is how do we pay for all of this, right? How do we actually pay for nature conservation, and how do we move towards a nature-positive economy? How do we achieve nature recovery at scale? I'm also here partly representing the LEON project, which I'm leading for ESA with a great consortium, many of whom are here, which is about leveraging Earth observation for nature finance, but we can talk more about that later. So my job now is really to introduce our panel, so I'll stop talking about me. We have a number of keynote presentations from colleagues, including Marco Lambertini, who's here. He leads the Nature Positive initiative. We have Dr. Nicola Ranger from the University of Oxford, one of my colleagues on the LEON project. I should have gone down in order. Now I've kind of lost my track of where I am. So I'll start with Andy Shaw, who is, like many of our panel, strong background and expertise in Earth observation, works for an Earth observation specialist in the UK called Assimilar. We have Mark Connolly, who's a data lead at the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. So those of you who don't know the TNFD, they're huge news in our space, and we'll hear more about that in due course. And we have Alessandra Lanotte, who for many years worked for the Joint Research Council and is an expert in ecosystem accounting who consults for that organization now. Further to this fantastic panel, we have joining us with some video calls, Romy Godek from the UNEP Finance Initiative and our colleague Harsh from the World Bank. So that rounds out the panel, and our first order of business is to invite our colleague Marco Lambertini to the stage to give the first of our keynote presentations. Thank you, Marco. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Joe. Thank you, everybody, for joining this first session. I'm not sure when I want to say this, but I'm going to say it. Last year, I had my exciting experience to face one of the most challenging audiences in my life. You know, my age, my job, we've been speaking to a lot of people over the years. There was a room with 400 teenagers in sustainability. I think today is the second challenging audience I ever faced in my life, which is 300, 250 scientists, space agencies, rocket scientists, and all the rest. So let's see how this presentation goes. But we're talking about economy, and we're talking about nature-positive economy. And that's why I am presenting this slide to start with, just to make sure that we understand we are all aligned on what nature-positive means. Nature-positive is taken up a lot. It's been used in different circles a lot in the last few years. It was coined in 2019 by a coalition of business platforms and environmental NGOs and academia. And this is the definition of nature-positive. It's about halting and reversing biodiversity loss by 2030 on a 2020 baseline. Nature positive is not a slogan, it's not an eco word, another eco word. Nature positive is a measurable goal. And that's what we mean by nature positive by 2030. And by the way, in 2022, a year ago, nature positive, the definition of halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030 was adopted by almost 200 countries, you know, as part of the Kunming-Montreal Agreement under the UN Biodiversity Convention in the mission, in the 2030 mission of the agreement. So has now become the new global goal for nature, what we really fought very hard in our community for, particularly inspired by the climate agreement in Paris that set the direction of a global goal for climate. So we have a definition of the global ambition, we have the adoption by the world of the global ambition. Now we have still a few issues to solve. One of those is measuring that outcome, measuring the mission of the GBF. And that's where a conference like this today is super important, because the technology that you provide, that your community provides, is probably going to be one of the most important answers to this question. And this is a relevant question. It's a fundamental question, how to measure a nature-positive outcome, how to know that we are actually delivering the global goal for nature of halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030, at different levels. Today, we are in a position to measure nature more precisely, more accurately, and more broadly than ever before. This is exciting. Somebody like me that started in your community, so to speak, measuring biodiversity when I was super young. But on the other hand, we are also facing a paradox challenge, if you like, particularly for users which are not particularly into the biodiversity space. Companies, financial institutions, and other organizations part of the economic and financial world. For these companies, measuring biodiversity is rather an intimidating challenge. And there is an issue of lack of confidence, there is an issue of confusion, there is an issue of proliferation of different methodologies and approaches that on one hand are pushing the boundaries for measuring nature better and better, but on the other hand are also creating an environment that is not very conducive for users to adopt those measures. And when we talk about measuring biodiversity, of course, you are familiar with the framework of state pressure and response. The first approach, and organizations like TNFD and others, for example, have been really super helpful in helping companies to look at dependencies and impacts and to begin to measure the response to those impacts. But what is really missing today is an agreement on how to measure the outcome, the state of nature. Because at the end of the day, what really matters is abating the impact at the level that will actually halt and reverse biodiversity loss. That's the new ambition. That's what is changing everything. Until now, we have done something for nature. A lot of companies, a lot of people, a lot of institutions, governments have done a lot of good things for nature, but we're not enough. We're not enough to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. So how do we measure state of nature, improvement of the state of nature, the recovery of nature in a way that drives action, increase accountability, and also increase recognition? And in this discussion, we need to move away from a purely academic and scientific conversation and embrace a use case focused approach, and users focused approach. Who are the users for this data? Why they are using it? Are these data, these methodologies, these metrics decision-friendly, decision-useful to drive the shift in the economy from a nature-negative economy of today to a nature-positive of tomorrow? And clearly, because the footprint, the majority of the footprint is coming from the private sector, we feel that the private sector has to be a major audience, a major user, and use cases at different scales, from site to supply chain to landscape, and different mechanisms from voluntary disclosures, target setting, compliance mechanisms like the CSRD in Europe, etc., are the fundamental use cases. Not only the private sector, of course, national government, sub-national government, landowners, land stewards, but private sector has to be a priority here. And the exciting thing is that there is an opportunity now with a number of voluntary and regulated disclosing and reporting mechanisms to actually embed the same set of metrics in all these different mechanisms to answer the question and the challenge that today is common to us, saying it's too difficult, it's too much. We are asking the burden on companies is growing beyond reasonability. So that's why the Nature Positive Initiative, a coalition of many organizations, I will show the logos later, has launched a consensus-building conversation about can we agree on a minimum set of state of nature metrics, biodiversity metrics that can actually be used by everyone because they're accessible based on data which are available and affordable. We started a consultation. We had a fantastic participation, as you can see, extremely diversified from financial institutions, companies, academia, and so on. And they came up with a framework organizing 5 components. The first one is a set of simple indicators, no-brainers, the ones that really capture the state of nature in the best possible way. Second, attach some clear metrics to those indicators. Third, develop a granularity scale, a ladder, meaning different level of granularity to allow companies to start in a simpler entry level and then progress the journey towards more sophisticated way of measuring biodiversity. And, then look at a set of case-specific triggers that will capture elements of biodiversity which are important, but perhaps are not universally distributed. And this is the framework that we came up with. 4 overall indicators with attached metrics, no-brainers here, ecosystem extent, ecosystem condition, landscape condition, and extinction risk. And a number of case-specific indicators that are only triggered when the situation occurs in the operations of the company or in the supply chain or in the portfolio of the investors. And these are a little bit more specific. They are more specific, but they are triggered only when the situation occurs. So a massive simplification, but please remember, this is the minimum, this is presented as the minimum set of state of nature metrics that we believe the majority of companies can use. And the process is now concluding on the consultation, and we are starting the piloting with about 40, 50 companies from different sectors, different regions, different capacity, different size, to make sure that also small and medium enterprises, the 90% majority of the companies of the world, and by the way, the ones that make up the supply chain of the bigger companies, can also use these metrics, can also start measuring nature outcomes, nature positive, hopefully, outcomes. Reports after reports, McKinsey, Standard & Poor's, others, are telling us that even within the 500 global fortune companies, the biggest company in the world, in that group, with that capacity that they have, 10%, more or less, 10% only, is measuring anything on biodiversity today. How can we know? How can we drive action? How can we raise accountability if we don't actually enable these companies to measure their actions? First of all, their impacts, second, the responses, but also the outcome that they generate for nature positive outcomes. So this is what we are trying to convene as Nature Positive Initiative. There are other streams that will start this year. So we focus until now on terrestrial biodiversity metrics. We're going to move into freshwater and marine using the UNOC, the Ocean Conference in Nice. And then we're going to start a very difficult but absolutely important discussion about, okay, now when we measure nature positive outcomes, what can we say about it? What are the claims? What is the contribution, the attribution opportunities for companies that do the right thing to say legitimately, credibly, avoiding greenwashing accusations. There's a fascinating discussion then about traditional knowledge, how can you embed traditional knowledge elements in the evaluations as well. And so these are streams to follow. I close here just introducing the Nature Positive Initiative. These are the organizations that are part of it. A fantastic group, a diverse group that is aligning on providing this guidance, because that's the key word for our initiative. We want to align and provide solid guidance that delivers confidence for companies to start doing what they have to do: measure nature positive, drive their actions, and deliver nature positive economy. Thank you so much. I hope I stay within the time.
Thank you very much, Marco. That's a really useful overview from someone who's really leading globally in terms of thinking about these issues. And one of the nice things we've talked about a lot at this conference is the essential biodiversity variables, for example. And I'm sure people in the room can see how some of the state of nature metrics that you talked to there link very closely to this idea of the essential biodiversity variables. So I'm not sure if many people in the room really know what we're talking about when we talk about nature finance as a topic more generally. So I think the next speaker we're going to have is by video. It's our colleague Romy from the UNEP Finance Initiative. So I think hopefully we can roll that video.
Good morning, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and partners. It's my great honor to speak to you virtually to discuss a critical topic that is shaping the future of our planet and its ecosystems: the role of Earth observations in fostering a biodiversity positive economy. Before we dive into the specifics of the role that Earth observations can play, I'd like to ask you a question. Have you ever driven your car while only looking through the rear view mirror? Sure, you might be able to navigate out of your streets and take a few turns, but at some point you will be either pulled over by the traffic police or decide that it's safer to return back home. The reason is simple. We need forward-looking information to guide our decisions. Yet, when financial institutions look at nature data to guide their decision-making, they often do exactly that: rely on the rear-view mirror. They are using historical data to inform decisions about the future. This data is inconsistent, difficult to access, and often fails to capture the dynamic and ever-changing nature of ecosystems. Moreover, nature is inherently location-specific, yet many data providers rely on proxies to predict environmental impacts or dependencies. While these proxies may offer some insights, they only provide a limited picture and often come with a certain degree of uncertainty, especially when it comes to precise location-specific data, which we truly need. This is where Earth observations come in. Through satellites, sensors, and innovative technologies, Earth observations provide real-time, forward-looking data that can guide smarter, more informed decision-making. These observations enable to monitor and assess ecosystems, track biodiversity, and predict environmental changes before they happen, giving us a much clearer picture of what lies ahead. By integrating this data into financial and investment strategies, institutions can move beyond the limitations of outdated or incomplete information and make more accurate decisions that reflect the true value of nature and its resources. As we move toward a biodiversity positive economy, we must remember that nature is not just an externality, it's a core part of our economic system. Protecting and restoring biodiversity will not only benefit the environment, but also unlock new opportunities, reduce risk, and create long-term value for business and society as a whole. The United Nations Environmental Programme Finance Initiative, UNEP-FI, that I represent, has been at the forefront of integrating environmental sustainability into the financial sector. Today, UNEP-FI continues to lead efforts to mobilize financial resources for nature-positive solutions, helping guide financial institutions in their transition to a world where the economy works in harmony with nature. This transformation is not an overnight process, but by leveraging the power of Earth observations and accurate, real-time data, we can move toward an economy that thrives by safeguarding the biodiversity upon which it depends. In closing, I urge you all to think of Earth observation not only as a tool for monitoring, but as a powerful enabler for forward-looking, data-driven decisions. By embracing this technology that enables integrating it into financial systems, we can create a more sustainable, resilient, and biodiversity future for all. I wish you a fruitful discussion, and I, of course, very much regret I cannot join you in person. Good morning.
Very good. So it's my pleasure now to invite Dr. Nicola Ranger as the next keynote. Nicola has a whole list of affiliations and roles that I don't want to, now basically cite all of them, but she's the director of the Global Finance and Economy Group of the Environmental Change Institute at the University of Oxford, and also a senior research fellow there. She's also directing the Systemic Resilience Initiative at Oxford Martin School and the UK Integrated Finance and Biodiversity Program, and a whole list of other things. Our paths briefly overlapped when we were both working at the World Bank, so it's very nice to have you here. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, and it's a real pleasure to be with you today. I think, like Marco, I'm slightly nervous speaking to this audience as well. So originally I was an Earth observation and climate physicist person, but actually for the last 10, 15 years, I've been more on the economics and finance side as well. So it's lovely to be back with this community and now to also have the challenge to explain nature finance in 7 minutes. So this will be a very brief overview of nature finance. So if we go to the next slide, please. So one of the themes that, do I have it myself? There we go. Look at that. So one of the themes I want to leave with you today is around risk. So a lot of finance speaks a language of risk. They don't speak a language of biodiversity, and they don't see the value of biodiversity in the same way that you may see the value of biodiversity. So they see it through a lens of risk, and that's why you will, or mainly a lens of risk, also impact, but particularly risk. So you'll hear me speak a lot about risk and how we frame this in a risk context. And one of the important reasons for that is that a lot of the regulatory frameworks that guide finance are written in a language of risk. So actually the fact that the loss of biodiversity of ecosystem services is a risk to our economy directly triggers those existing regulatory frameworks and requires financial institutions to do something about it. So this is why it's really important, and why you'll hear me when I talk about the use of Earth observation, I'm often talking about risk. So our starting point then in thinking about finance is really two numbers, and actually these two numbers come out of a report by UNEP about 18 months ago now, which looked at the state of nature finance. So the main two numbers here are the 7 trillion and the 540 billion. So the 7 trillion is the estimated financial flows globally that is going into activities that are damaging or destroying nature. So these are activities that are, for example, leading to deforestation, leading to pollution, leading to land use changes that are impacting on biodiversity. So $7 trillion a year is going into this area. Around 5 trillion of that is from the private sector, around 2 trillion of that is from the public sector in terms of subsidies of these activities. And actually a lot of people would say that these are underestimates. It's much, much bigger than that. I mean, particularly if you just take into account fossil fuel subsidies, you're talking 5 trillion a year is going into this area. So the other side of the coin there, so this is the damaging stuff. The other side of the coin is the positive stuff. So what finance at the moment is going into nature positive activities? So conservation, restoration. At the moment, this is around 200 billion a year. So not nothing, but certainly much, much smaller than the 7 trillion. And what is estimated is that we need to bring that up by around 2030 to around 540 billion a year. To meet the various targets related to the Rio Convention, including biodiversity targets, but also our climate targets as well. So basically what we need to do then, the whole challenge of nature finance, as I would frame it, is to get rid of the 7 trillion, and significantly boost up the 200 billion. And preferably, I would like these two numbers to be in the opposite boxes. So really, that's the goal in a lot of what we do. How do we make the good stuff, the 7 trillion, how do we turn that 7 trillion of investment financial flows globally that is damaging nature into things that are good for nature? And actually, I think that's very possible. And one of the reasons for that is at the moment, as we heard from the previous intervention, is that a lot of financial decisions and economic decisions are just not taking this into account. They're not even aware of it. And actually, they don't have the data. If you're a big financial institution, you don't even have the data to know what you're investing in and whether it is anywhere near biodiversity. So there's a lot of gaps, and many of those can be solved by Earth observation. Some of them can't. So things like supply chain data, for example, is a big issue. So this is really our goal, and certainly the LEON project that you heard about, our goal is to look at how can we use Earth observation to try to switch these numbers to the opposite boxes. So briefly now, I'm going to talk about the two sides. So how do we tackle the 7 trillion, first of all? So actually, a lot of the damage is being done by relatively few companies around the world. So this is some work that was published by Finance for Biodiversity using data from MSCI, which showed that around 3/4 of the damage that's being done across a large set of companies is actually coming from about 250 companies. So 250 big global companies are causing most of the damage. And this is in particular sectors like agriculture, but also areas like textiles, energy as well. So there are a few big areas that we need to tackle. And what we can do through the type of research we look at is look at what sort of financial institutions are financing these, what policy frameworks are guiding these areas as well, and look at how can we use data to inform these regulatory frameworks as well as the financial institutions and the corporates themselves. But that's only really part of the picture. So to come into the area of risk now, as I said, risk is a really important lens for finance, because if you can put things in the language of risk, then financial institutions have to, by law, do something about it. And this was really recognized first for climate around 2015 and increasingly for nature. So, for example, the ECB has recognized that around 75% of bank loans to companies, European companies, are heavily dependent on nature. Obviously, everything's dependent on nature, but very heavily dependent on nature. So if nature is damaged, that is creating an enormous risk to 75% of companies across the EU. Similarly, this has become a globally recognized issue. So this big figure is a figure by the Network for Greening the Financial System, where they've mapped out all of the ways that nature is creating risk to the financial sector. So this is showing all the different transmission channels, the physical risk, the transition risk. This transition risk is related to policy, both at a micro level in terms of stranded assets, in terms of prices, in terms of revenues, and also at a macro level. So big nature-related damages can have a big impact on our whole macroeconomy as well. And all of this feeds through to the financial sector. And this is increasingly realized. So the key statement that I think captures this and why financial institutions suddenly care about this is this thing, that the more we invest with foresight, the less we will regret with hindsight. So this is the point that Romy was making. And to do this, we need data. And at the moment, we don't have that data. So financial institutions need to know where what they're doing is creating a risk that will impact on them. And we'll hear a moment from TNFD and the great work that they're doing around disclosure. So one of the first ways that regulation works is encouraging companies and financial institutions to start to disclose these risks. And then investors can start making decisions based on that information. And then hopefully we'll start to steer financial flows away from the damaging activities and towards the more positive activities. This is the theory of change that we're working with. But one of the challenges as well is, so we know quite a lot about which companies are dependent on nature. This is actually one of the first analyses of this with the Encore tool. I saw colleagues from UNEP WCMC and Global Canopy are here that developed this tool that tracks the dependencies of different types of companies and sectors on nature. But what was missing really was this risk lens. And this is showing actually for Malaysia, the Malaysian economy showing this very high dependency on nature. But what we do, particularly in our team at Oxford, is look at what does this mean for risk? What does it mean for financial risk and economic risk? Working a lot with the NGFS that I mentioned, but also the Bank of England, the ECB, and others. And we produce some of the first estimates of risk, financial risk to the economy, and tracking that internationally through supply chains. This is actually showing results for our 7 biggest banks in the UK. And what we can show is that this is a material financial risk. So we can do macroeconomic modelling and show that potentially economies across Europe and the UK could lose between 6 and 12% of GDP in a big nature-related shock within the next decade. So this is something as big a risk as the global financial crisis. This is a big risk. So our work is all about how can we use the sort of data you're generating to put it in that language of risk, which then triggers financial institutions to manage that. And one of the ways that we do that is through something called the nature-related value at risk metric. And actually, this is showing new work that we've just done in the last month using Earth observation data as part of our new ESA project, looking at using Earth observation to better capture risk, at the moment down to 5 arc-minute resolution. And this is just showing water-related risks, and a sort of hot-off-the-press new result we've got on financial risk related to water. And this financial risk is literally in the trillions. There's about 7 trillion of average annual losses potential from water-related risks. So briefly then, the other side of the coin, growing the 20 billion. So what this means, that there's a whole lot of ways that we can look at growing this to 200 billion, more than I can cover. And I'll give a little shout out to our workshop this afternoon. We'll be looking at this in more detail. But it's about, how do we build nature markets? How do we build financial instruments that create incentives to invest in nature and make this economically viable? How can we align government finances as well? So only about 2% of GDP globally goes into anything positive for nature. How can we change that and align public finance more as well, and private finance? And how do we capture some of these opportunities? So this is some work done in 2021, looking at opportunities for biodiversity, water, and carbon, and where those are using Earth observation data. And what we're doing now is looking at that on a more local scale as well. So this is showing some work we've been doing, mapping investment opportunities for mangroves and other types of nature-based solutions, using Earth observation and putting it into simple tools that financial institutions can use to evaluate opportunities. So this is exactly the sort of work that we're doing through our new project, Leon, supported by ESA. Just to give a brief overview of that, so we look at 6 pilots area. We look at risk, which is the area that I lead. We look at nature markets, led by Joe, sovereign debt instruments, myself again, natural capital accounting, and then finally 2 sector deep dives on mining and agricultural supply chains. And we work with a whole set of actors to do this. We work with financial institutions, we work with regulators, we work with data providers, we work with central banks, we're working with the ECB, for example, working with the World Bank. So all of this is trying to understand what they need and how what you do can connect with those needs. And I'll finish there, but really hope that you can all join us for our workshop later on to talk about this in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we now move on to another brief video intervention by Harsh. Harsh is an interesting character for those of you who have met him. I know a few in the room have met him. He has worked at the World Bank probably for the last 125 years. That's how I feel it. I think he claims it's 25 years. I've had the pleasure for the last 15 years to work with him quite closely. He is really a force of nature, and his formal title at the moment is the Global Lead for Disruptive Technology at the Planet Vice Presidency, which is essentially everything on sustainable development. So he's been driving a lot on, the bank using geospatial information more in a more mainstreamed manner in their operations, and he really is nested within the environment global practice. So he's working a lot on biodiversity. He was involved in the Wealth of Nations report that the World Bank put together more than a decade ago. So I think he can add another flavor here to this conversation. So please, you could put the video.
Greetings from DC. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in person at Biospace 2025 because this week we have 2,000 of our closest friends from around the world working on in the Planet Vice Presidency of the World Bank here for a big meeting, so couldn't be there in person. At the bank, we know that we are helping clients face many different development challenges, and we've also adapted our mission now to include the concept of moving towards a livable planet. And as part of this, we are trying to see what role we can play even stronger on areas such as biodiversity, landscapes, forests, watersheds, and nature in general. And we are trying to see if we can leverage a new world of disruptive technologies that are out there, whether it be technologies that help us reimagine the data value chains, collecting data from different sources, top-down, bottom-up, from digitizing data generated by models, from crowdsourcing and so on, and be able to analyze them and be able to use them to move up the data to information to knowledge to decision support value chain to support decisions both on planning and on real-time management. And we are also trying to look at disruptions on the hardware side to try and see how better automation, robotics, process systems, 3D printing, other things could be used in the work that we support, as well as new ways to connect people up together to be able to use everything from digital currency to looking at hackathons to share ideas or other ways of e-learning and other activities there. And as part of this, Earth observation is a very critical aspect. And I'm privileged to say that when I joined the bank 28 years ago, I helped set up our GIS thematic group at the bank. And today we have some really interesting and useful tools for everybody, including in the public domain, maps.worldbank.org if you want to check it out, as well as iOS and Android versions of a spatial agent app that we've developed. Please do check these out and see if we can help showcase some of the work that you're doing as well in the future. Also helping lead a global biodiversity data and analytics activity, collaborating with folks like the GBIF and OBIS and others. And we are hoping to also finish a biodiversity hackathon that's underway to see how people have been using this in clever and interesting ways. We've been working with the ESA for a long time. I think it's 17 years now, and the latest form is the GDA, the Global Development Assistance, and it's been a privilege to work with them supporting different activities on the ground. And also we have partnerships with NASA, Group on Earth Observation, academia, and many countries and other partners. So we are trying to start a new initiative called Livable Planet Observatory, to be able to showcase what's already there in the public domain, as well as help create new data services where they don't exist and new analytics services where they don't exist, and see if a new generation of AI and other tech-driven models can be developed in the open public domain space for all the countries in the world to use for better managing their natural assets. So we look forward to working with all of you, and I hope you have a great conference coming up.
Great, thank you, Harsh. I think maybe Harsh wins the award for best background, or at least a place we'd most like to be if we weren't in this room. So, right, we're going to have the short panel discussion now on some of these topics. So, obviously, the focus is this idea of a nature-positive economy. And the talks have all revolved around how we actually kind of get there. Now, I'd like you to take a second just to think about that, the nature-positive economy. We talk about that, and that obviously relates to the goal of the Global Biodiversity Framework, to halt and reverse the loss of biodiversity. But think about what that actually means. A nature-positive economy, a world in which our economy is based and constrained, but it has that physical constraint that biodiversity has to increase over time in absolute terms, and yet we still have an economy. That's not an easy thing to imagine, but it's where we're committed to going, and it's where we have to try and get to. And I think the provocation for people in this room is, how does Earth observation help us get there? Which is in itself a huge challenge, as we all know. If we can just go to the slide that I have on this briefly. Because we're doing a lot of thinking with different projects about what the nature-positive economy actually looks like. You know, what does a nature-positive economy actually mean in concrete terms? You know, what do the different economic sectors do? What impacts do we reduce? How do we finance this? All these kind of questions. The slide's not coming, but that doesn't matter. The point is, here we go. Yes, good. So if we look at this figure, this is from my colleague, led by my colleague Nyak Shang Ko, working for the Go Nature Positive project. And you can see in the top left there this emerging conception of what we think a nature-positive economy actually means. And as I say, it means biodiversity is increasing in absolute terms. It doesn't mean growth stops, necessarily. Maybe it does. We don't know the answer to that question. But it also means that the value people derive from nature is maintained or continues to grow, amongst many other things too. Also, another thing to consider is that a transitional state of the economy? You know, nature can't grow forever, just like capital can't grow forever, right? So is the nature-positive economy a transitional state at which, you know, after which we get to a point of nature recovery where the world looks around and says, okay, we're happy with the state of nature now. Nature has now recovered. Now we can get on with the vision of living in harmony with nature. You know, these are questions about the nature-positive economy which need to be answered. So if we're going to meet this challenge for the people in this room about how Earth observation supports the nature-positive economy, which we'll get onto as part of the discussion in a second, we first need to know what it is we're actually talking about. You know, what is the nature-positive economy? What is that we're actually trying to achieve and get to? So the first question for the panel, and we're going to go through one at a time down the order of the panel here, is to ask that question. What do you actually think this nature-positive economy even looks like? Up on the slide here, I have a couple of different conceptions for the economy that different policies have proposed. They're all overlapping to some extent. You know, the nature-positive economy might be different to the circular economy or the green economy, and it's certainly overlapping with, but not the same as, a net-zero economy. So the question for the panelists, first of all, is to share some thoughts on what you think we're actually trying to get to. What does the nature-positive economy look like? Andy, would you like to go first, since we're going to go in that order?
Hi everyone, yes, Andy from Simla in the UK, and I feel a bit a fish out of water being the first person to speak because you've got some very excellent speakers here who probably answer the question more comprehensively than I can. I thought what I would do as I answer this question is I'm an Earth observation scientist, and I hope I represent many of you here who want to see Earth observation science, data, solutions inform the debate. And I think a nature-positive economy is one that takes what we do as scientists seriously and use our solutions and data productively to enable this nature-positive economy. And it's been a fascinating 2 days already listening to the kind of challenges we have in doing that. I'm actually quite encouraged because from, say, 25 years ago, working for the Department of Environment in the UK, which is actually where Nick and I first met, it was very hard to get Earth observation scientists and ecologists in a room together. We might get 5 or 6 if you were lucky. The two communities were a world apart. And here we are today with 300 people, and I've just heard some incredibly positive talks encouraging us as an Earth observation science community. We are part of this future nature-positive economy now. The data that we provide, the insights, the risk information, information about hazards, exposure, vulnerability, all that kind of stuff, we can inform. And so I think a nature economy, for me, is one that uses the best of our science. We can provide transparency. We can provide trust. You know, if we look at sort of the evolution of, say, carbon markets, voluntary carbon markets, and in a lot of these environmental markets, we're all aware of the risk of greenwash, and if you're basing information on self-reported type things, you know, there's always a risk of huge bias and lack of trust in what goes on. Now, we know we can't provide information everywhere, but the data we provide is pretty transparent. It's one of the amazing achievements of our Copernicus program and other programs, that the data we provide from the Space Agency and the European Copernicus program and Landsat and other great programs, it's there for you to use. It shines a light on what's going on the planet. It's transparent. And I think that underpins and supports a move to a nature-positive economy, because we can say, are you really doing what you said you would do? So it's accountability as well. So I don't know what a nature-positive economy, I guess we all share the hope that it is reversing the decline, restoring what has been lost. but what we provide will be fundamental to that, to provide that transparency and trust in the activities, to inform the investments and plans, as Romy and others have said. And then our challenge will be to align what we do to these requirements. And that might still feel a little bit uncomfortable, but I'm very encouraged that we've got an open door here as a science community to respond and address these questions, which I think puts us in a very strong place.
Thanks, Andy. Nicola, hot off the back of your talk on this topic in any case. And Nicola really is, world leading in the space of nature finance. We're very lucky to have her here and on this project. What are your thoughts, nature positive economy?
Thanks, Joe. Well, I'm going to give maybe an economist's answer to this, which probably doesn't quite answer the question, but it's more about what needs to be put in place to enable us to move to a nature-positive economy. And I think starting as a scientist, but then spending most of my career in economics and finance, it stuns me the tools that are made to guide, the tools that are used to guide very big decisions in our economies, and the fact that nature is totally absent from those. And again, nature in the broader context of this as an essential system and service on which our economy depends is totally missing from all economic and financial decision making right now. So, for example, when a government evaluates whether to put in place a particular policy or what their spending should be, they do not account for how nature is part of that and the potential risks of damaging nature as part of that. So I think one of the first big things we need to do is really, or this new economy would look like, is actually recognizing that you can improve our well-being as a society. It doesn't require just the economic side of that, but it requires nature to be part of that. So there's a key, and the Descriptor review in the UK which picked up this, the key macroeconomic models that are used just don't account for that because they were not designed for the types of problems that we have today. The other side, so that's on the sort of national policy making side. I think on the more international policy making side, again, sort of geeking out here, but for example, the fact that the IMF, when they talk to governments, and they have a big impact on how governments use their spending, they use things like debt sustainability analyses, which don't account for the natural capital of that country, and so naturally pushes countries towards more extractive use of resources, just by the way the models are set up. So, our whole toolkit is missing the types of data that we're producing here. And then the final one I would say at an international level, and actually this builds on things like, the Livable Planet Observatory that we've heard about, the State of Nature metrics we've heard about, is we need an international governance system that actually monitors the state of nature and works out where this is actually threatening our society through not maintaining this nature-positive economy, and has systems in place to manage that. So we've sort of put around the ideas of, do we need some sort of Earth Stability Board, which does what the Financial Stability Board does for the financial sector. So FSB is there after the global financial crisis to monitor what's happening and monitor risks and say where that needs to be dealt with. But we don't have that for nature. Why do we have that for finance and not for nature? So I think there's a lot of key structural governance things that we need to put in place that are very possible with the data that we have to lead us to this nature positive economy.
Thank you, Nicola. Perfect. Marco, again, Nature Positive Initiative, arguably the leading global coalition on Nature Positive. What would you say your thoughts are on this
Yeah, so Joe, the short answer, the simple answer, probably the communicable answer to your question, what is a nature positive economy, is captured in the first bullet point. Is an economy that delivers this from now on, delivers more nature, none less. Is the opposite of the nature negative economy we've been until now, where paradoxically we have developed at the expenses of nature. And by the way, open brackets, we need to acknowledge that the nature positive economy the last 100 years has delivered a lot of good for society. Inequitably, terribly inequitably, but just at the start of the 20th century, half of the children in the world didn't reach teenage. Half. Today is about 5%, which is terrible, but is a massive improvement. And I can mention many other human development dimensions. So, and this is, I'm going to come back to this later, because I think this is where the challenge is really. But nature positive is a nature-positive economy is an economy that delivers more nature, not less, that stops exploiting nature in a way which is unsustainable and ultimately will affect the foundations of the economic development itself. Has to be measured, has to be demonstrated, and that's a fundamental dimension, and what you mentioned, Nicola, about a way to measure progress as well as risk is a fundamental approach. I completely agree. We need to also start from a different cultural approach. Nature today is economically valued only when it's dead. A tree is valuable when it's cut down, a fish is valuable when it's served on a dish, a flower is valuable when it's sold in a flower shop. You know, they can't continue like this. And because nature conservation, nature restoration, nature sustainable use is just at a loss. It can't compete with a tsunami of subsidies and private investment that Nicola talked about, on one hand, and the fact that it's worthless economically. So, you know, expansion into a tropical forest is an economic no-brainer today. So that has to change culturally first, because I think there really is an important cultural dimension here. We have taken nature for granted since we started as a species because nature was so available, so abundant, so generous, so resilient. We just cannot continue like that. We know that rationally, but instinctively, we continue to take nature for granted, even in our own lives, even in people that attend lifestyle. Apologies for the provocation, but myself, I'm part of this. We still have a huge footprint that we can reduce, but we don't reduce because we deeply inside still take nature for granted. Anyway, that's one dimension. The other dimension is connecting nature positive to the net zero economy because the links are now super clear and that's very exciting. But let me finish by saying the really biggest challenge is to connect the nature positive economy to a people positive economy. Because unless society understands that an economy with less pesticide, an economy with more regenerative agriculture, an economy with no overfishing, an economy with less fossil fuel or no fossil fuel is better for them individually, change will not happen. And actually, we'll see the pushback that we are seeing today. Today, the narrative in Europe, we are in Italy, a country that has moved into a political leadership that is beginning to deny climate change and the importance of biodiversity conservation. This is a situation that is beginning to be communicated like with terms in Europe. It's been a leader, still is a leader in sustainability, like eco-punishment, eco-madness, eco-elite, disenfranchising the bottom of the pyramid of the economic system that are actually confused. They see the old system not yet dying but crumbling. They don't see the future clearly, and they buy the lies of, don't worry, business as usual is good. Stick to what we know. The better the devil you know, this is the English word, isn't it? And don't move away from it. So making nature positive economy personal, persuading people that that will be a better life for them individually, for their children, their family, I think is the real challenge to actually make it happen in reality.
Thank you, Marco, for that very wide view. Mark, you're a data architecture specialist. You work for arguably many would say the leading organization recommending on biodiversity disclosure. What's your take on this question of nature positive economy?
Yeah, thanks very much. I mean, some fantastic responses from the others here. Just to build a little on what Nicola was saying, I think that the contribution that TNFD can make to this is in creating the conditions for a nature-positive economy. And as Nicola again said, it's really about giving companies, commercial organisations and investors a methodology by which they can understand impacts, risks and dependencies, and particularly risks. Because Nicola very articulately explained, it's risk that triggers action within organisations, but they very rarely have the data or the analytic skills to understand and interpret that. So I think by way of creating the conditions necessary, I think greater understanding of impacts and risks is really paramount. And a key part of that is the data which underpins that understanding, which informs the metrics, which then lead to decisions.
Thank you, Mark. That's great. And last but certainly not least, Alessandra, please, your thoughts on this question.
Thank you. This question could be addressed in a number of ways. Since I'm coming from the fantastic world of natural capital accounting, I will use a measurement perspective. And in particular, I'm going to adopt distinction that is typically employed by economists. The difference between positive economics and normative economics. When you deal with positive economics, you describe and explain something that is happening. So basically, the question you're answering is, what is? If you talk about normative economics, you embed some judgment. So it's the description of how it should be, how an economic fairness should be organized. So there is a sort of subject perspective. Now, if I have to think about nature positive economy in the future, I would think that if we adopt a normative economic thinking, we are accepting the fact that halting biodiversity loss is accepted without any justification. You don't need to justify it. You acknowledge it's a value that needs to be there. If we move to the positive economic thinking, there is still something you need to measure. And to measure the relationship between ecosystem and socioeconomic system can be facilitated by concepts such as ecosystem services. So on the one hand, you subjectively accept that you have to stop biodiversity loss. On the other hand, you prove that you need to stop it because there are a number of economic activities, human activities that depends on it. So you keep both perspectives alive and ongoing.
Perfect. Thank you, Alessandra. I'll pass back to Christoph now. Since we started at 9, I understand we still have a couple of minutes left. Hopefully that's not a surprise to people. But please, Christoph.
Yeah, we'll just overshoot until they stop us. I look at the second row. No, joking. So actually, I would like to take us a little bit back to the core of where we are, right? We are at a space agency center. So we've talked a lot about, how all the panelists see or what are their views on a nature-positive economy. So I would now like to ask, how do you think that Earth observation, satellite-based measurements, etc., can support this vision of a nature-based economy? And specifically, Andy has already alluded a little bit to those things. So maybe I would like to challenge you and refer back to Nicola's nice, I don't know if they are nice, the 2 boxes with the bad number and the good number. So let's go a little bit more in the financial perspective and maybe evaluate, brainstorm together how can we as an Earth observation community support making that case of switching the 2 numbers. Andy, please.
Yes, I'm glad you asked that because I want to go for it and say we've got in Earth observation we're kind of a neutral technology, but one distinction is what does the public sector do versus the private, and we've got lots of interesting examples of private companies providing data. Marco said about we might need higher resolution data to really inform local action as well, and that's a bit of a problem for the public sector because there's been a kind of acceptance that we don't go below a certain spatial resolution, which I think is false, and we should not be held back by that. I'd like to pick up, and I hope Nicola will expand in a moment, when she talked about a new international governance regime of the size and importance that will affect everything, maybe from a top-down perspective. I'm sure you don't really mean it just from top-down. You can't force everybody just to change action. But we do have international norms. Maybe they're being challenged these days, and it's clear how, just some individuals can maybe upset the international norms. But if we take nature seriously in a way, and the analogy I will use is in weather and climate, science delivered amazing capability from the early days of looking from space at the weather systems, and we turned that into modern meteorology, which then underpinned all the evidence of climate change. So we have models and many types of observations. And the analogy for me is, how are we going to raise up what we're all doing to that kind of level where around the world you have significant investment and resources going into technical expertise that's absolutely required to put confidence and trust on the analysis that we all need. If we're going to move from the 7 trillion negative to a 7 trillion positive, people are going to want to know. And Romy mentioned it, we've got to look ahead. Where are those investments needed? And if we invest, how are we going to track them? And I'm not sure we can just leave that to lots of small startups and private companies launching small satellites. I think it needs they are involved, but I think my personal view, so that's, like I say, I'll jump into the deep end. We need to take this more seriously from a public perspective. This is a public good issue, largely, how we manage the global economy, and we need to raise up nature observations and biodiversity observations to the level of, say, the WMO, but I can't see yet how it might happen because we don't have the same fabric of Met agencies, but we certainly have great science, and the challenges for scientists, like what Andrew Gonzalez and the GeoBond community are doing, is to start coming to the powers and saying, look, we've now got the technology, hide a lot of the disagreements that we have as scientists, but we can deliver this, but we now need proper resourcing to collect the data we really need to fill in the gaps in observations. I mean, the meteorologists haven't completely solved that problem. But then we have the models that can help us to look forward, to provide the risk assessments in a trusted and transparent way, and we're intimately part of that. And I think something like that is needed to underpin what Nicola was telling us about the need to move to, reverse the numbers.
Thanks a lot. So we all have, each speaker, another 47 seconds to talk.
Okay, 47
No, I'm
seconds.
joking. But Nicola, maybe you can, from your risk perspective, also refer to that question, and maybe also, think about. Andy mentioned official data, kind of, right? Public data. So often with these institutions, we talk about like central banks. They have a different understanding of what is official data. Is Earth observation on the path to be recognized as official data feeding into these models? I think this is another question that we could weave into here.
Yeah, well, I think Earth observation is the foundation to everything else that we need. If we don't have the Earth observation data, we cannot tackle these problems. We can't build the models based on that data. We can't do the analyses. And, coming back to Andy's point, so originally I sort of come from the climate community, where it is seen that this is a global problem and we need a systemic investment in data to deal with this problem. But climate, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the planetary boundaries. Climate change is only one of 9 planetary boundaries. We need exactly that level, actually more commitment, because on climate it's not good enough either on data. We need that commitment for all of the 9 planetary boundaries, and this is an essential global public good. We cannot hold an economy, let alone a nature-positive economy, without this data. So I would start there. And I think if we can really, I think we need to really articulate that to decision makers. But just coming into some of the specifics, we need work at the international level. We do need the international norms, standards, and all of that has to be informed by data. We need to focus on the corporates and the financial sector. But coming back to your great point on it, we need to show why this is working for people. We need to make the politics of all of this work, we need to show that a nature-positive economy is aligned with people and prosperity. It's people, planet, prosperity, and the alignment of those. And actually, I don't think we've made that case. And a really critical thing for data, as you know, is this is about leveling the playing field and in access to data as well. It's making sure that communities have the data they need to make the case to their politicians, be it in Ghana or in the UK or in France or in Italy. We need that data to hold politicians account and hold companies to account as well. So this is about leveling the playing field and creating that cultural change as well. And all of this, the data that you're generating is the underpinning to everything. And we need that very systematic, strategic approach to those investments in data to get there.
Thanks a lot. Marco, any additional thoughts?
I'll try to be super quick. No, I think, first of all, your community is the community best positioned to provide the data, the clarity, the measures that will inspire that confidence that is still a bit lacking. Actually, it's still lacking a lot in both the public and the private sector. I would focus on the private sector, actually, because I think the private sector, particularly financial institutions, insurance, are the ones which are taking a longer perspective on risks and impacts, and therefore more interested in how to embrace a nature positive approach to de-risk their operations and to maintain resilience of their businesses. And I think the type of information that Earth observation provide are going to be very welcome. And I think TNFD and other frameworks are an excellent vehicle to communicate and pass on to the business community those data, those information that will inform nature positive strategies, nature positive plans, and nature positive reporting and assessments. The last thing to say is, however, like in any community, there are different dimensions. And I think you have both dimensions which are very important. One is the cutting edge innovation that we heard a lot in these days from a lot of new initiatives, new startups, more established initiative as well. That's super important because this is where the future metrics, the future measurements, the future sophistication that will help us get better and better at delivering a nature positive economy in reality will come from. So that's a super important piece of work, the innovative part. The other important part, piece of work, however, that we need now is more alignment within the community, space agencies, private and remote sensing private and public companies, to really align on methodologies, typologies, providing data in a consistent way across the board and in an accessible way for users to use. That's the challenge that I think every community has, but you're in a position to maintain both the innovation part, which is going ahead in an exciting way, but also now consolidating what we already have and make it available as soon as possible is in an aligned way. To government, of course, but I think the private sector is ready, and I think that's where probably you should be looking more at.
Thanks a lot. Mark and Alessandra, maybe 1 minute each. I know we could probably keep talking for another hour, but yeah.
So just to, I think, fantastic points around the data gap, around interoperability of data. Just to add one thing which I'm sure you all recognise from the point of kind of peer-to-peer review and so on in the scientific method, is that my organisation often deals with self-disclosed data. And Earth observation data is really our key to some sort of independent, objective verification of that self-disclosed data, especially building year on year. So for us, Earth observation data is absolutely critical to making a credible global reporting regime that organisations can align to and it can be accepted and acted upon by other bodies. Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I have this one. Well, I will be very, very quick. I will let me stick to the positive thinking and normative thinking in economic terms and the role of Earth observation in the two cases. I think when it is about the normative economic thinking, then the role of Earth observation may be, I would say, exhaustive, because if you don't need to justify the importance of biodiversity, then there are a number of indicators that can be processed by using Earth observation that are already providing all the needed information. Where are critical habitats? That's enough. When you move to positive economic thinking, this is important, but it's not exhaustive, because critical habitats, critical for whom, to do what. So it means that the role of Earth observation is key because it's providing the data that are needed, but this data may be used to process biophysical model that eventually needs to interact with economic models. So it's important, but it plays a different role. And I think that can also help to identify probably the difference, because I've heard in the past few days, they have been mentioned many times, creating tools that are user-friendly for end user or final user, but there is a difference between end user and final user if you are thinking in terms of the normative purpose or the positive purpose. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So I now have -2 minutes left, so I'm trying to wrap up this whole panel in a very, very brief message. So I guess, I just wanted to reflect a bit on my perspective and my feeling that I had listening to these incredible interventions. It's clear that there is a number of different communities, different perspectives seemingly converging, which is really, really nice, I think. And I hope that we, as the European Space Agency, can play a little bit of a role in fostering these communities getting together. And we heard about measuring, the need for measuring. Obviously, this is something that we hear all the time. We hear about the need to integrate EO in financial systems. We hear the risk lens that could help actually inform investments also. We need to get rid of bad finance, boost good finance. So there are lots of things that I think we can take with us. And I'd just like, maybe to wrap up here with the ESA perspective moving forward, because as for those of you who were here on the opening day on Monday, when our boss Rune, department head, highlighted the new Earth Action Vision that we are trying to boost with our member states. This is pretty much exactly what you just mentioned. We will focus still on the innovation, on the R&D, but we also try to become a bit more user-driven, a bit more uptake-focused. And I think this is exactly what the next couple of years are going to be about. So to really bridge that gap and address the full value chain from R&D to pre-operational solutions, fostering operational uptake in external stakeholder communities. And I think this will help us, obviously, on the biodiversity uptake, on nature finance, and on a lot of other things. So, and I'm very encouraged by all the messages and look forward to keep working with you all and deepening it. So thanks again very much.
Yeah. Dear speakers, I'm Gilles Douagnon from the European Commission and one of the organizers of Biospace. I just really wanted to thank you because personally I think this is really where Biospace is becoming, the next step. It's all about the money. So we could have a wonderful scientific conference where, and this is what we have for the moment, the two communities talking to each other. We need that. It's very important. But if it stays only in articles, reports, well, why are we doing all that? So really, thank you so much for inspiring words. And I just want to say that now the keyword nature positive is in one of the IBES assessment, so on the transformative change assessment and in the summary for policymakers, we fought for that. So now we have nature positive in a scientific, internationally agreed body. It means that IBES will now provide a definition under their glossary. They are, in a way, obliged. So I know that they will contact you, Marco. And it's very, very important that we have this agreed definition. And I also love the slide because, yeah, it will help us so much. So really, thank you so much for this session. And so I hope it inspired also all the audience, because we need not only to tell that to the scientists how you can contribute, but each of us, we have to be ambassadors of this message of nature positive. So really, thank you so much. Thank you.
I still need a bit of your time now. I mean, I think this plenary sessions has discussed a topic that certainly a lot of you is new to a lot of you. But our goal was really to show how important your work is, how your research or your science is important in enabling actually corporate and financial institutions transitioning towards a nature positive economy. So I know that it has been new, you learn a lot from this. There will be a session, an oral session, so I think it's the second one in the morning. And then we have also workshops on the topic, so if you want to learn even more about what has been presented today in this plenary, please join that workshops. And I want to give another round of applause to our great panelists and moderators. Excellent. So just the program of the day, we need to go through this. I don't see it on my screen, so I need to look it from there. I don't know if there is a way to get, okay, it's fine. So we have, we will have, okay, the program is exactly the same type of programs we have every day. So since Tuesday, so we'll have 4 oral sessions. One on, so in the big hall, so in this room, I need to move a bit, sorry guys. On the big hall, we will have, the first sessions will be on habitats and species distributions. And then in the afternoon, we've put together vulnerability, integrity, and resilience. So for our colleagues from the panel, this is really hardcore science in biodiversity, but still important for you. And then in the Magellan, we will have the first sessions on conditions and restoration. So we put conditions and restoration very closely linked, of course, because you need to restore the degraded ecosystems. And then we have these biodiversity-related risk and nature markets that we will be discussing now, that will have an oral sessions. We have a number of demos, so maybe I will like to call these organizers, as we did for the last 2 days, that you present your demos. Yeah, come here. And in the meantime, I want to, it's a very nice afternoon, I must say. It will be difficult for you to select between the 5 workshops. So there will be one on the integrations of in situ and remote sensing data. We've been discussing so much on this topic. Here we have a full workshop. This will take place here in this room in the big hall. In the Magellan, we have the Copernicus team from the European Commission presenting to you the Copernicus service. I'm not talking about the Sentinels, the service, and how this service can evolve in order to respond to better to biodiversity and possibly also to nature-positive economy. The Space Agency will try to have a discussion also with you on how they can better support you in your biodiversity conservation. This will take place in the James Cook. And then we have in the building 15, so in the Charles Cairn on the other side of the parking, one workshop on ecosystem restoration and the one on nature finance that will also take place in there. Of course, like for the workshops, it has always been like this, first come, first serve. You know, the rooms, especially room James Cook A and C has a limited capacity. So if you really want to attend these workshops, please come soon in the room. And I would like now to give the floor just to the demo organizers, that if you can explain in just a few words the demos that you are going to do. So I'll start with the Global Terrestrial Laser Scanning Database.
Hello. All right, so in the interest of time, this is basically kind of a combination of a how-to and hands-on demonstration of some of the data that we're collecting globally to try to understand elements of habitat complexity and tree architecture to then characterize habitats and ecosystems around the world with a focus on forests. So if you're interested in trying to understand those aspects of tree-level biodiversity traits, please stop by James Cook.
James Cook, yeah. So I don't need to say it again. So then we have, I don't know if there is somebody on the, yes, I think so. Yeah, okay, on the open tools for conservation and restoration. So this is starting now, just after these sessions. That one is in building 15.
All right, so this demo will actually be a demonstration of an R package that uses Earth observation data for counterfactual type of analysis. It's a package that's still under construction, and there will probably be a bit of time to talk about open tools in more generic terms.
Great. Open tools, yeah, we discussed this many times. DataCube as well, so this will be after the break, so in James Cook.
So in this demo, we will showcase some of the results of the BCube project, which is now more or less halfway. In this project, we are generating biodiversity data cubes on and from GBIF infrastructure and create open, fair, and reproducible workflows to generate biodiversity indicators. And as a side effect, we also have cubes that are interoperable with other types of remote sensing layers. So we really need the input of this community to make our data cubes more usable. So thank you very much.
And we do have stickers.
I would have stickers, so there is only this one where you can go. then we have two more demos. One, Tero Eco Data. I don't think that there is anybody, so probably he's still preparing for his demonstrations. And the last one on the forecasting landscape dynamics. Also, they're probably preparing also the demos. Okay, anyway, you have all the full descriptions in the program. We are extremely late, but we still want you to have your sessions organized in the same way, so you still have 1 hour and a half if you need it to do it. We will, the coffee is always here, so there is no problem, and we have a bit of margin with both the coffee breaks and the lunch. So take your time to organize your sessions and do it as was scheduled and planned. Thanks a lot to everybody. Let's move to the next session.
both the talks. So I have my own talk, the first talk, and the fourth. Yes. Yeah. I'm gonna try. Let's see how it goes. Thanks.
Who's convening this session?
I'm sorry?
Who's in charge of this session?
Maria.
Hi, I'm Marie. I'm giving one of the talks, I think number 8. So I'm towards the end, third last. That's like talking to, so yeah, mine might run for like a moment. I'm going to try and cut it as I go. Yeah, I definitely still want to be under. So.
Yeah, well, this session's full.
Yeah, I know that Peter is going to be tinkering towards 10 minutes for his laws focus. So, yeah. Yeah. He's one. So, yes, I do understand. Cool. Yeah, I'm doing the albatross work. Yeah. When I talk to people here, they're like, oh. Yes, you can. Little dots. Like, after it's
sit where you're going to sit, and then like if somebody.
Okay.
You don't have to sit in the front.
I will. Just for you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the session on habitats, suitability, connectivity, and species distribution. My name is Maria Santos, and our original co-convener is unfortunately not present, so Kyla Dallin has kindly stepped in to help us convene this session. So without further ado, I would like to invite Shubhi Sharma to give us the first presentation on advancing 1 square kilometer species distribution DBVs for biodiversity monitoring and planning, progresses and challenges.
Okay. Hi, everybody. If it's not clear, I'm not Walter Yates. I am also not Beth Gertzner, who's the lead author on this work. They're my colleagues at the Yale Biodiversity and Global Change Center and couldn't be here today, so I am filling in their very large shoes. So any questions or complaints about the presentation should go to them, and I'll have their emails up at the end of the presentation. But apart from that, just bear with me and we will get through this. So today we're going to be talking about the work that we're doing at the center to create 1 kilometer scale global SDMs for as many species as possible. Now, we've heard all week that biodiversity is in crisis, and of course, governments have become increasingly aware of that. So there have been some landmark pledges by governments around the world to protect more and more land, some of them pledging 30% of protected land by 2030. Now, the big question that we're all thinking about in different ways is which land should be prioritized and how do we pick those parcels of land. Not all land contributes equally to our conservation goals, and so having a really accurate description of how biodiversity is distributed in space is key. At the center, we also, we also stand behind the paradigm of no species left behind. So a lot of the work that we do is species specific, and while it's a monumental task to create global SDMs at the 1 kilometer scale for all species, we fully believe that for as many species as possible, we should do this. Now, that leaves us with a huge task, but a lot of the indicators that we've been hearing about this week, a lot of the essential biodiversity variables that are species specific, are derived from spatial distributions of these species. And so some of these indicators were developed at the Species Populations Working Group a few years ago. And these include extinction risk and species information status and species protection and so on and so forth. So now we're left with the monumental task of creating these high-resolution SDMs at the global scale. At the center, we've developed, and when I say we, I mean Beth and Walter and the team, have developed incredible semi-automated workflows that can be deployed at scale so that as many species as we have can be modeled. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the challenges that we faced in developing this and also about how these models are assessed with the expert or human in the loop. We've also been very active in developing SDMs that are better than the ones that we had before, and so these are just some of the papers that have come out of the lab in the last 5 years or so, and they focus on SDMs that integrate different modes of information to improve data-deficient species. They look at quantifying uncertainty. There's a lot of different threads one could take to improve SDMs. In terms of progress towards our goal of global SDMs, we have completed SDMs for all vertebrate species, some plants and some insect taxa for the Americas and Southeast Asia. Other parts of the world are in progress, and we are currently working on bringing in fish and marine invertebrates and other plant groups. So far, we've got 28,000 species completed. In terms of model performance, our SDMs do pretty well in terms of AUC. So across all the taxonomic groups and geographic areas, we have average AUCs of 0.87 and above. And what comes out of this are really interesting spatial trends. And so for the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all the different maps that we have, but instead show you some of the spatial patterns of richness and rarity for mammal species. So in North and South America, we see that for the 1,400 or so mammal species that we know, we see that the areas that are really highlighted are parts of Ecuador, Colombia, and Central America. These are known biodiversity hotspots, and we can see how that changes with countries and space. In terms of rarity and total endemism, we also have areas of high concentration in these same countries. In Southeast Asia, the areas that are highlighted are Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, parts of the Philippines, and we see the same patterns kind of mimicking the richness patterns for total rarity. We also noticed that there are high pockets of rarity in some of the high elevation areas of Indonesia. In terms of the challenges that we faced with developing and deploying SDMs at such a large scale, the first one is, of course, scalability. These are extremely computationally intensive workflows, and so we leverage high-performance computing and cloud computing and semi-automation. For those of you who work with ecological data, it's no surprise that there are a lot of biases in this data, and so we work with citizen science data, which have a ton of biases in how it's collected, and so we've deployed algorithms like target group background sampling to help alleviate some of those biases. A lot of the regions that we work in are data poor. A lot of the species we work with are data poor, and so we bring in multimodal and ancillary information to try to essentially help those species and data regions. The talk that I'm going to give later in the session is going to focus on a statistical approach that does the same. And then finally, we assess spatial performance, and the way we do this is by involving the experts on these regions and taxonomic groups. And so we've developed this user interface where the expert can log on and actually highlight areas of the predictions that are incorrect or not looking right. And so what you're looking at here is the points in blue are occurrence points for a given species, and the green are the SDM predictions, and the gray is the expert range map. So as an expert, you can log on and draw polygons around the regions that have false presences or false absences, and then give us that information, and when we refine our SDMs, we take that into account. So our future goals are to, to keep going. We have already started to deploy global bird SDMs and aim to finish that by May of 2025. We are involving more taxa, especially in data-deficient tropical regions. And we're going to keep engaging with experts. So if you have a taxa that you are an expert in or a group that you are excited about, please reach out to the center. And with that, I say thank you so much for listening. These are the emails of Beth and Walter. They're very excited to engage with people on this work. And so please shoot them an email, but I can take some questions now.
Thank you.
Alice Hughes, University of Hong Kong. So you showed some maps of Asia, and the first thing I noticed on those maps is that is not biodiversity patterns in Asia. Mm-hmm. There's clearly almost no data feeding in from Indonesia on your maps. Mm-hmm. So you've talked about liaising with experts, but what are your minimum data standards in terms of representativeness of the point-based data feeding into your models versus the actual outcomes? Because it's easy to make a model. An AUC is a circular value that says, does the data that I've built my model with fit my model? It doesn't tell you the model is good. It shows you you've met some basic assumptions. You may have a fairly naive model. So how are you ensuring that your point-based data is representative of known biodiversity based on other data standards? Because otherwise there is a massive potential to overemphasize well-sampled areas and underestimate areas for which we have no data. And for Southeast Asia, from the map you showed, that is certainly the case at the moment. When this feeds into global decisions, we need to be very cautious to make sure that we genuinely have confidence in our outcomes. So how are you going to do that in the next phase of the model? Because it's admirable to model all species, but we can't do it if we end up with another set of maps that are not accurate or representative. Thank you.
Great question. So I have a couple of points. There are a ton of methods that are in development right now to address exactly the crucial problems that you have highlighted. In terms of the data standards, because our goal is so lofty in a way, we model species that are technically data deficient, but that's why we have the expert in the loop process. That's kind of a post hoc process where taxonomic experts will log on and look at these maps and try to correct them. And so that's one of two ways we try to make sure that our maps are accurate. The second way is by using expert range maps in our post hoc processes to make sure that the predictions aren't bleeding into regions where the species absolutely do not exist.
All right, thank you. And we forgot to mention, this is a full session, so we are going to try to keep people to their times today. We don't have as much, and we're, of course, like a half hour behind schedule. And so up next is Benjamin Borrell, who will be talking about from presence only to abundance species distribution models using transfer learning.
Hello, I will be presenting a result on the use of species presence-only data to significantly improve the performance of species abundance predictions of a species distribution model using artificial neural network. The species distribution model using artificial network can be used to predict the presence or abundance of species from a spatial raster, such as RGB satellite images, near-infrared raster, or land cover raster. The use of a spatial raster as input data enables this model to capture the spatial context very well, which is difficult for a classic model such as random forest. This is why this model performs better than classic model for predicting the species occurrence. But models using neural network do not work well for predicting species abundance. This is because the neural network needs a large data set for training. However, the abundance data are much smaller and much less numerous than presence-only data. This is why models using neural network are better for better than classic model for predicting occurrence, but less good for predicting abundance. We propose to see if this limitation can be overcome with a deep learning technology called transfer learning. Transfer learning allows the transfer of layer weight, in other words, the knowledge, from a first neural network training on a task to a second neural network for a second task. Here, we will see if the neural network of a model training with a large species presence-only dataset capture general information and pattern that can be reused by a second model to optimize its training on small species abundance dataset. To test this, we use fish from the Mediterranean coast. We have evaluated the ability of a model to training on only 406 fish count to improve these predictions of fish abundance by taking advantage of a transfer learning from a model training on 62,000 fish presence only. This species data is associated with raster representing 13 environmental covariates and 1 satellite images, the whole package representing 30 bands. For a benchmark, we use a classic model based on random forest, but random forest cannot deal directly with the rasterized data as the neural network does. To solve this problem, we use the central pixel and the standard deviation of each band as input data for the random forest model. For evaluation of the fish abundance predictions models, we use the D2 regression score function on the log transformed data. The D2 is a generalization of R-square. D2 is more flexible and more appropriate than R-square for evaluating the performance of deep learning model because it takes account of no linear relations between input and target. In addition, D2 is less sensitive to extreme value. As with R-square, a D2 score of 0 means that the model explains nothing, and a score of 1 that the model predicts the data perfectly. R are the D2 score for predicting fish abundance from 3 model training on the small abundance dataset. The neuronal network without transfer learning, the same neuronal network with transfer learning from a neuronal network training on the large presence-only dataset, and the classic model. Each model is training and tested 20 times, and each time we change the split of train and test dataset. The violin plot represents the 20 score obtained for each of these 3 models. As you can see, transfer learning significantly improves the performance of neuronal network model for predicting fish abundance. The average gain with transfer learning is 35%. The predictions are also regularized with the standard deviations divided by 2. The use of transfer learning enables the neuronal networks model to outperform classic models with an average gain in performance of 20%. Here, you can see the deviations of D2 score between the neuronal network with transfer learning and the classic model for each fish species. The more negative the value, the more efficient the neuronal network model with transfer learning is compared to the classic model, and vice versa. The fish species are ranking according to the number of times that the fish is present in an abundance count. This is the percentage in bracket. As we saw, that the neuronal network with transfer learning perform better than classic model for predicting abundance when the species are present at less than 30% of the site. Above 30%, there are no clear difference between the 2 models. The fact that the neuronal network model with transfer learning predict abundance better than the classic model is therefore linked to a better ability to predict rare species in the dataset. In conclusion, models using neuronal network are able to extract important information for the predictions for predicting species abundance from a large presence-only dataset and reuse it to optimize their learning on small abundance dataset. This makes it possible to have models using neuronal network that predicting species abundance much better than classic species model of distributions. This is thanks to a better predictions of species that are poorly represented in the dataset. This is a new result that paves the way for more general use of deep learning to predictions of space abundance and biodiversity patterns, especially for rare species. The big question is, what is the nature of the information extracted from the presence-only data by the neuronal network used to optimize predictions of abundance? Are there patterns that strongly influence the distribution of fish, interspecific relationships, or other? This will be addressed in future works. Thank you for your attention.
Are there questions? There's a question in the back.
Thanks a lot. Super exciting. I can imagine that on a lot of situations where we want to try something similar, the baseline abundance data will be slightly less sparse than in your reef fish case. Have you done any experimentation how sensitive the ability to do this transfer learning is to the just how much initial data on abundances you actually have in the model?
Sorry, I don't understand very well.
So the transfer learning works well, but your model does benefit from having quite a few abundance data after all for some of the species based on the reef fish survey data, right? And have you done any sort of testing how sensitive your ability to do this transfer learning is just to how much abundance data you actually have in your model? Does it also work when you just have very few abundance records for just very few species?
Yes, your data set of abundance. It's a very the number. We have low species. We are sorry, 1 second. It's here. Yes, for the abundance dataset, we have 47 fish species for each count. And,
yeah, it's more the sensitivity of the model to the number of data that you have on the abundance, if you tested that.
Okay. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Oh, good.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we're moving on to predicting species distributions in the open ocean using satellite-derived environmental data and convolutional neural networks.
Good morning, my name is Gaëtan. I'm from the University of Montpellier. So I would like to present a new kind of models that I used for species distribution modeling. And most importantly, it's their first application to the case of animals in the open ocean. So the open ocean is a particular ecosystem in the sense that there's very few observations. So this is a screenshot of the GBIF website. You can recognize Australia on the right, and it shows all animals in this area, which means more than 2 billion occurrences. Yet you can see that in the middle, in the south of the west of the Indian Ocean, there's almost none. So it leaves us with only one possibility to try to model these species, is to make an important assumption, is that the same environmental conditions in two different areas or at two different moments in time will yield the same species presence. Usually in species distribution models, the number of variables is very limited due to the nature of the statistical models that we use. So it means that usually we can only use 1 point per variable, so one value for temperature, one value for salinity, and so on. So there's two options. The first one is to take the value at the point of observation, but we can also consider that the animals may be moving or that there is some uncertainty in the observation, so we can define a buffer around the observation and take the mean and maybe the standard deviation and minimum and maximum values. This is a big problem because just average and standard deviation don't depict the environmental reality at all. Like for instance, in these three patches, you can see a variable that may have a similar average and standard deviation, yet they represent three very different realities in the field. So that's the point of the models I'm going to present, is to be able to take into account the spatial structure of the geographical information. So we're adding a new kind of data that we use. It's the environmental landscape that takes into account the variables in the buffer around the observation, including its spatial structure. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our pilot study. So we used freely available data, occurrences data from the GBIF website. We selected 38 genera, quite diverse. So there are pelagic fishes, sharks and rays, marine reptiles and mammals, and even some birds. We used 300,000 occurrences, so about 10,000 per genus, and they were spread out globally in the world ocean. Regarding the environmental variables, we used 18 different variables from different sources. Most of them come from Copernicus, but there are also other sources. We downloaded them using the GeoEnrich Python package, which makes it easy to recover such geographical patches from many different variables and many occurrences. So let's get to the model. We used the convolutional neural network. So these are models that were invented to be able to detect objects in pictures. So their specificity is that they are able to detect shapes in the picture at different levels of details, and then they can predict the object that is in the picture. So we had to adapt these so they could be used for our use case. So instead of taking red, green, and blue channels in the image, they are taking the 18 different environmental variables as layers as inputs. And the output is a prediction for each of the 38 genera. So in this example, you can see the actually observed species in red and the predictions of the models in blue. So once we have this model that is trained on the dataset we made using GBIF data, we are able to to make predictions globally at different points in time. So on the left part, you can see usual species distribution maps. The main difference is that they are computed for a specific date, because the spatial structure of the environmental data would disappear if we had to average it over years or even over a few days. So and this also allows another kind of study is to study the variation in time. So that's the case on the right, where you can see the prediction for the blue sharks in the southwestern Indian Ocean. So this, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the actual performance of the models. So this is the confusion matrix. Ideally, it would be a perfect diagonal. It's not so bad because we used species that are quite different from each other. Some of them live in very different ecosystems. And there are two main reasons why it's not perfectly diagonal. The first one is that, of course, the model is not perfect and there are some incoherencies. And the second one is that even if the model was perfect, some species might co-occur, so it's expected from the model to make alternate predictions between different species in the same spot. So this is the performance of the model in blue. So on the left column shows the percentage of cases in which the prediction of the model was the actually observed species. The second one is if the actually observed species is among the top 2 predictions of the model and then the top 3. And the bars in blue are the main model, and the bars in green, we made a second model that works exactly the same, except instead of taking the data for the whole patch, we just use the data at the center point of the patch where the species was observed. So this is a way to prove that the model is actually taking advantage of the geographical data and its spatial structure. So one of the key insights of this work is not the predictive power of the model, because since we don't have a lot of observation in the open ocean, what we predict can barely be trusted, especially for decision making. It's rather the influence of variables, because the model is going to learn the link between the variables, the environmental landscape around the occurrence, and the spatial structure of the data. So usually CNNs are seen as black boxes, because its historical point is to predict objects in images, and we didn't really care how the model was doing it. Here it's rather the opposite. We don't really care about the predictive power of the model, but we're interested to know which variables are used by the model. So to do this, we can open up the CNN after training, and we compute the integrated gradients on each channel. So it's a way to measure, when we look at the median over the whole test data set, it's a way to measure the influence of each variable on the results. So here you can see the main variables. FSLE is the way to measure the rate of particle dispersion. It's a compound variable that's very useful for open ocean predictions. So this is the object of an article in Peer Community Journal. It's ethical peer review and publishing initiative. I highly recommend it. It was a very good quality publishing, and it's good to get out of the usual model. Feel free to ask if you have any question. I will be here all day long, and my email is here also. Thank you for your attention.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, thanks so much for. I have a question. So you wait. Go ahead.
Sorry, Maria. I just wonder whether this could be used as well when you had with quite a lot of plant data sets, you don't know the GPS location very well, and whether a similar approach could be used, whether you knew something about the local environment, so you're not relying on matching a particular GPS location which isn't reliably known with a particular environmental layer. So.
You mean using the environmental context but in a less precise way?
Using the environmental context when you're uncertain about the geolocation of your presence data.
Yeah. I think it would depend on the environment, especially its connectivity. If you have an ecosystem with a small connectivity, I guess just taking the whole ecosystem would work. But in the open ocean, I don't think so, because species are able to move around, especially large pelagics. So you need to know the conditions at the point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and up next we have Shubhi Sharma presenting her own work this time, mapping more of biodiversity, integrating spatial and phylogenetic information to improve data-deficient species distributions.
Yes, I'm back. Right, so today I'm going to be talking to you about my PhD research, which involves integrating, well, I won't say it again, but it's a novel SDM for data-deficient species specifically. Right, so SDMs are really important to our understanding of how biodiversity is distributed. They can help us pinpoint biodiversity hotspots and develop effective conservation plans. However, there is a huge data deficiency issue that's pervasive in our field. A lot of places in the world are data deficient, and so what you're seeing here is an index of coverage, and it essentially captures how well occurrence records like GBIF cover the data, the species richness in an area. So for the red parts of this map, less than 10% of the species are actually represented in data sets like GBIF. Now, taxonomically speaking, this issue gets worse when you look at insects and plants. The y-axis is number of species, and the x-axis is the number of occurrence records. Everything to the left of that 30 records line is considered statistically data deficient. And so when we talk about modeling biodiversity, we're actually thinking about a very small sliver of biodiversity. For context, what happens when you run a data-poor species through an SDM? This is an example from some of my work on hummingbirds, where this particular species of hummingbirds is actually data rich, but for our example, it has just 4 presence points. And when you run it through an SDM, the prediction is garbage because the SDM isn't able to characterize its habitat suitability correctly. And so when we predict across space, we don't recover the range of the species. My dissertation is focused on improving this prediction, essentially. And to do that, we need a couple of things to come into focus. So the first thing is we need really high resolution habitat and environmental data. So that's where remote sensing products really come into play. For this project, we use downscale climate variables, elevation variables, and MODIS and JEDI-derived products at the 1 kilometer scale. I took the approach of integrating phylogenetic information in SDMs essentially with the idea that while we don't know everything about every species, we do know a lot about some species. And so we are trying to leverage data-rich species to inform data-poor species in a way that is consistent with their evolutionary trajectories. And because of the time, I don't have space to go into that, but there's a paper recently published that covers some of this work. So with all of those three pieces that come together, we do end up with an improved spatial prediction for this particular species. But what does it look like when we take into account the 280 hummingbird species that we have data for in the Americas? So I'm going to compare my model to existing SDMs, specifically a non-phylogenetic Gaussian process and a random forest model. What you're seeing is the delta AUC plot. So anything that lands above the red line means that the phylum model is doing better, and below the red line means that the non-phylum model does better. Along the x-axis is the log of occurrence records of that species. And the trend that we see is actually kind of interesting because the phylogenetic models tend to do better for data-deficient species, which is exactly the result that we were hoping for. And as the species become data-rich, then the other models start to outcompete the phylogenetic models. When we compare it to random forest, that trend shifts a little bit. So around 350 data points per species, the random forest models start to outcompete the phylogenetic models. We did an experiment where we modeled eBird through time. So today, eBird is very data-rich for a lot of species, but if you go back 50 years, or what we did was go back 20 years, there are way more data-deficient species, and so we did this to sort of test how our model works on true data-deficient species. And so this is sort of the time series of eBird observations from 2000 to 2021. And to show you what that looks like spatially, back in 2003, for over 150 hummingbird species, we had just 1,000 observations, which means 10 observations per hummingbird species, which is basically very hard to model. Today, we have much, much more. We have magnitudes more data, and now you can kind of see, just from the occurrence raw data set, that some of the richness trends are coming out. We can see the Andes is becoming increasingly data-rich, which is what we'd expect. And so what I'm going to do is lay out what these predictions look like for the phylum model and the non-phylum model. So the columns are the time series that we used. So on the left, it's, or I guess you're right, it's 2003 to 2005, so the data-deficient one. And then on the other side, we have the whole time series. And the bottom row is going to be the phylogenetic model's prediction. So the species richness trends that we see are significantly different across these model predictions. What's interesting is that the phylogenetic model actually does a pretty good job of picking out the richness trends, especially when we compare it to the non-phylogenetic model. And so this is like a reminder that the phylogenetic model back in 2003 to 2005 had 0.45% of the data, which is really encouraging because then it gives us an idea of how biodiversity is distributed with way less data simply by leveraging data-rich species. If we look at the delta in richness maps for current day richness, this is the phylogenetic model prediction subtracted by the non-phylum model. The phylum model picks up way more species, and if we zoom into the Andes, which are hummingbird hotspots, the phylogenetic model has a difference of up to 27 species, which in a conservation scenario where we're resource limited, that could be a very different prioritization strategy. And so some of the recommendations from this work are to focus on improving these SDMs for data-deficient species, as conservation analyses depend on this as input. To communicate the uncertainties associated with them, I didn't show you the maps, but there are uncertainties, and because we're in the work of knowledge generation here, the uncertainties are very, very important. And finally, to keep using remote sensing-derived habitat variables because they are transformative in terms of characterizing species niches. And with that, I will take questions.
Thank you very much for your talk. Are there any questions? And please raise your hand like that.
Yeah, thanks. Really interesting. And it makes a lot of sense to include phylogenetic information in these models. But I was also wondering about that aspect that for birds, for example, you sometimes have these scenarios that two close related sister species actually outcompete each other in a way that they actually have very distinct, different distributions. So can these models account for that, or is that a sort of an assumption that, or something that's not specifically modeled in this case?
Yeah, great question. It was very important to us to not make that assumption because of things like competitive exclusion. Like the closely related species don't necessarily co-occur. So the model does not make that assumption. Instead, we use a very flexible kernel to tell us whether closely related species actually do have similar niches. And if they don't, then information's not shared. I was going to say one more thing. In the case of hummingbirds, they might not co-occur, but they do have a lot of environmental niche similarities. I wouldn't say conservatism because we don't know that for sure, but they have a lot of similarities just because the area is so homogeneous, especially at given elevation bands in the Andes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We have time for one more question if there is one in the room. There's one.
Thank you very much. I was wondering whether on top or alternatively to the information on phylogeny, you could incorporate the information of a functional relationship between species to improve the prediction of your model.
Yeah, great question. Absolutely. Basically, the way the model works is that it uses the phylogenetic distance matrix kind of as a similarity matrix, but there's nothing stopping us from developing a similarity matrix based on functional traits, for example. It's just not the approach that we ended up taking for this, but maybe for future work. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would like to welcome Oliver Salmoni to talk about an iterative tool to monitor species genetic diversity from Earth observations.
Thank you, Maria. Hello, everyone. So I'm here on behalf of the Genes from Space project to present this tool that we are developing to support the monitoring of genetic diversity using Earth observations. So the motivation for this work is quite clear. Genetic diversity is the foundation of biodiversity, but it's an aspect of biodiversity that is very difficult to measure, or at least very demanding to measure, because the golden standard that we use to measure genetic diversity is through DNA sequencing. So if you wanted to assess the genetic diversity of this bird species living in this habitat, we will have to travel to the field, collect samples, bring them back to the lab, extract the DNA, put them in a sequencer, get sequencing reads, filter them, analyze them via bioinformatics. So it's the perfect way to measure genetic diversity, but not to do monitoring of genetic diversity on a yearly basis, for example. So luckily, there are alternative methods that have been proposed to measure genetic diversity without DNA data. And these methods rely on the fact that genetic diversity is proportional to the number and the size of the populations of a species. So if we have populations that are larger, they will have a higher genetic diversity, and populations that are smaller will have lower genetic diversity. And this is the underlying idea of the headline indicator for genetic diversity that has been proposed in the global biodiversity framework. So this indicator assesses, given a species, the populations that we have for one species, how many of these populations are large enough to maintain genetic diversity. And then there is a second indicator, which is based on the fact that genetic diversity is proportional to the number of populations we have on a species. So if over time we see that our species loses part of its habitat because of habitat change, we probably have lost one population, and if we have lost one population, we have lost genetic diversity for the species overall. So the second indicator, the complementary indicator that has been adopted by the Global Convention, is about how many populations persist over time. So measuring genetic diversity using counts of population is more convenient, or at least more feasible, under a monitoring framework. but still it requires us to go back year after year to the field. And this is, again, something that requires logistics and requires money to do that. And it's not always possible. Some regions of the world are very difficult to go sampling. So in the Genes from Space project, we are wondering how can we use Earth observation to complement this information that we already have on population and on genetic diversity. So of course, we cannot use remote sensing to detect genetic diversity directly. And we cannot even use remote sensing to count populations. Maybe in the Arctic area there are some exceptions, but as a general rule, it is very difficult to assess the size of a population just from remote sensing. But we can measure habitat size. So in principle, if we know where the populations are and how big their habitat is, we can track the changes in the size of the habitat and hence have an idea on which population are becoming smaller. And so this is a bit the underlying idea of the framework that we are developing. It's a framework that can be summarized in 3 steps. First, we need to define where the populations are. Second, we have to estimate the size of this population. And then we have to monitor how this size changes over time. And you can see remote sensing plays a role in each of these 3 steps. But in some of the steps, we have to complement remote sensing with observational data, even genetic data if we have it, or information, prior knowledge that we have about the species we are interested in too. So I'm going to show you how this looks like in practice. So the first step is about defining where the populations are. So we can start from species observation, so we can retrieve field observation of the species. And already by coupling where these observations are with remote sensing data, we can have an idea of what is the suitable habitat of the species. And if we also have some information about the species, for example, whether the species can disperse across rivers or across mountain ranges, we can already have an idea of where the population are. In this example, the population could be located there because the suitable habitat has a certain extent and there are some barriers to the dispersal of the species. So we can estimate that the distribution of the population is this one. And then once we have defined the size of the population, we can estimate, first of all, the size of the habitat, so in terms of square kilometers. And if we have an idea about some prior knowledge about the population density that is typical for the species, we can translate this habitat size in a population size. And at this point, we can bring in the true power of Earth observation, which is the fact that we can track habitat change over time. So in this example, we can see that over the years, this habitat has changed and we have lost forest cover and has been replaced, for example, by cropland. And then we can contextualize this habitat change for each of the populations that we defined in the beginning. And then we can track what is the change in population size over time. And for example, we can see that one of the population completely lost the suitable habitat, so probably this population is lost, which probably is going to have negative impact on genetic diversity. Another population became significantly smaller, so again, this will reduce the overall genetic diversity of the species. And by making this calculation, we can directly estimate the 2 headline indicators that can be used then for reporting on the global biodiversity framework. So we are now implementing this framework in an interactive tool to allow anyone around the world to try to monitor the genetic diversity of their species of interest. So the inputs of this tool are field observation of the species. Some people can have them directly collected in the different regions of the world. And if they are not available, they can also be retrieved directly from GBIF using the tool. We also need to set some species parameter. For example, what's the population density of the species? Or how do we want to split populations across space? And then we provide access to Earth observation-derived data sets that describe habitat change, for example, time series of land cover or tree cover loss databases. And putting this together, the tool will then return some indicators, the 2 main indicators that are adopted by the global biodiversity framework. So just to show you quickly what the tool looks like. So it has been developed in Bone-in-a-Box, so it's an open development where everyone can contribute if they want to add additional functionalities. It's a framework that is available, the tool is available for free. It's online, so it's a website. And it's available at the moment in English and in Spanish, but we're probably going to translate in more languages in the future. And it comes with this interactive interface where the user can enter the name of the species of interest, the region of interest, the type of habitat change. There will be interactive maps where you can draw where the population are expected to be. And so there is no programming skills required, and the power of Earth observation data can be accessed without using Google Earth Engine, for example. And the output of the tool looks something like this. So it's a dashboard where you have an interactive map on the left showing the distribution of the population that have been identified based on the observation and the parameters. And then there are a series of graphs that describe how the habitat of each of the different populations changed over time and how the size of the population changed. This particular example is for a monkey species from Borneo. We are using this example not because we are particularly expert in it, but I'm actually using it because to show you something important is that we don't know yet how reliable the patterns that we measure are. And this is why we are now moving to the last phase of this development, which is the beta testing with real data and getting also the feedback from experts. So the tool is currently just a prototype, and now we are trying to co-design it using the feedback from experts. We want particularly to have feedback on the reliability. We want to know, for example, experts that have DNA data or observational data can try to match it with the prediction that we get from Earth observation. And also a very important point that also came out in other presentation, we have to give an estimate of the uncertainty about the prediction and the estimators that come out from the tool. We also want to improve the intuitiveness or the ease of use of the tool so that we can develop guidelines to define the parameters, because sometimes it's not easy to know upfront how do we split the different population or how we define population density for our species of interest. But we have already some information around the tree of life of these different parameters, so we just need to kind of make a summary of educated guess for these different parameters. And last, about the usefulness, we wanted the output of this tool is ready for reporting, so that is directly usable then to report to the GBF. So this is all I had to say. Just last thing is this is a collaborative effort for a very diverse team, the team from Genes from Space. I put some names here, not because these are the most important of the group, but because these are the ones that are here. So if you have more questions, you will find them around at the coffee breaks. Thank you very much.
And are there any questions? There we go.
Thank you. Very interesting. So really the starting point is in situ data. So how do you see the next step? So could eDNA help in the definition of the populations, etc.? If you receive 10 million euros, what would be the first investment to continue this project? Thank you.
Yes, probably so the DNA data can for sure be integrated. I think right now the tool is a powerful calculator and we still need to fine tune it. And I think we have to open it to different types of data, different types of input, as you said. For example, environmental DNA data can be used to improve the observations that we have. And population genetics data could help us define the populations better. As long as we manage to standardize these inputs, and this is the advantage for observational data like GBIF, it's very well standardized, so we can integrate it very easily in the tool. And hopefully, we could do something similar also using genetic data, population genetics data, to define in a more educated way the different populations.
All right. Well, thank you. I think we will move on from there. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, and our next speaker is Neftali Sierro, speaking on monitoring biodiversity with ecological niche models and time series of remote sensing products.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to present the main results for the Montobeo research project that was funded by the Science Foundation from Portugal. And this project implements a biodiversity monitoring framework in Montesinho Natural Park that is located in the northeast of Portugal. And the framework estimates the species vulnerabilities through the calculation of trends of habitat suitability indexes over time. So we apply this framework in a particular time period from 2001 to 2023 with a periodicity of 1 year using time series of remote sensing products coming from MODIS sensor. We calculated ecological niche models with the Maxent algorithm, so we model the species distribution over time using the MODIS products, and we calculated the trend analysis of the habitat suitability index coming from Maxent with the Mann-Kendall test. And we used 5 taxonomical groups: vascular plants, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals. We implemented everything in Google Earth Engine, so using Google Earth Engine, we were able to gather the MODIS products and to calculate the Maxent models, and then also to calculate the trends with the Mann-Kendall test. Everything in Google Earth Engine. We compiled more than 30,000 records of species for more or less 1,300 species. Seems a lot, but at the end it's not so much. In fact, we will see later, we were able to model only 342 species. We created a WebGIS showing the species distribution with a SIGNY package from R, so you can enter in the site and choose a species, and you will visualize the species distribution. As I told you, we were only able to model 342 records. We excluded all the species below which have less than 15 records, and this is a little too much, but if not, basically we will not have species to model. What you see now in the maps is the mean trends for all the species and the mean trends for each of the taxonomical groups. Okay, so you have in the top left part the map for all the species and then the taxonomical groups. There is not a general pattern about the trends. When you see a pixel in green, that means that you have a monotonical positive trend where the habitat suitability increase. And when you have a pixel in red, you have a monotonical decrease in the habitat suitability. And the pattern is more or less scattered. You don't have any place where you accumulate the positive or the negative trends. Okay? We also calculated the trends for some natural traits, for example, activity, nocturnal versus diurnal species, or climate affinity, or type of diet, or type of habitat. And you have in green the positive trends, in gray the negative trends, and we represent the percentage of number of pixels with the positive or with the negative trend. So more or less, all the natural traits go more or less in 50% of positive or negative trends. We also calculated by conservation categories. For example, data deficient present almost 60% of positive traits, but near threatened almost or more than 40%. We also calculated this for each species. Here you have the most important species in the park, for example, and here you see that the percentage of positive or negative trends varies quite along the species. You have, for example, the first species is a Scrofularia species, a plant. and has 80% of positive trends inside the park. But the last species, that is a viper, Vipera lataste, has not any positive trends. So all the habitat is losing quality over time. We created a Google Earth Engine application where the user can enter and select a species, select a period, and then Google Earth Engine will calculate for you the maximum models and the trends. And you will obtain the result, and you can visualize which are the trends over time. In this case, you see that in the bottom part of the map, everything is red. But this is because, basically, we don't have data from there, okay? We also created our package EcoTrends, implementing this framework, and in this case, it's not restricted to Montesinho Natural Park or to any type of environmental variables. You can use here any study region or any set of environmental data if you have a time series of variables. So, concluding, this framework is an effective monitoring methodology that can be applied to any group of species, any location, and any scale if you have, again, the data. You can use environmental data like remote sensing, and this is the best option because we have better time series with remote sensing, but you can also apply climatic data if you have a time series, for example, from CELSA or TerraClimate. And you can assess then the status of the habitat suitability for individual species or for a group of species or for the entire community, and this is quite useful because you will have a result for your study area representing how much habitat you are losing or you are quality, how much quality in the habitat you are gaining or losing. And this will provide decision makers with useful information in order to manage and protect the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So you said you were looking at changes over time, but you didn't talk about the time bracket and if you're looking at seasonal change versus change between years. But I'm also curious why you didn't use any form of bias mask, because otherwise you can't differentiate between changes in sampling patterns versus genuine changes in species trends. And there's going to be a lot of noise in your model outcomes. So how can you actually incorporate something like a bias mask so that you can look at genuine changes versus artifacts based on sampling?
That is a complicated question. Let me go back, if I can. Of course, I didn't explain all the methodology in detail, but basically, we model the species in the area that we have good data, that is the natural park, that is basically, this has a pointer, no. It's basically when the red part begins. So this is the natural park is the part that is above. The other part is a Natura 2000 area that has less points. So we model the species in the natural park and project it to the whole area in order to avoid including areas where we don't have data. Okay? Yeah, and basically was our method to deal with the bias, because also the study area is not too big enough in order to, for example, to create a bias raster in Maxent with distance to the road, for example. Also, all the models were validated with null models in order to check that the models were fine or not. okay, in order to control the performance. I don't know if I answered all your questions. The periodicity. We use a periodicity of 1 year, and we basically ignore phenology patterns because we were model species without phenological patterns. I mean, we want to apply the same methodology to all the groups, and reptiles, for example, don't have that phenological patterns, at least at the scale of the park. The same with amphibians. Okay, so in that case, we ignore some phenological patterns and we focus on the mean values of the remote sensing variables per year. But if you have nice data, you can model in each period you want. Basically, you can model, for example, every 8 days using Modi's products, and you will have a better seasonality. Also, I didn't show you, but instead of having the maps, you can represent the map in a plot, and you will see your line of the trend, the line of the trend, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, and next I would like to welcome Peter Fretwell to tell us about walruses from space. Walruses count from simultaneously captured remotely piloted aircraft system imagery versus very high-resolution satellite imagery. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about the Walrus from Space project. And this presentation has been put together mostly by our postdoc, Hannah Cabanes, who couldn't be here today, but she's made much better slides than I would have, I think. So the Walrus from Space project is a joint project between British Antarctic Survey and the WWF, but with partners across the Arctic. And it uses very high-resolution imagery in combination with the power of the crowd to count walruses individually and find out where they are. For the last 5 years now, we've been tasking Maxar to get very high-resolution images, so 30 centimeters, 50 centimeters imagery of every known walrus haul-out in the Arctic. At the moment, we've got about 382 of these. We've actually found quite a lot of new walrus haul-outs as well by using the satellite imagery. And we get a single image every year of every haul-out. And then we put that into an app, and the app comes in 2 parts. Firstly, we ask the crowd. We chop up the imagery into chips, and we ask the crowd to go and find out where those walruses are. So in this case, we had about 500,000 image chips, and we had about 15,000 citizen scientists going online and saying yes, no, presence, absence. And then when we have those, we extract the ones that we have walrus in, and we put them into a different part of the app, and we ask the crowd to count them. And we count them either by putting dots on, as you can see here, the little green dots, they're individual counts, or if they're too clustered together, then we ask them to draw a polygon around them and we work out the densities. And that gives us an abundance estimate at every haul-out where we can actually work out what the total population is. But of course, we're not entirely sure how accurate these counts are. And to do that, we needed to calibrate the imagery and work out how good the crowd was at counting walrus. So in 2022, we were lucky enough, with the help of the Norsk Polar Institute, to go to Svalbard, to a known walrus haul-out, and do some calibration with drones. This was the haul-out we went to, just outside our Ny-Ålesund base in the north of Svalbard. And we got very good 1.5 centimeter drone imagery. We were there for about an hour and a half taking drone imagery of this haul-out. Now, the trick then is to try and get synchronous satellite imagery at the same time. We've tried this many times. It's rather hard to synchronize your field work with the satellite acquisition. But in this case, we were really quite fortunate because we did get a satellite imagery that was cloud-free and clear and very good accuracy on the same day. And not only on the same day, but it was within 15 minutes of the satellite of the drone image. So we had the perfect calibration data. And as we'd been there, we'd seen that we'd had no walrus leave or join the haul out during that 15 minutes. And this is that satellite imagery. You could call it a selfie from space, because we have the walrus, we have me and the team standing here, and we have the boat. And that gave us the ability then to calibrate the counts from both ourselves and the crowd. So we had 1.5 centimeter imagery, and then we got satellite imagery in 3 different resolutions. You can get it at 50 centimeters, you pay a little bit less for that. You can get it at the native 30 centimeters, or you can get it at the hyper-sharpened 15 centimeters, which is a sort of proprietary algorithm that Maxar uses. And we wanted to know which of these was the best to count. So we wanted to know how good the experts were at counting walruses by satellite, how good the public was at counting walrus by satellite, and what the best spatial resolution was to count those walruses. And here are the results. So you've got the crowd count, you've got the expert count, and we had about 9 people in the crowd and 4 or 5 experts counting this. And then you've got the drone imagery at 1.5 centimeters and the 3 different types of satellite imagery. Now you can see, if you look on the left there, that the black line shows that for the experts, we all counted 73 walrus in the drone imagery, but all of our counts from satellite were slightly lower. The crowd counted about the same number of walrus in the drone imagery, but their satellite image counts were much lower. So, but we all undercounted, basically, in the satellite imagery. The experts by less, the crowd by more. And interestingly, it wasn't the hyper-sharpened imagery which was better, it was the 30 centimeter. And we think that what the hyper-sharpening is doing is it's actually merging things together so we don't see the small walrus. And the crowd is more variable. Not only does it count fewer, but the variability is higher as well. So we can adjust that. Now we know how bad the crowd is, but there is going to be that added variability there. So it gives us a way forward to understand how good the crowd is, and when we get those crowd counts from all of those 382 walrus haul-outs, we can actually make a population assessment. Now that's good for individual walrus when they're in small numbers, but when they're sort of in thousands, as they sometimes are, it becomes more tricky. And of course then we've got to use area estimates and densities to work out how many we've got. So we get the crowd to draw around the polygons. And actually, what's really become evident here is Copernicus and Sentinel-2 are really important here, because there's not always the same amount of walrus on any given day. So you can see that we can get a Sentinel-2 virtually every day at these high latitudes. So we can see the variability in using the Sentinel-2, but we can actually get the accurate estimates using the WorldView 3. So calibrating and working out what percentage of the population is there using the Sentinel-2 has been really, really useful for then adjusting our estimates using the WorldView 3. So we're using a sort of hierarchical setting here of drones, WorldView 3 and Sentinel-2 to give us the total population, which we should have maybe in a year or two's time. So I want to end with one final point. I added up over the last 10 years how many animals in the polar regions I've been looking at with high-resolution imagery. I reckon it's about 30 different species. You can't see all animals, of course. You need them to be quite large, you need them to be out in the open. But it is an extremely powerful thing. And if we extend that out to other regions that haven't been touched, I think there were probably hundreds or possibly even thousands. We just don't know how many animals you could see using VHR. And there's definitely a need for it. And the reason why there's a need for it is that we're very good as EO specialists at mapping habitat, but with the biodiversity crises we're seeing at the moment, things like invasive species, hunting, pollution, disease, and some of the effects of climate change, you can't see that by just measuring habitat. You have to look at the animals directly. And to do that, sometimes we need VHR. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Oh, there's one.
Thank you. Really fascinating what you're doing there. In your picture of, citizen science, the experts, have you tried also, because you have fantastic training data, to use machine learning approaches to kind of automatize this and then, also for the future to have this a bit more automatic?
Yes, that's the next step, basically. We found also with citizen science that you sort of have to keep feeding the monster. You don't get those 12,000 people coming and staying for 5 years. You have to keep giving them sort of like little prods to go online. And I don't think that is going to be sustainable over many, many, many years. So the next step, now we've got the training data, is to go back and start to do AI. And we've done AI in many species, but walruses is something that we will go on to when this project is finished. Thank you.
Thanks. And was there one more question? I think there was one more in the back, or? Okay, then we'll do one more.
First, that's really cool. So I took a lot of pictures to show in class, because it's always fascinating, right? But I have a question for you, because I think this plot here, it's from when you had coincidence drawn and word view image, right? So I'm sure you look into that, but where are the arrows there? Is it, because from your image, it seems quite clear that you could say, okay, this is a walrus, and even with, yeah. So where are the arrows for the citizen science? Is it on the, why they are picking up wrong?
Even the experts got it wrong to a certain degree. I think that we had knowledge of what a walrus looks like, and people don't. So the smaller walruses, the ones in shadow, the ones that are partially obscured, those are the areas that we get. If it's a single walrus on its own, it's pretty obvious. But when they clump together, and they sometimes do clump together, it's those small ones next to each other that seem to be the ones that... And the crowd doesn't take as long as an expert. It's not as... It doesn't care as much. So it rushes a little bit sometimes. Not always, but you get some people spend a lot of time, some people don't. It's the variability of the crowd.
Well, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And up next, we have Marie Attard talking about albatrosses from space, a citizen science approach to monitor remote colonies using satellite imagery.
Thank you. Sure, sorry, the slides don't seem to be moving. Oh, there we go. Recent advances in satellite technology have allowed us to detect and count individual wild animals from space, as Peter has thoroughly shown us, in order to assess their population status and potential threats. So the key benefit is that large and remote areas can be surveyed remotely at a fraction of the time and cost of traditional field-based methods with no disturbance to wildlife. Wandering albatross are excellent candidates for satellite-based monitoring. They are the largest seabird on this planet with a wingspan of up to 3.5 meters, which allows us to see them as these little white dots in 30-centimeter resolution satellite imagery. They breed in remote islands, in open breeding habitats, and they also have very high contrast against the surrounding tussock due to their white plumage. However, because of the satellite's resolution, it actually at the moment is too low to distinguish between birds that are on nests and non-breeding birds. And as a result, the satellite-based counts represent the total number of birds in that colony rather than the number of breeding pairs. Another important thing to note is that these non-breeding birds, they wander around and they also are not always on site. Sometimes they go out to forage and come back depending on changes in the wind conditions. So South Georgia is home to 17% of the world's global albatross population. So due to financial and logistical constraints, ground surveys across the archipelago occur only once every 10 years, and annual ground counts are limited to 3 of the 24 different breeding sites. This means that for many of the colonies, we have limited data on population trends, so we wanted to see if we could fill in those gaps using satellite imagery to complement the existing field survey data. So one of the major challenges, as most of you would know, is the volume of satellite imagery required to annotate, basically to do a comprehensive island-wide survey. So to tackle this, we looked towards citizen science and engaging the public to help us annotate all those images. But we didn't know how reliable it would be, and so that was one of the key goals of this project. So in 2022, we launched the first ever Albatrosses from Space campaign on Maxar's GeoHive platform. So this platform is actually much cheaper to do it that way, to do these crowd counts, compared to if we were to purchase the satellite imagery and get volunteers to do it for us traditionally. So the campaign included 47 satellite images from World View Free, covering 24 different breeding sites between 2015 and 2022. The satellite images, so we do have a lot of satellite images from within the same colony across multiple years and also within the same breeding season, but not necessarily for all of them. We were able to validate the crowd counts by comparing them to ground counts from corresponding years, so we have that for about 15 different satellite images. And then we also have satellite counts by 7 experts in wildlife remote sensing. So this is what the GeoHive platform looks like. So when you log in, you have the option to say if an albatrosses are present, absent, or if the image is too poor to actually see any albatross, so if it's too cloudy or too dark. If they choose albatross present, they can then go forward and annotate each bird in that tile and then move on to the next one. A total of 639 citizen scientists annotated 11,839 tiles in 107 days, which was outstanding. We expected it to take a lot longer. Each tile was annotated by 7 unique volunteers, and tags within 2 meters of each other, but made by different volunteers, were considered to be the same bird. So the final crowd counts are actually based on the total number of tags where 3 or more volunteers agreed that an albatross was present. So we have a lot of validation data, but I tried to kind of distill it just to a few sites as examples. Overall, what we found was that the crowdsourced satellite counts closely matched both the expert satellite counts and on-the-ground surveys. So for example, the crowd counts differed by only 1 to 3 individuals from the expert counts for Albatross Island and Pryan Island. And even in our largest colony, Bird Island, the percent deviation between experts and crowd counts was minimal, giving us a really high confidence in the accuracy of the crowd counts. And also across the 15 satellite images where we had ground data from the same breeding season, we did see that the counts were quite similar between the 2 overall. So now that we had validated the crowd counts, we could then start integrating the satellite-derived data from the crowd with field survey counts to create a timeline of population trends. We did this for all of the 24 breeding sites, but I'm just showing you 3 of those as examples. There were occasions where the crowd count was underestimating the actual count, as you can see here on Bird Island for around, I think it was 2022. When those instances happened, we think it's either because it was towards the end of the breeding season when that image was captured, or potentially there were just not many loafers around the colony at that point in time. So we are working on trying to calibrate the data a bit more to make it a bit more accurate. So the reliability of these crowd counts for wandering albatross far exceeded our expectations. However, not all albatross species are easy to detect in satellite imagery. So we've recently published well, it's actually in press. We got it accepted last week, a paper, basically looking at a different species, Tristan albatrosses. They are similar in size to the wandering albatross, and so we were thinking, oh, maybe we'll be able to detect them pretty well. But it wasn't the case, we actually found that experts could only identify about 68% of the nests in one of the subcolonies. And this is likely due to variations in the vegetation and also terrain shadows over the steeper slopes. So we're hoping, actually, the other issue was that Gulf Island has a lot of cloud, heaps and heaps of cloud. So over the 8 years, we only actually had one clear image of Gulf Island available for analysis. So more commercial satellites in orbit will help improve our chances of obtaining a cloud-free image across South Georgia in the future. But until then, we're recommending that field surveys continue for this particular species. Looking ahead, we do have several key goals. Firstly, we are currently in the process of using the crowdsourced annotations and tiles to create machine learning algorithms for automated detection. All of those, all update data is getting made available as well this year. So if anyone else wants to help, you're more than free to assist. While the study is focused on South Georgia, our long-term goal is to expand monitoring across the entire Southern Hemisphere to obtain the first global status census of wandering albatrosses from space. There's also this really great need to assess what other species can be reliably detected and possibly counted in satellite imagery. And so we have this recent review paper that provides an introduction to wildlife biologists and managers that are relatively new to the field of remote sensing on how you would actually implement those techniques to count large animals on land to encourage a wider application of these technological solutions. So I'd like to quickly thank all our volunteers, particularly our expert counters, our wildlife detectives, our field workers on site, and also the South Georgia government and Darwin Plus for supporting this research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
So it's again, I think you guys are working together. So it's maybe it's a one question I didn't ask before. So do you guys using temperature as satellite-derived temperature? I know the resolution is not there, but for the walrus, it'll be a really need. I mean, if you use Sentinel-2, it may be something interesting to look at high-res temperature. Because they do have a different temperature, right? I don't know about the albatross, but for the albatross specific I was wondering, you show some pictures of the albatross with the wings open, and that's your 3 meters, but you show some pictures of the albatross quietly with the wings. So you must have some kind of mixture, pixel mixing, where you have different signatures when you have the wings open and the wings closed. So how do you deal with that in a spectral domain?
Well, we don't really, in terms of the current work, we don't really look at the wingspan. I mean, most of the time they are kind of curled up, but we know that we can see them.
Well, it's not the wingspan per se in terms of it's the signal when they have their wing open, their signal in the pixel resolution is probably much higher than when they have the wings closed.
Yeah.
And then they're smaller suddenly, right?
Yeah.
Spectrally speaking.
But most of the time they're going to have their wings closed, and so we can see them quite well anyway. And we're doing visual annotations rather than using any kind of spectral signature outside of.
But wouldn't mean that the wings open, it may account for more albatross because you're going to see more pixels with the wing. That's what I was wondering.
I don't know. So we're assuming that each dot is an individual. And I think the issue is more so is if we have a breeding pair together, which doesn't happen too often because usually they take turns incubating a nest. So I don't know exactly how to answer your question. In terms
That's okay. I was just curious when I saw the pictures. Yeah, but thank you. That's really cool.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I would like to welcome the last talk of this session by Fernando Benitez Paez on MagGeo, a data fusion tool to link Earth's magnetic data to swarm mission to wildlife GPS trajectories.
Thank you very much. I'm Fernando Benitez from the University of St Andrews in Scotland, and I'm quite very happy to be here for the first time in ESA. And in Frascati, certainly quite happy to escape a little bit of a few days of the lovely and chilly weather of Scotland. Thank you once again for having me here. So this is a short presentation, short overview about the tool we have been developing for the last years. But in general, the tool materializes work we have been doing in understanding how we can link geomagnetic data from satellites with GPS trajectories, mostly from birds. But before diving into the details of the tool, I would like to describe or give you a little bit of context of why we are doing this type of work. So in general, the accessibility of what we call big data from animal tracking has becoming more and more accessible. So now the tags have become cheaper, become smaller, and now we have the options to basically track or study, for example, accelerometer showing behavior and energy use. We could also include remote sensing data or whether that analyze weather data to vinculate or link this type of data. We can also use remote sensing to analyze habitat data, like that most of the researchers he have been describing. We can also see interactions between other species and between other tag animals. And this kind of shift of accessibility of the data help us to move or have like another perspective. So in general, now we have, initially ecologists have this, and I'm not an ecologist per se, so forgive me, I have any kind of mixed concepts over here. But in general, we have this approach when we can start with the questions, and then using the questions, they analyze and they present some kind of hypothesis, trying to deny that hypothesis. But now with more access to the data, we can actually include another type of approach, which is a data-driven approach, when we have a multidisciplinary a team working together in the same type of questions at the same time. And I highly recommend this paper over here, calling Integrating Biology Framework for Movement Ecology, which gives you a little bit of idea of this new approach. So because we have this accessibility of the data, now we can have a general overview about these migration patterns. So let's look at this video here from MUFBAN, which is an open data repository from Max Planck Institute of Animal Behavior. And what we can see here is 1 year of animal tracking, mostly birds. But for me, it's impressive to see how the migration journeys are every year. To me, it's highly remarkable how a single animal can take such an enormous distance and consider the limited resources and energy they could have. But as impressive the distance are, it's also impressive the relationship that these migration patterns have with the environmental conditions. As you can see here, most of the migration patterns, once the season starts to change, you could also see the changes on the environmental conditions, right? And the other aspect we can analyze from this impressive video is look at the trajectory that you are seeing over here. Most of them, they are dead straight. And how they are able to do that is still a question that the ecologists are trying to figure out, and they have been studied for a long time. And for me, it's really impressive, because they have to use local cues. And in ecology, there is a concept called true navigation, which is a way of finding your way to a faraway place using only local cues, right? So if they are, for example, in Europe, they cannot sense how things are going in Africa. They just know where they need to go, and then just take that migration patterns. So that's the kind of tricky questions we're trying to analyze here, or I'm trying to support ecologists to understand this type of behavior. So if we consider that true navigation as a process, there are 2 different concepts to consider here in movement ecology. So the first thing is the birds needs to know where they are. So that's called geographic positioning. And that can be mapped or can be analyzed using map navigation. It means that they have different cues to that. So they have visual landmark, they also have olfactory environments, but they can use Earth's magnetic field. And now once they know where they are, they have to identify the direction of movement, which means which direction they want to go. And for that, we have compass navigation. It means they also have different type of cues. For example, they can use the sun, they can use the stars, polarized light, which is the way that they can recognize if there is a sunset or a sunrise when there's a cloud cover. But they also could use Earth magnetic field. And that's the part where we are focused our research, understanding better how they use the Earth magnetic field to, for their long migration patterns. So traditionally in movement ecology, that has been studied using traditional studies or lab experiments, because, and this is the kind of tricky part, here you cannot stop a bird and asking them, can you tell me if you are feeling the Earth magnetic field or which direction you would like to go when you have a big magnetic storm. Then we have to come up, or they have actually come up with different ideas or solutions trying to experiment that. Most of the experiments, they have been creating these kind of elements. You see, they put the bird in a cage, and then they cover it in this kind of funnel, and then when they change the magnetic field, they release the bird and then try to capture, using computer visions, the scratch from the funnel and determine which direction of the bird they are taking. So this is like interesting, but as you can see, it's limited by one species, and also the environmental condition of the geomagnetic field is replicated. So it doesn't represent how the geomagnetic field is on the wheel. The other way is they also change the magnetic field in this kind of fake environment, and then trying to identify which areas of the Earth magnetic fields are changing in space. That's other aspect that we would like to improve. The other type of experiments is when they try to replicate magnetic field changes only across space. So the other experiments that they try to understand what is the changes of magnetic field across the time, depending on the trajectory of those birds, and create simulated values for that, now that we have the capacity to do these kind of models. But again, it changes only across space. But we know that the Earth magnetic field changes in space, but also change over time. So here we are taking a different approach. We're trying to implement or help our colleagues in ecology to implement a spatial data science approach. And the question we have been looking at the moment is, can we create data fusion methods of satellite geomagnetic data and link with tracking data? The other questions for us, especially in this part of the study, was, are migration flights affected by geomagnetic storms? And we have created a couple of interesting papers where we have tested out these kind of theories. And then, because we wanted to explore what happens in the wheel when the birds are on the move, here's when we tried to bring the new approaches. So initially, we wanted to implement open tracking data from individuals of multiple species and link or annotate these data with open environmental geomagnetic data. And maybe the best way, I would say the beautiful way to see with the naked eye, the changes of the geomagnetic field is using, if you are located in Scotland or in the northern latitudes, you could see the northern lines on the aurora, which is a nice representation of these big disturbances of the geomagnetic field caused by extra or explosion in the sun of extra solar activity. So it means that if we could actually see the changes of the Earth magnetic field, the disturbance, and if we consider that birds are also using that as a cue for their long migrations, it means that when we have this big disturbance of the Earth magnetic field, they probably also have some kind of distortion in their migration patterns. So this is the kind of the key questions we're trying to represent here, but also be able to track individually each GPS point how the Earth magnetic field is changing and evaluate how is providing some kind of distortion. And for that, we have the SRAM mission from ESA. So I recognize that this is not a very popular mission here in this crowd, but it's one of my favorite ones. So if you want to actually check the replicas of the SRAM satellites, you can do it once you enter to the canteen. And I'm looking forward someone can actually take me a picture with me and these SRAM satellites. And so here in this video, you could see the first, one of the examples of how the Earth magnetic field is changing over time. Oh gosh, okay, I will try to fly. And then, I mean, because we also have accessibility of this data, it's not as simple as we might thought. So we have, or the mission has 3 satellites reporting geomagnetic variation every second. And this is when the 3 key parts come in here, because even though we have such a good accessibility of the data, the chances of capture the geomagnetic variation from those 3 satellites and in this exact moment, date, and time of our GPS points are quite lower. So we have to come up with solutions to bring as much points or as much variation from those 3 satellites. So for that, we create something like some kind of data fusion method here. So the first thing we did is defining a special neighbor based on the SRAM orbits, because one thing is having the GPS point located close to the equator or close to the North Pole. So that it defines a different threshold for us to determine how many points we can capture from SRAM. Then we integrate the temporal component, so we have a temporal window to see how many satellites or points the SRAM is giving us and use those points for our interpolation process. And the final part is once we capture all those points from the satellites for each GPS point, we interpolate it and annotate those SRAM measures, the raw values from the satellite, which means we have specific changes of the geomagnetic field for each GPS point. So obviously, once we create this tool, the first thing to do is establish a use case. So then our use case was, are migration flights affected by geomagnetic storms? Again, we are using our colleagues from MoveBank, and we use the data they have been releasing in this study when they have 22 individuals, more than 13,000 points during specific migrations, and when we also detect a strong solar activity. So we can compare what happened in the migrations when we have a strong solar activity versus when we don't have it. So then this is just a representation of how you can actually measure. The 2 aspects we measured were the speed and the turning angle, so how fast they are doing and the time of direction they are taking. And then we compare when we don't have any geomagnetic storms and when we have geomagnetic storms. As you can see here from our data, only for these 22 individuals, we got some kind of disturbance, so we were really happy about detecting these kind of distortions in their migration. All these elements are integrated in an open source tool. It's completely built on Python, hopefully soon in R, because ecologists like R more than Python, but I'm not going to go into these details. And it's a completely documented tool. You can scan this QR code, and just if you have extra questions, I'm going to conclude with our extra challenge. We also wanted to expand GeoMagNeo. We currently have PhD working in this new challenge, for example, similar methods for a species that cannot be tracked, and obviously integrate new environmental conditions, and obviously working in this new type of research. Finally, just shout out to my colleagues, especially Urs Kadersma, who has been the researcher leading this field. Thank you very much, and sorry for taking so much time.
Thank you. I think in the interest of time and to give everybody a break and let our next group come in, we will not do any more questions, but let's thank the rest of all of our speakers one more time. And go get some coffee.
So for those interested in the next session, we will reconvene at past. So it gives you about 10 minutes of coffee break, but in this way we can catch up a little bit.
a variety of disturbances. As an example, here in this figure, we can see how during a heat wave, a very diverse forest can dampen the reduction in net primary productivity and the increase in sensible heat fluxes due to a variety of mechanisms, including the diversity in hydraulic traits that reduce the competition for water. Most of the studies confirming the role of forest diversity in promoting resilience are local scale studies or focused on very specific mechanisms, very specific disturbances of very specific species. So in our study, we wanted to understand the relationship between forest structural diversity and forest resilience of European forests. Forest structural diversity is a measure of the variability within the canopy structure and is anyhow interconnected with forest functional diversity, but most importantly can be easily controlled by forest management. So in order to measure forest diversity, structural diversity, we recur to metrics derived from JEDI LiDAR, from work from our colleague Marco Girardello, which is already in preprint in ESSD. We took three main metrics of forest structural diversity. The first one is an horizontal forest structural diversity, which is a measure of variability in canopy height. The second one is a vertical forest structural diversity, which is a measure of the evenness of the distribution of the vertical distribution of vegetation. And the third one is the forest structural diversity combined horizontal and vertical, which is a measure of the complexity of canopy substructure. To interpret later results, it is important to remember that the higher the metric and the higher the forest structural diversity. Resilience, so we know that forests are constantly undergoing small perturbation, and we can use this information to understand how they will respond to big disturbances and regime shifts. So we know that when a system is approaching a regime shift or a tipping point, the time series of its displacement from perturbation will show some very specific statistical properties, such as an increase in the temporal autocorrelation and increase in the variance. So we use two metrics to measure resilience. One is the restoration rate based on the lag1 temporal autocorrelation, which is more a measure of ecosystem memory, and the second one is a restoration rate based on the variance, which is more a measure of the ecosystem stability. The higher the restoration rate, the higher the resilience, because these metrics are taken in absolute value. So if we compare the restoration rate as they are, it is not possible to make actually assumption on the differences between resilience across space, because these metrics are strongly entangled with climate and environment. So if we plot the restoration rate in a climate space, we see a strong climatic pattern. So what we did was to train a random forest model in order to extract the forest structure diversity resilience relationship, controlling for confounding climatic and environmental factors. And we predicted each of the restoration rate metric with each of the forest structure diversity metric, including variables that were representing of the background climate and environment. So the main input of our random forest model were time series of the vegetation, the KNDVI, from 19 years time series of MODIS with an 8 days time step, of the climate, including temperature and precipitation, from ERA 5, again 19 years time series with an 8 days time step. These time series were detrended, deseasonalized, masked per growing season, and specifically masked for stable forest, and resampled to a resolution of about 5 kilometers. From these time series, we extracted for the vegetation the restoration rate, and for the vegetation the mean, and for the climate the autocorrelation, the climate variability, the mean, to be representative of the background climate. We also included static variables, of course, our structural diversity metrics, and topographic diversity, soil organic carbon content, forest cover, also masked for forest. And once the random forest model is trained, this allows to isolate the relationship that we want to look at that is not anymore climate dependent, and to get to our results. So the first set of results is the relationship, global relationship between forest structural diversity and resilience. So we studied the partial dependence of the forest structural diversity of the resilience on the forest structural diversity by controlling for all the model variables fixed, averaged across the space, and varying for forest structural diversity. So we obtained that to an increased forest structural diversity corresponds an increase in the restoration rate, and more specifically, this relationship is more important when we looked at the combined diversity, so the complexity in the canopy substructure rather than the variability in the canopy height. The same relationship stays valid, so a positive relationship when we look at it at the pixel level, so locally. So we have a positive relationship between forest structure diversity combined and the resilience for about 80% of the studied forest. And we also look at the relationship as a function of the temperature. So we have a two-dimensional partial dependence plot in the top plot.
where we can see that to an increased temperature correspond a decreased restoration rate, so a decreased resilience, unless we go increase the combined forest structure diversity. The same is illustrated separated by biogeographical region. In the bottom plot, we have the isolines of the resilience of the biogeographical region, the median condition of the biogeographical region. And from this plot, we can extract that compensating 1 degree short-term increase in the temperature will require a relative increase of 40% for the combined forest structure diversity. So the 3 concluding remarks is that we assessed that the relationship between forest structural diversity and the resilience of forests actually exists, and more forest structurally diverse forests are more resilient. And specifically, the canopy substructure complexity is way more important than the diversity in forest height. And this is very important for informing potential forest management practice, especially keeping in mind that in the near term, the complexity in the canopy can help buffering the reduction in the resilience due to warming. Future perspective could be an expansion of this study from European level to global, and starting to look at the resilience to specific extreme events such as drought, heat waves, and compound events. Also, this study has been already submitted, so hopefully you will be able to look at it in a paper soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfectly in time, so we have time for questions. Otherwise, I will ask a question. So why do you think that the vertical diversity is more important than the horizontal one? What could be a mechanism related to that?
It's actually not the vertical, but the combination of the vertical with the horizontal. So probably when it's only vertical, it more relates only to having trees all of the same age, while it's more spread across both horizontal and vertical. It includes more complex mechanism that includes foliage diversity, root depth diversity, phenological diversity. So we don't have the specific why, but we can expect that it's because of the substructure that it's more important rather than the height diversity, that maybe is more linked only to age diversity.
There is one question over there.
Thank you. How do you think the different forest types affect this relationship, and when you try to extrapolate to outside Europe, to a global scale, do you think there will be some particular challenges which will make it difficult to apply these principles there, especially in the tropics where the seasonality is very different?
Yeah, exactly. You already answered your question, because actually there is already a research saying that, for instance, in the tropics, these metrics of resilience do not work very well because of the absence of seasonality, and also it's very hard to find an index that properly capture because of saturation effects, so it is a challenge. So we don't really know if this might work in tropical areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause. Thanks.
So the next speaker is Antonio Ferraz from NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So my name is Antonio Ferraz. I'm from the Jet Propulsion Lab, which is a NASA center located in Los Angeles, California. The title of my talk is Monitoring Biodiversity Change to Guide Conservation Action Using AI and Satellite Time Series. So we all know by a fact that we are living a biodiversity crisis, and to address the challenges associated with that crisis, we do need global monitoring capabilities. So space agencies have been doing good progress towards those global monitoring capabilities, because in other ways we can list a large number of existing and upcoming satellite sensors that are relevant for biodiversity. However, many of us in this conference recognize this bottleneck between, in one side, massive amounts of data observations, on the other side, a large list of needs from the biodiversity community, including biodiversity data products required for effective decision making. So this work that I'll be presenting today is about a tool to help to convert those data observations into biodiversity data products. Of course, we won't solve this bottleneck, but hopefully we will contributing for this bottleneck to be a little bit more, wide open. And another detail here is that we start recently developing this tool. So today I will present more the concept, the idea, and some preliminary results as well. But this is something that we started developing recently. So in this slide, I would like to discuss the requirement of this tool to convert data observations into data products. But before, I would like to define biodiversity in this context, because we all know that monitoring biodiversity from space has a lot of potential, but also, serious limitations. So here we define habitat biodiversity at the ecosystem/community level. And habitat diversity is here defined, by its variability across space and time in structure, composition, and function. So the first requirement of our tool is to integrate multi-sensor data observations that are capable of capturing that very same structure, composition, and function of the habitats. The second one is that we need to do a better job integrating time series. So the remote sensing community have been focusing a lot in mapping spatial patterns. We need to do a better job in learning with time, with temporal trends and patterns. And there is now some AI models that can learn with time, which we'll be using in this tool. The third is that we need a tool that is adaptable to different biodiversity mapping activities the ones I list here in the slide. So what we really want to avoid is like a task-oriented, task-specific tool, because we know that the biodiversity community has a large range of needs in terms of requesting for different maps for their activities. So this is the general workflow of our tool that for now we are calling general purpose biodiversity model, just lack of a better naming. And coming from the left to the right, we are filtering, harmonizing satellite time series, multi-sensor time series, and integrate into this AI deep learning model that automatically self-learns and extracts spatial and temporal patterns at multi-scales, and these scales are predefined by ourselves. So in other words, we dig into a lot of data, and we kind of serve these pre-cooked spatial and temporal patterns that we expect are correlated and generalized well across all these tasks that I list there in the right. So these self-supervised models have been, used for different use cases. Here we are trying to tailor a solution for biodiversity monitoring and detecting change by bringing in satellite sensors and spatial and temporal scales we believe are related to monitor biodiversity. So all this is cool and nice, but to check on the added value of these models, we need to test how well they generalize across tasks. And currently, we are testing these two tasks there on the top. In the future, in the near future, we expect to team up with other teams with expertise and in situ data for calibration and validation to develop other maps, like, for example, species distribution. So a quick look into the two tasks we are currently testing. The first being a method to detect biodiversity change. We are calling anomaly detection. And here is pretty simple. We start by defining this baseline with the observed range of behaviors of an habitat. And then that is represented by the shaded area. And then we keep monitoring that habitat till we see a deviation from the observed range in the past, and we call for an anomaly. In the bottom, a completely different task where we are bringing in JEDI measurements to teach our model how to map and track height. So remember, our model is general purpose. It does need in situ data or reference data provided by the user to specialize in specific things like tracking and mapping height. Let's see, yeah. So some preliminary results over our between 15 and 2020 across our study area that for now is limited to the US Pacific region. And by the way, we are doing all these at 30-meter resolution. The outputs, the biodiversity maps are at 30-meter resolution because we think is a good trade-off between computational resources and a good spatial resolution to map biodiversity, habitat biodiversity. So I don't know how much you guys can see out from these maps, but there is a lot of things going on in there. And we are now, trying to refine what are the spatial and temporal scales that optimize the detection of anomalies in our region. But I would like to very quickly zoom in into a fire that occurred in California in 2018 on the left to show you that our anomaly detection is sensitive to disturbances within this gradient of burn severity gradients or range. On the right side, we also show that our height maps, they are sensitive to track changes across this very same burn severity gradient. So again, we have just preliminary results, but they indicate that our model generalizes well across these two tasks. In the future, we want to test more biodiversity, more downstream tasks. Namely, those are more challenging because some of these tasks, like mapping species distribution, are more challenging because we have a shortage of in situ data for calibration and validation. And then we also want to test the ability of our model to sense habitat resilience and also to sense the recovery trajectories following disturbance events like wildfires or droughts and others. So recommendations as requested by the organization. So I think we have here a huge opportunity because there is a lot of data coming down, huge amounts of fluxes of data coming down from space, and those fluxes will increase dramatically in the near future in new missions like NICER, SBG, LROS, and others. So this opportunity brings a big challenge because we can be really fastly swamped by data that no one will ever explore or learn from it. So two potential solutions here, one being having the biodiversity community, identifying these key universal biodiversity indicators to the space agencies who will be in charge of co-producing these data products in a consistent way. But I do believe that there is some key universal indicators we can generate in a centralized way, like for example forest structure being one of them. But we also know that these universal biodiversity indicators fall short for many folks that work on landscapes, and they need to calibrate these data products to their local needs. So a second potential solution is along the lines of the tool that I presented here today, because I think it moves a step forward to empower the community to do their own work by removing the burden of processing huge, massive data sets and providing these high-level products that people can understand and can leverage, or relatively easy leverage, to calibrate to their local and thematic needs. So anyway, either solution, I think it requires cross-disciplinary work between these communities and many others that are not there. And with that, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Antonio. We have time for a very quick question. One.
You're close to me, so thank you for the presentation. It was really neat. And you used the word baseline and the time series on that, right? And I was wondering if you can comment a little bit on how do you define baselines in a way that you can account or calculate resilience, right? So, like, your timeline, at least from the satellite observation, depending on the application, can go back to 72 with Landsat-1, which is an amazing data set available. So, why more and more, depending on the application, obviously, we're not going back to that? And why also, maybe because you're in a space agency here, why CNES doesn't really organize the SPOT historical data set as well from SPOT-1 to make this data as available as the Landsat time series for biodiversity, for example?
Yeah, I will respond shortly to the baseline and then we can discuss the other part about what space agencies should be doing to, provide information to to stakeholders, wind users. But for the baseline is a question that we keep always asking ourselves. And what we are doing is like to find out the baseline, like for example, the behavior of the last 5 years. It doesn't matter if it is a perfect condition, if the ecosystem is in a healthy condition or not. That's our baseline. And then we can detect anomalies out from there. It can be a positive anomaly, or can be, maybe anomaly is not the best word here, but it can be a positive anomaly or a second. We are trying to measure, shifts from the baseline state, which is the last 5 years, and we are only starting from 2015 because that's when we have Landsat, Sentinel-1. We can really do a good job by integrating multi-sensor observations. We would like to go back to the past, but we are focusing on having these multiple places between SAR, optical, and SIF observations, thermal, and others.
Thank you, Antonio. Please feel free to talk to him over lunch if you have more questions. So now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, David Coombs, who will be talking about evaluating the impacts of disturbance on forest carbon and structure across the wet tropics using near coincident JEDI shots.
Thank you. What a long title. I hope the talk's not quite so long. I'm presenting this talk, but Amelia, a PhD student currently finishing up her PhD, writing it at this moment in New York, is the person who did all the hard work, and another computer scientist. These two are computer scientists from Cambridge, Keshav, supervised this work as well, and we had help, Pat Burns from NASA and JEDI team. And so a little bit of this is published, and you can look at that afterwards, but I'm going to talk about the work she's currently writing up today. So over the last few years, we've massively improved how well we can detect disturbance from space. Disturbance is partial biomass loss from a forest, so that can be down to anthropogenic factors such as edge creation, fires, often in the understory, and something else, selective logging, that's the third one, and we know they're happening, and the latest satellite technologies are increasingly good at picking them up. This is something out of the JRC, the Tropical Moist Forest Map, annually picking up disturbances. Radar technologies are allowing almost real-time picking up of disturbance across the tropics now. So we can do that, but it's like a binary map. It's saying disturbance happens, so it doesn't happen. But what we haven't been able to do until now is combine it with structural information to see how structure is changing as this disturbance events happen. And so we've been working with this new amazing technology. Wow. So this is sitting on the space station, and it's JEDI firing down laser beams at the planet, bouncing off trees, and what you get is it's measuring the waveform of the forest from space. And so what you can see is the top of the forest height is measured, the leaf area index is measured, the structure is measured, and there's some indices of structural complexity already mentioned, and we're also getting the ground, and from that we can work out biomass and other variables. So this is an amazing product which has been rolled out for a few years. 2019, I think it started, and so we've just got billions of measures of forest structure from the tropics now. But what it's difficult to do with this is to monitor change using JEDI, and that's because it's a laser sampler. It's just picking out spots across the tropics and measuring what's happening in those spots. But it's not good for looking at changes over time. So what the clever thing my computer science friends have done is come up with methods for finding when just by chance you get a coincident shot happening. So it appears at lands on the same spot. And then they're using that JRC map saying, okay, there's a disturbance at this moment in time. We've got a JEDI shot before, we've got a JEDI shot afterwards, and so let's see what happens as a result of that disturbance we've detected in terms of the structure measured by JEDI. So that's the method. And so here's a map of the Amazon, well, South America. Zoom in on the Amazon, there we go. How many JEDI shots do you reckon we've got across the Amazon from 2019 to 2022? This is sort of a pre-lunch question. 100 million footprints, so 100 million measures of structure. Next one, how many do you think you have coincident, you can get these coincident shots where it's landed on the same spot. Nobody really wants to guess. 4 million. And how many of those do you think where you've got a disturbance measured in between, so you can look at the change in structure? We're down to a mere 13,000 measurements where you've got a disturbance and you can look at change. So in some ways, it's a tiny amount of that 100 million, isn't it? But 13,000 is actually a lot better than anybody's done before at looking at what happens to structure as a result of disturbance. So that's the general plan. Oh, I don't want that was showing you what I've just showed you. There's the coincident shots linked to disturbance there. And so Amelia's, this is the chapter she's just about finished now. She's used these data. We haven't got that many data. These are 150-kilometer polygons. They're quite coarse, but we're looking at disturbance. So this is megagrams of carbon per hectare. So averaged over in these for these footprints in these across the wet tropics. And you can see, whereas the binary map is saying there's disturbance or not, you're seeing quite a lot of variation across the tropics in amount of carbon change due to disturbance. And it's picking up very clearly the arc of deforestation in Brazil, where you've got tall forest turning into short forest, and that's very different to other parts of the world. So disturbance, as picked up from space, binary, this is very, very different when you start looking at structural change. And then you can scale that up to this is now total amount of disturbance across these different polygons. And what this is helping us do is refine these estimates, because before this paper, the estimates went from 20% of the carbon emissions compared with deforestation to 200%. So disturbance, nobody really knew how much of an effect it was having on emissions, but this is helping narrow the gap. I'm running out of time, I think. How many minutes have I got before I explain this carefully? Oh, I've got loads of time. Two, okay. 2 or 4, right. Okay. So what Amelia's also been working on is looking at structural complexity and how that changes as a result of these disturbances. And I probably haven't got time to go through this in great detail, but in the bottom right you can see just firstly how much biomass is lost by different types of disturbance. Red is the fire, appropriately, and you're seeing most biomass loss with that. The next one up, the blue, is selective logging, less biomass loss, and the green is edges of forests. And I don't think I can go through this in great detail, but just to say that the fire perhaps unsurprisingly is having a strong effect on not only biomass change, but also on the complexity of the forest. It's reducing the complexity of forests. And selective logging is actually in already very complex forests, because it's probably already happening and you're getting lots of variation in the forest already, and that's having some effect. Edges aren't having much effect at all, actually. Looking at disturbances picked up in edges, you don't see much change in structural complexity. And we think what's going on in this slide is actually all these disturbance processes are long-term, slow-moving disturbance processes. And so particularly edges, once an edge is being created, there's rapid change, but after that there's very slow change. And that's why we're not seeing the changes in structural complexity here. The really nice thing about using this data for the next step is that the JRC, with their annual disturbance product, have also come up with an optically based disturbance intensity index. So this isn't based on structural information at all. It's just optical, an index of how intense the disturbance was as picked up by optical. But we're actually finding it correlates very well with biomass loss from JEDI. So what this means is that we might be able to extrapolate really quite simply using optical remote sensing rather than going to anything more complicated with other structural things. Looking to the future, this is from a JEDI laser scanning perspective. There's going to be much better precision with JEDI coming very soon, or I think might have come soon. And in the future, there's going to be hopefully a whole new sensor system. And in between, there's lots of opportunities to improve the calibration of these things, because we still haven't got field measurements built into here. So to conclude, forest disturbance is not a binary event.
but a complex and ongoing process. Repeat JEDI footprints can help uncover these impacts, looking at spatiotemporal variation, effects on forest structure and structural complexity, and there's potential to use JEDI to validate or train these optical remote sensing products and to really understand disturbance globally. I will skip that one. So here's our three points. The first one is that I think we need to collect in situ data, and if there's missions like Pangaea or whatever getting funded in the future, I'm not looking at anybody in particular, if you're doing a LiDAR survey somewhere, have a little bit of money set aside, and if there's disturbances in the next 2 or 3 years, send out a team to those sites and actually quantify what that disturbance happened. So you can use individual-based mapping and then actually from the laser scanning and then quantify the disturbance afterwards. That would be a really good idea, I think. Integrate data from ESA biomass mission. Of course, I should put that in there as something we should be doing, and that's very exciting. Quantifying links between disturbance intensity from optical imagery and the carbon flux. I've already mentioned that one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. I need to defer questions to later. You used all your 4 minutes. But super interesting work. Thank you very much. And we'll look after disturbances and react. It's my pleasure now to welcome Nicole Rossini.
Thank you. So, good morning. My talk is about functional trait responses to draw in a temperate forest, insights from Earth observation perspective. So the main objective of this work was the evaluation of the spatio-temporal impact of the 2022 extreme drought on the forest of the Ticino Park by analyzing Sentinel-2 imagery from 2017 to 2022. We focus on drought because in the last decade, droughts become one of the major stressors to Earth system functioning and is projected to intensify both in frequency and intensity in the next years. In Western Europe and Mediterranean region, we experience a severe and prolonged drought with major socio-ecological impacts. And record-breaking negative values of the standardized precipitation evapotranspiration index were also recorded in northern Italy in August 2022. And this index indicates persistent low water availability, which was also affecting the forest in this region. Just a brief description of our study site. On the right-hand side of the slides, you can see the map of the Ticino Park with the forested areas that are highlighted in light green. The forest is a temperate mixed ecosystem, mainly composed by oak and hornbeam, along with a significant presence of invasive species and some coniferous trees in the northern part of the park. 2 intensive campaigns have been conducted in June and September 2022. And we measured leaf area index, leaf chlorophyll content, and leaf water content on about 50 elementary sampling units, sampling more than 200 trees. And at the same time, we also collected information about species composition of both the understory and overstory in a little bit higher number of study sites. And we used the composition of the overstory part to identify the main forest association, and we identify 10 main forest association, and we use the information about the understory to derive information that are related to the environmental condition of the parks, mainly related to nutrients and water availability. Here is our procedure that is somehow similar to the one that was discussed before with Antonio, so I think we are very in line with this work. So we downloaded 230 Sentinel-2 images, and we apply the Sentinel-2 biophysical processor to estimate leaf area index, canopy chlorophyll content, that is the product between leaf chlorophyll and LAI, and canopy water content, again the product between leaf water content and LAI. We then processed the raw plant functional trait maps, creating daily time series. So we apply some smoothing techniques, interpolation, and gap fill in order to obtain a continuous daily time series of the 3 functional traits that we were investigating. And we use these time series to quantify standardized daily anomalies, considering as a reference the average in the period from 2017 to 2022. And finally, we analyze the results using generalized additive model in order to understand from a statistical point of view how different forest type and environmental factors are related to the standardized anomaly values at plot level. Some results. So we quantify the retrieval accuracy of the 3 functional traits, comparing the results of the SNAP processor with our ground measurements. And we got quite good results in terms of predictive accuracy. So we were able to estimate quite well LAI and canopy chlorophyll content. And we also got satisfactory results for water content, even if with a little bit less accuracy and an overestimation of the average values compared to the ground measurements. Here there is an animation. As an example, I'm showing the anomaly maps in 2022 of the canopy chlorophyll content. And as you can see, the functional trait anomaly map can provide high-resolution information of the areas of the forest where we observed a decrease or an increase of the trait value compared to the baseline that was computed from 2017 to 2022. And this allowed to identify the most affected areas in the park. But if we look more into details at 3 specific periods, I'm showing here a map that corresponds to June, the central one, August, and the last one to October. So we selected these 3 dates because correspond at the really beginning of the stress condition, the peak, and the recovery at the end of the season. Here, just for clarity, I'm showing only values that are characterized by an anomaly of lower than -0.2. So as you can see, in June, we have a moderate stress condition. So we have some pixels in the park that were affected by drought condition, but still the drought was not that severe. And if you look at the histograms on the bottom part, you can see that the median value of the anomaly is around 0, and we have a quite symmetric curve around the 0 values. But if we move to August, we can see an increase in the number of pixels affected by drought. So we see an intensification of drought both in terms of intensity, but also on the spatial distribution. And this is confirmed also by the histograms. So you can see that we have a huge increase of negative values, and also the shape of the histograms change and is more skewness. You can see skewness towards the lower values. And then the last map is related to what we observe in October, and you can see the number of pixels and also the values decrease. So this is somehow can suggest that the forest was recovering, but we have to keep in mind that we are in a deciduous forest. So probably also the values are getting more close to 0 because of the natural fall of leaves in October. So it's not very easy to understand changes related to the natural phenological cycle or changes related to drought. But in the northern part, we see really a lot of negative values. So we can be quite sure that in that region, we still have quite severe stress conditions. So forests were not recovering at the end of the season. So I can go a little bit faster. So we then analyze different response of forest association to drought, identifying some specific Sentinel-2 images, and in the graph you can see the variability of the anomalies in correspondence of the 63 sites that were characterized on the field. And the results that we show on the left are also confirmed by the statistical analysis, and that evidence that the deviance explained increases with the progression of summer because of the increase in diversification of anomalies, response between different forest associations. And we can clearly distinguish forest associations that were showing more severe decline, as for example pine and black cherry, while other forest types show a very mild response, like for example all the hygrophilic black alder, chestnut, and so on. And including also information about environmental condition, we notice that elevation is also one of the factors that is significantly influencing the forest spectral response to stress. So concluding, the analysis of the Sentinel-2 time series allowed to identify anomalies related to water stress. GANS revealed that the response to droughts depends on species ecology and local environmental conditions. So we think that with Earth observation data, we can effectively provide information that can support forest monitoring. Just a few more words about future work and priorities in our opinion. So we think that the integration of multiple sensors and data streams can help to provide information really that can increase our understanding of resilience to disturbances, and also a scalable approach in space and time can help to better understand dynamic change from local to global scales. We are already addressing some of these points in a project that is called EO4 Resilience that was recently founded by ESA. And we are working on this with the University of Zurich, with Maria in particular, that is here in the audience. And the idea is to propose innovative Earth observation-based biodiversity indicators incorporating data coming from the next hyperspectral imaging spectroscopy CHIME mission and the SAR data from the ROSEL ESA mission. So thanks a lot for the attention, and this was my last one.
Thank you very much, Mikkel. In the interest of time, we have to move on. Please address questions to her later. And it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Rui Shi, who is going to talk about towards mapping ecosystem resilience from space.
Thank you, Fabio, for introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Rui. I'm a PhD student from the University of Twente. It is my great pleasure to be here to share our recent research. So today I'm going to talk about a biochemical trait that has been rarely quantified, but is critical for the plant defense and ecosystem resilience. The focus will be on how we use the next generation imaging, spaceborne imaging spectroscopy to reveal the spatial variation of these biochemical traits across the European forest landscapes. So as you know, there are two major categories of plant biochemicals. The primary biochemicals has been the center of the remote sensing-based biodiversity assessment because of their essential role in the plant growth and reproductions. But today, with this presentation, I want to draw attention a little bit to the secondary biochemicals, which is in much lower abundance compared to the primary ones, but it still plays very important roles for plant physiology and ecosystem functioning. Specifically, we are talking about plant phenolics, which is the most important non-structural carbon constituent, which has also been proposed as one of the EBV candidates. The phenolics are recognized as a major chemical deterrent to the herbivores to protect the plants from defoliations, and also it can protect the plants from the environmental stressors such as the heavy metal toxicity and air pollutions and the photo damage, etc. The plant phenolics play a crucial role in many ecosystem functionings. So as the foliage layer, as we introduced in the previous slide, that the plant phenolics can defend against the herbivory and the pathogens, but in the understory layers, plant phenolics are also involved in many processes, such as tanning the subgroup of the phenolic compounds. They can regulate the leaf litter decomposition and nutrient cyclings, and these consequences will further impact the soil microbiome communities and its functioning. And moreover, this biochemical group also degrade soil against the roots of other plants, so-called the chemical warfare, to gain the resources competing from the with other plants. So it is important to monitor the plant phenolics through space and time to promote our understanding in the ecosystem functioning and resilience. So the basis of this work is based on is a previous study that we have, where we have shown that the leaf spectroscopy can be successfully used to predict the phenolic content in the temperate fresh leaves. And we have obtained very good modeling results with these 1.6 micrometer features contributing to the model predictions. Well, these leaf level studies are usually point-based, so we want to upscale to a larger level to characterize this variation across landscapes. So luckily we have these imaging spectroscopy techniques, which has a couple of continuous bands to characterize canopy properties. So the question of our aim is to evaluate whether this imaging spectroscopy can be used to map the canopy phenolic content across a European temperate forest. The study site is Bavarian Forest National Park, which is dominated by the Norway spruce and the European beech, and it has been subjected to multiple stressors in the recent decades, for example, the bark beetle attacks and recently the heat waves. In 2021, we have conducted a field work to collect samples from the sunlit top of canopies, and the stratified sampling approach was used based on dominant species. And the Prisma data was used in our study. We did not get the entire scene of the cloud-free image over our study site, but we are lucky that we have this cloud did not cover too much of our sample plots that we can use for our modeling. This study will specifically focus on the total amount of the phenolic compounds and the tannin. We modified a protocol based on the literature, and this figure shows the critical steps that involved in the wet chemistry analysis. I will not go through all these details, but if you are interested, please check these two references at least here. To model the relationship between the spectral data and the phenolic compounds, we used the partial least square regressions, which is a widely used approach. By doing this, we can also later on compare our results with our studies. And to better understand the model, we calculated the variable important projections to understand which spectral bands are more related to the phenolic compounds. And we also examined the expressions of phenolics and how these different forms affect our model performance. So here is the quick, the left panel is a quick overview for the model performance. As you can see that the Prisma data can predict total phenol and tannin, both of them with with reasonable accuracies. With the foliar area-based phenolics have a little bit stronger correlation compared to the other ones. And if we have a closer look into have a deeper look into the models, we can find that these informative wave bands for phenol in the upper and the tannin in the lower panels are very similar. And also these informative bands overlapped with a couple of known features as denoted in the vertical green lines. And however, in this, at the satellite level, we observed the contribution of this 1.6 micrometer is not as pronounced as the one we observed at the leaf level. Probably the models used the correlations between phenolics and other biochemical groups to predict generate predictions. Using this spectroscopy model, we applied the model to map to the Prisma image over test sites to map the phenol distributions. As you can see, this test site has a very highly structural complexity. Well, despite this heterogeneity, our data and model still successfully captured the interspecies variations of phenolic compounds. And higher phenol values predominantly found in the transitional zones and the conifers. However, because of the rather coarse resolution of the Prisma data, it's hard to capture the variations for the small forest patches. In the next, we further to get understanding of how good our the model performance for the spaceborne level. We adopted our model for the airborne level using average data. We mapped again these variations over the test site. The average data achieved higher model accuracy as expected because it's more band and finer resolutions, but the spatial pattern showed for this test site was rather consistent across these two platforms. And also the predicted values, Prisma and resampled average showed reasonable agreement with each other, as well as the data distributions. And because of the final resolution, the average better captured the intra-species variations for the phenolics compared to the Prisma. And this agreement between these two levels of sensors also indicate intercompatibility of the sensors that we can use to enhance the utility of different hyperspectral data for phenolic retrieval. So here we show a very simple demo by mapping the variation of phenol in relation to two leaf economic spectrum traits. It's called the leaf mass area and nitrogen, related to the plant structure and the plant photosynthetic growth, respectively. And as you can see that in the bottom two plots, a clear trade-off patterns can be observed. But if you look at the structures, the relationship between the phenolics with leaf mass area and nitrogen, these covariations is not quite consistent. For example, in RU1, we show a positive correlation between the defense traits and the leaf mass area, but this became negative when it came to the nitrogens. And for the zoom number 2, these observed patterns kind of diminished. So by showing these trait covariations, it is obvious that the variation of phenol is not always unconditionally associated with other functional traits, which means that there is a new insight of this biochemical group that can be used in the ecosystem monitoring. So to conclude this presentation, for the next step, we are going to generalize our models in a wider range of the species, and which is a critical step towards the global phenolic mapping. And we will also explore the utility of these existing and also future spectrometers to promote the synergetic use of these instruments. And for the recommendations, we think it's necessary to develop a standardized protocols for the phenolic measurement to ensure our results are reliable and the models are comparable and reproducible. Also, our study showed a template for how to use Earth observation data to map the phenolics, defensive traits, and this should be incorporated into the trait-based ecological studies. And also acknowledging the important roles of phenolics, it should be act as a proxy of ecosystem resilience. Therefore, try to model their dynamics along with other functional traits to understand the plant response to the environmental stressors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rui. We unfortunately have to move on. So the next speaker will be Jakob Nyström from Uppsala University.
Oops. All right, thank you very much. So I'm here to talk about some of our ongoing work around the challenges of broad-scale biodiversity intactness estimation, which is not an uncontroversial topic, judging by some of the discussions here. So there's currently, as we heard in the plenary this morning, quite a high demand for data products that show the state of nature, state of biodiversity in relation to anthropogenic pressures. So, for instance, here we can look at the Biodiversity Intactness Index global heat map of sort of species community intactness, which is one of those well-known products. And there are multiple use cases, like just measuring the state of biodiversity, as in the IPBES report, monitoring targets, but also quantifying corporate impacts. So what are we really talking about when we say biodiversity intactness? It's looking at, take site A, for instance, here, which is a cropland site, and we try to compare that to some primary vegetation reference site, in this case, site C. And we try to find, like, how does things like relative abundance and compositional similarity correlate with different anthropogenic pressures. And in the case of the BII and GloBio and other such models, we try to do this on very big scales, so global scales, and across different species groups. So obviously requires a lot of simplification, but the question that we were asking ourselves is, how well can such models actually predict on unseen data? So this is a key gap in the current literature, that these model-based indicators of intactness haven't really been tested for predicted performance. So that's one big question. And then, are there approaches that would generalize better and perhaps are more spatially more granular? So as one case study, we looked at the BII, which is one of the leading indicators, and we re-implemented their alpha diversity, so kind of at the site level, looking at abundance. And we used the same data set, so PREDICT, which is a very structured database. In this case, almost 700 studies and 27,000 sampling sites. So we do have quite a lot of data, but as many people have mentioned before, there's also lots of biases in this data in terms of geography and taxonomic scope. And that will kind of come back and bite us a little bit in the next slides. So if you look at in-sample predictions using the BII model, it looks pretty good. I mean, it is noisy, but again, we're dealing with a very heterogeneous data set of species populations, but there's a clear correlation between predicted and observed values. So this is the same kind of information used for predictions as the model had during training. However, when we do out-of-sample predictions, it looks much worse, and basically all of the relationship between predictions and observations disappears. We have this very flat line in terms of how we're predicting. So why do we have this lack of generalization, and is there anything we can do to improve it? Well, one limitation of this model, which is kind of an archetype for how many of these models are done, is that it is a linear mixed model. Maybe some of you are familiar with that, but it really looks at the studies, so the study ID and the spatial block ID in its random effect structure. So it's like an explanatory model that gives us some understanding of how anthropogenic drivers impact biodiversity and sort of in relation to each other, but it doesn't really work as a predictive model, because those random effects tied to a study ID, block ID, we can't use them for predictions, because if we take a random site somewhere in the world, obviously it doesn't have a study ID. So those are some limitations, and we've started to explore, can we do something which is better? So we played around with Bayesian hierarchical models, but more importantly, we changed hierarchy of that model to a biogeographic hierarchy, which is more generalizable, right? Because that information we actually do have for unseen sites as well. And we also included some new predictors in the model. But then we kind of ended up in this bit of a rabbit hole, which we're currently a bit stuck in, so we'd love to discuss this over the lunch break. Is like, how do we actually evaluate these models, but also more generally, like any kind of ecological model, also STMs, in a way that really gives a fair view in light of how you actually want to use it. So what is the objective of the model, if it's doing prediction on a national level, like, or a global level? And we want to simulate the model accuracy on these new unseen sites and try to approximate. So the gold standard here would be ground truthing by collecting new data. That's very costly, especially when you're working at this scale. So can we try to approximate it? But there are some challenges. So we tested a number of different approaches. So standard cross-validation, just random sampling, which represents some kind of interpolation in well-sampled areas. But then there's a question, how well do findings or predictions actually generalize across studies? So if we can only learn from sub-studies and predict on others, like how does that work out? But also environmental and spatial cross-validation to really stress test the model. So I guess at this point, I've been talking a lot about things. I guess you want to see some results. So unfortunately, they're not great. So if we look at the training data, of course, our model, which is in orange here, it's not as good because it's more general. So we have this more general hierarchical structure. We don't use the studies and the site IDs. Then if we compare that to standard cross-validation, it actually looks like the model is generalizing quite well. So we don't lose that much in performance in training versus out-of-sample predictions. However, this is a bit of a mirage because remember, this data is relatively biased in terms of taxonomic scope. Some studies are really large, other studies are just 2 sites, 3 sites. So if we do the cross-validation split, so how we divide our training and test data, on the study level, it looks much worse. And the same when we cluster sites according to spatial and environmental patterns. So definitely more work to be done. So open question, which I'd love to discuss, is given the data we actually have today, can we build good enough predictive models for this purpose? And there's more work that we want to do around testing. So how do we actually do this cross-validation? Trying just feed the model more data, try to find more diverse data, perhaps combining top-down and bottom-up approaches, so something like STMs. And then some recommendations just to wrap up, more wish list perhaps. So I think there's a need for massive standardized biodiversity data collection using really scalable methods like eDNA. And then another thing which is really important when you're training machine learning models like this is quite long time series of high resolution land use, land cover data, habitat condition maps, and so on. So, yep, thanks all for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Jakob. We actually have time for a question.
Wow.
I ask a quick question. Yes. How do you think about the possibilities to integrate process-based models and statistical models, or maybe use some ecological relationships to improve generalizability?
I think that's a great question, and it is something that we have been thinking about. Because I think there's obvious limitations to both data-driven, or like machine learning models, and process-based models. They both have pros and cons. And I think there could be a strength of trying to combine them to get more realistic predictions overall. So yeah, it's a good point.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tobias Landmann, and he will be talking about the framework for insect-based biodiversity intactness monitoring and reporting in Africa.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tobias Landmann, and I'm from the International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology, which is in Nairobi, Kenya. And today I was glad that Jakob talked about intactness, so I don't have to say a lot. But again, my topic is intactness of biodiversity. And in this case, this is part of some ongoing work we are going to present on an indicator that we developed to monitor intactness across Africa. It's based on another indicator we developed to monitor biodiversity status, also using insects. That's already published. So this is basically reporting on some ongoing work. Yeah, so why insects? Well, insects are the most abundant group, as we know, so it's kind of a no-brainer. They occur in all sort of climate zones right across the world, and luckily enough for us, they can be used as indicator species because they are highly sensitive to environmental change, and that also has to do their suitability with their short life cycle and long sort of lifespan. They are sensitive to a whole range of, let me say, human impact drivers or impact factors, and because they occupy microhabitats, they are scale appropriate in time and space. Another thing important to note is that we as humans, we depend a lot on ecosystem services offered by insects. For instance, pollination. Our fruits depend on pollination, and pest and diseases control depend on natural enemies in the agroecological landscape. There is also, recent calls even by looking at halfway where we are in some of the biodiversity targets, such as Aichi, the ones from the CBD, but also the Kumen-Montreal network. There is more and more calls for indicators, but indicators are not the same. So basically what the community needs is an indicator that is consistent over time and space. The model is understandable and even understandable by policymakers. It's an easy to replicate method, and it takes cognizance of local and regional and global treaties or scales to be able to unbiased and cohesive measure something and give information to policymakers. As you see here by the Aichi goals, the ones that this particular indicator is useful for is the number 12, which is preventing extinction, and also number 14 on ecosystem services. So there, again, when looking at insects, we're looking at very specific ecosystem services such as pollination. So we came up with this very simple indicator. Basically, insect-based biodiversity intactness is equal to the current diversity of the assemblage of insects divided by the potential. And that you basically weight by the A variable, which is the sort of area of the land cover under K. And you can do this and for any kind of taxon, any kind of scale, so the indicators automatically aggregate, you can aggregate it to any sort of spatial or administrative unit you want. And it's valid in here in this formula, basically the J is the ecosystem and the I is the taxon. So all this is the indicator basically needs is the basic species richness at a given point or space if you're comparing it to a reference area in space, and the impact matrix. So how did we do that? Well, basically we used big data, as many people have been talking about big data. So to predict the diversity for the current situation, we used several databases. So all in all, we're able to collate data or normalized data for about 15,000 species. Those were mostly dragonflies, butterflies, beetles. Those are the species most indicative of global change or environmental change conditions. So the databases we used are the usual suspects, so iNaturalists, GeneBanks, then we used our own data sets. We had a data set on edible insects, and those happened to be the groups that were relevant to us. Then as predictor variables, we used spectral features from ESA satellites data, Sentinel-2. Then, of course, the infamous tree cover density data sets and climate predictors. So a whole ensemble of spatial relevant ecological variables that we process for the whole continent. But the problem is not the current biodiversity. The problem is the potential biodiversity going back 20,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago, for argument's sake. So we used the map by Hengel et al. Here you can see 2018. It's a habitat map, freely available. And it uses a series of long-term climate and endemic variables to basically predict historical potential habitats. And each of these habitats, you can then, using a lookup table that you do yourself, give an insect diversity score between 0 and 1. So basically, in our case, we used a range, and these ranges we got from literature values by abstracting papers and reports, and also basically interviewing experts. So the result you can see here, which is our new results just arrived last week. So basically, the green areas are areas where the ecosystems are highly intact, using, as I said, insect as the main sort of driver bit for proxy for biodiversity in this case. So, and the red areas you see are basically areas where the intactness is highly impeded. So you have areas here around Ghana and also Nigeria go to Senegal, and here going across to Ethiopia, and also here the Great Lake Basin, where basically there's a lot of intactness which is infringed because of various drivers. So just by looking at other reference information, we could see it was pollution, it was land use intensity, it was deforestation, and so on. So this is an example how we could extract the data, insect-based biodiversity intactness, expressed as a percentage here for two different contrasting countries. So if you look at Namibia over here, you see, okay, the average intactness is about 78 in the histogram. And then you look at, compared to a country like Senegal, where the intactness is pretty low, you can already see that, okay, there's different land use policies, different drivers behind these patterns. And also, you can use the data set to report on intactness on a country-specific level. And that helps policymakers, of course, make the relevant decisions. But how do we know that the intactness indicator is robust? Well, what we did, we basically extracted random pixels for different climate zones, so semi-arid, semi-humid, humid, and then we compared the intact areas, high biodiverse areas, to degradation or high land use intense areas. And then we actually compared it to the local biodiversity intactness index, which has recently become available, but this is based on vertebrate taxa, so as a reference data set. And what you can see is quite interesting is that in our case, the intactness is very distinct, somewhat robust over the different climate zones, but they are closer together than this one over here, which is the reference, and that we think is because certain zones within transformed highly agroecological landscapes, such as gallery forest, wetlands, bogs, waterways, are very important for some of these species. So they harbor a lot of biodiversity that may be underestimated if you don't use insects. And interestingly enough here, this is agroforestry around a very intact tropical rainforest. So that also goes to show that agroforestry is a good maintainer of biodiversity intactness. So I'm already at my last slide. So what does this indicator offer? Well, we think that because we're replicating a very fine gradient across Africa on a large scale, it's very suited to look at Africa's unique conditions and biodiversity. Because we're looking at local scale microhabitats, insects live in microhabitats, and they're available everywhere or go even in the arid zones, we can use the indicator to bring together local scale decision makers and connect that with global sustainability goals. And lastly, because we're looking at agroforestry systems, some important agroecological zones, and also important ecosystem functions and services, we can say, okay, this indicator can be used to promote nature-positive farming, so more integrated farming, or agroforestry can be a way to maintain agroforestry sites as opposed to total clearing them, and maintain biodiversity and ecosystem services in the long run. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tobias. We have time for one question over there in the back. On this side.
Thank you very much. Jan-Erik Petersen, European Environment Agency. I want to approach this from an ecological perspective. It also relates to the previous presentation, or maybe the one before, I was outside. The baseline. What is nature? What did it look like? because we know that humans have modified the megafauna, the vegetation through burning, fire management in Australia. So really, what is the natural ecosystem type? And I ask that because you pointed out there is land use types that still maintain a lot of ecological diversity. We also have some of those on the Annex 1 of the EU Habitats Directive. These are among the most species-rich habitats on Earth. So how do you, it's a separate discussion, but I wanted to bring it up. This is a relevant point. What's the baseline for what state we want to get back to? And is it just what was natural vegetation, or is it a representation of the species assemblage that we found in the natural vegetation, if it ever was natural?
Okay, so thank you for that question. So from my perspective, coming from Africa, I would not say we want to come back to the original state. I think we have to deal with what we have and try to find ways of, sustainably using the land intensively, but in a sustainable fashion. So, for example, we will never try to protect all the species or all the original vegetation composition, but we can get close with some of these systems, and this is exactly what we found. So we found agroforestry, we found the wetlands to be just as valuable as forests. So, and that already provides a directive for institutions such as yours, where there's hardly any information that's comparable throughout the climate zones to say that these small habitats do provide ecosystem services. So I think when we come to the baseline, it's more of a broader discussion, and it also depends on how you define the baseline. So in our case, this was just the potential habitats because we don't have anything else. But in other cases, it might be going back to ecosystem services provision baselines, whereby the nature-based solutions would provide a certain level of ecosystem services that you would want to get to.
Thank you very much, Tobias. And thank you also for touching upon a taxa that has been rarely discussed in this conference yet. Thank you. So the next and last presenter of this session is Joaquim Estopinan. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking with me at the very end of the session. So I'm Joachim, and from the University of Grenoble, and I'm going to introduce you a method called synthetic controls that we are going to test to see if it can help to attribute changes observed in biodiversity, and that could be due to landscape modifications. So first, a bit of context. So we've been monitoring biodiversity losses across scales with increasing amounts of data from the global scale up to the very local scale with eDNA. But what is quite hard is linking these losses to the actual processes that are causing them. So the question would be, how can observed and large-scale biodiversity changes can be actually attributed to the processes that are at play and that we are monitoring across scales, because correlation is not always necessarily causation. So here we can also say that in ecology, thanks to small-scale experiments, we have already gathered a considerable amount of knowledge on biodiversity processes and functions, but these relationships do not necessarily hold across scales because they are at large scale. Other factors coming at play that were controlled for at small scales, but that are actually numerous and very heterogeneous at large scale. So that's why maybe looking at the methods from causal inference could be interesting to try to disentangle and measure the impacts of variables across scales on remote sensing products. So now, here is the biodiversity dataset that I will be using on a case study. So it's the temporal monitoring of common birds in France. It is a standardized CON protocol that has been running since the beginning of the 2000 years. And so these are 4 kilometer square plots that are monitored across France according to a random draw, which allows to draw curved abundances of the different bird specialization groups. And we want to test if changes of land cover are actually impacting such monitoring protocol. So we have to align some land cover projects on these bird square plots, and we'll be using this project that is based on Landsat imagery because it covers our almost 20-year time period. So here is the view at the global scale, and it actually covers our time periods, so we can extract time series. For instance, here, once we have aligned this land cover project, we can detect, applying landscape metrics, if some changes occur. So first, by computing the landscape metrics on an annual basis, and after we're looking at the difference from 1 year to the next one. So here, hopefully, you can see that with the red arrow, actually, the urban class increased suddenly because of the construction of a boat terminal at that place next to the Rhine River. And so the question now is, in these plots that we have identified to be impacted by student changes, land cover changes, are the bird diversity metrics actually impacted, and how do we test it? So we're trying to use the method called synthetic controls and its variants. It's actually a family of methods from the field of econometrics, where they have a long tradition of using such causal inference methods. And here is an article presenting so this method more in the context of remotely sensed land cover changes. And what it does, basically, it's trying to isolate and test so the effect of an abrupt change, here the land cover change, on an outcome variable, our bird abundances. And how does it so? It's by trying to reconstruct what would have happened if the change had not occurred, which is called the counterfactual scenario. And we reconstruct this scenario by looking at all the places that are similar on every aspect to the impacted sites, but the land cover change. So back to our student urbanization case study. Here are in red the places that where we have detected student urbanization. And here is one of them where in 2012 a railroad construction took place. Hopefully you can see it with the red arrow once again. And we want to fit actually a combination of the potential controls, so the blue dots that have enough absorption, and the method will fit a linear combination that is similar to the treated sites in terms of the outcome variable, but also in terms of the provided covariates that we want to make sure they are not biasing our results. We want to make sure that if we detect any effect of the land cover change, it's actually due to the land cover and not maybe variations of bioclimatic conditions or some other confounders that we have not included in the study. And we're fitting this combination from the levels of these covariates and the outcome variable before the change, so in the green period here. And here is some preliminary results where we applied a variant of such method, so the augmented synthetic control method, where we do reach a good pretreatment fit between our linear combination, so the synthetic control in dotted line, and our treated site, so still the railroad plot. Thanks to that, we can measure the causal effect, or the estimated effect after the abrupt change, so after the dotted blue line. But here we have a very good pretreatment fit, but we can wonder if we are not actually overfitting the tendency, the trends. And so to test this, we can apply placebo tests to see if our effects are actually robust enough. So now back to change detection. We wanted to try a method not relying on the land cover products, but directly on Landsat raw data. Maybe because we don't want to rely on the typology of land cover products, or we're targeting time resolution thinner than the annual products here. And we're targeting maybe habitat degradations that are thinner and not included in the land cover typology once again. So we extracted the time series of the raw imagery once again, and used a foundation model to extract features of the penultimate layer of the model that are hopefully capturing the characteristics of the imagery still at the level of the square plots. And finally, we are clustering them to see if the cluster align with the land cover that we first detected with the land cover products. So this is ongoing work, and we have a relatively good recovery rates for now. Let's see how it goes later. So to conclude, we can detect land cover changes both from land cover projects or from our clustering of the remote sensing foundation model embeddings or multispectral imagery. And the basic synthetic control method actually requires quite long time series and stable outcomes. So we're going to continue to explore variants of the method that are actually between the matching method, which are space for time methods, and the synthetic control method to accommodate shorter time series that we often have with biodiversity data. And working with the bird specialization group level, we could not identify for now significant effects across our bird plots, but we're looking at different biodiversity metrics, for instance, working at the level of the species to disentangle the different dynamics that are taking place. And finally, the recommendation asked by the organizers, I will cite only the first one, being that evaluate policy implementation with counterfactual modeling could actually help a lot to see what is effective or not. So I think it would be a good direction. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Joachim. We have time for one quick question before lunch. If there is no other questions, I would like to close this session and thank all the speakers again. We had some really interesting talks and also a little bit to think about. For example, how do we define the baseline, or how do we understand and interpret anomalies in time series and changes? With that, I'd like to thank everyone, and let's give another round of applause to all the speakers.
Yes. If you can. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I think it's, there we are. All right, hello, everyone. Thanks for making it back from lunch. This is a workshop. You can see the title here. We're focusing on uncertainty in the context of integrating field observations with remotely sensed products. If you want to grab this QR code, it will be a few times throughout the presentation, but we have a very simple website set up for this workshop, which has the summary and some of the objectives and links to a Google Doc in particular that we're going to use. This is a workshop we're going to talk for, well, I'll go over the agenda in just a moment. I want to introduce the organizers of this workshop who are here in the front. We have a kind of a wide array of interests and expertise, all the way from the field data collection up to the use, application, and sharing of biodiversity products. And so throughout the process of developing this workshop, we were kind of going back and forth a lot on the relevance of uncertainty in particular, which is something we haven't heard that much about over the course of the week so far. So here's the basic structure. We have 2 sessions for this with a coffee break in the middle. Each session is about an hour and a half. So right now we're in this introduction, which is hopefully only going to be about 30 minutes long. After that, we're going to start asking things of you. We're actually going to break into breakout groups of your choosing and discuss and debate a few questions that we're going to give you. And I'll explain that more in a moment. After the coffee break, we'll come back. The groups will sort of report back to the room, and hopefully we'll have a good dialogue. So we're hoping for a very interactive session here today. So to provide a sort of foundation for what we're talking about, throughout the course of this week, there's been lots of talk about the demand for biodiversity products and the relevance of remote sensing and Earth observation in the development of those products. And this ranges from conservation goals like GBF, land management agencies making decisions about fire and conservation and park location, sustainability reporting, so things related more on the business side, nature-related finance. All these different parties and many more have need for various kinds of biodiversity and nature-related data products. And most of these products, as we've seen throughout the course of this week, somehow involve remote sensing. Many of them also involve somehow incorporating some kind of field or water in situ observation, some kind of observation that's not, from above, typically requiring a human in the field. Sometimes it's an automated sensor of some sort. But we seldom actually talk that much about uncertainties. And there's this kind of tension between wanting a product that's just really good and maybe, just not really talking about how much we don't know about that process. But as we move into an era where these products are being used to make real decisions, with real on-the-ground decisions or finance decisions, it's critical that we have this conversation and try to understand, get better at, and communicate the various sources and levels of uncertainties throughout this workflow. So for the purposes of today, we're going to talk about in situ data in all of these categories. You've seen examples of them throughout the week. Individual research projects, so we've seen a few of those. Someone has an individual study, they collected their own field data, they asked a site-specific question, interesting results. Very useful, often difficult to generalize. We have networks of long-term ecological research, both in Europe, Australia, China, Australia, North America. Many countries, parts of Africa have long-term monitoring programs, typically funded through some government, sometimes foundation sources, to maintain field observations through time. Some of these are designed specifically for integration with remote sensing, but many of them were not. They were set up for other purposes, but we've been kind of using them as possible to do that incorporation. Then there's another category of data, which we've labeled here aggregators or infrastructure. This includes things like GBIF, we've heard some about this week, eBird, iNaturalist, other citizen science kinds of data, which also typically were not collected for any kind of direct integration, but we use them all the time. Then we have the BOND framework, which is fantastic. I included the workflow there on the right, which is specifically sort of designed to use the data that's available, sometimes collect new data to feed into these pipelines so that we can produce good biodiversity products. And then the last category, which may or may not be familiar to you, is one of field campaigns. So a field campaign here I'm defining as a targeted, time-bound, and systematic data collection initiative. So these, in the United States, actually, NASA has a long history of funding in situ data collection with this idea of identifying there's something we don't understand how we're measuring or if we're able to measure it using remote sensing. So let's get people together at a particular time in a particular place and have a sort of structured data collection operation that's bigger than an individual scientist. It's more of a community effort. So just two of these I'll highlight here. On the left, we have the SHIFT campaign, which took place a couple of years ago in California, where they collected weekly imaging spectroscopy. So this is similar to the kind of data that we'll be able to get, in months to years and out, depending on which sensor we're looking at, to address questions around how much does that temporal variability affect the signal that we're seeing. We're used to that with multispectral, things like MODIS, Landsat, Sentinel, but not so much experience with that at regional to global scales with imaging spectroscopy. And then on the right, we have another campaign that was designed more to fill in spatial gaps. So this one took place in 2023. Many of the group here was involved with it. Was the NASA Bioscape campaign in South Africa, which is a region that has not had much of this kind of research. So it was sort of a spatial exploration and also looking at different aspects of biological diversity that typically are not included in this kind of campaign. So things like environmental DNA, acoustic modeling, or acoustic monitoring of birds, amphibians, and insects. If you're interested in that, there's the link there, bioscape.io. So we have all these different kinds of data. We have a desire to produce these regional to global products. So what we thought we would do in this workshop is focus all of your bright minds on this question of what do we know, what's the current state of the art about the uncertainties of the processes of integrating that in situ to satellite observations. So when you're joining those two things together, what's the current state of the art? What do we know? What do we understand? What are the biggest sources of uncertainty? That's the first question. And then the second question is what can we do better? What are the next steps? What are the priorities? What could we invest in? If you were thinking as a program officer or a space agency, what are the things that we should be putting money into in order to reduce these uncertainties if in fact you think they're a problem? So again, here's the link to the website. Now what we're going to do is switch over to Karsten, who's going to give us an introduction of what we mean by uncertainty.
Yeah. Hi. Wow. Yeah, so uncertainty is a very loaded term, so I would like to just have a few words on what we mean by that. And maybe start with an acknowledgement like there's all types of uncertainties. I'm not even going to start to go into all this stuff. I'm sure you're familiar with many of these in one way or the other. Now, one issue is there are not only many different types and sources of uncertainty, but there are uncertainties that are randomly distributed, and that's okay, but in many cases, of course, these uncertainties are non-randomly distributed, and that typically causes bias in some application. And just as an example here, this is, you see basically the historical completeness in different world regions of the Landsat data record against a hypothetical complete Landsat data record in terms of the images that are not obstructed by clouds or haze or that are not lost because a ground station didn't function and things like that, right? And because there are extreme unevennesses in these patterns, these gaps actually propagate into bias in changes inferred from derived products, right? And that's a problem because you end up not only giving a very sort of a very uncertain statement to decision makers, but you end up actually lying without even knowing it. And what we are mainly interested in this workshop are the uncertainties in these value-added products, so basically in a gridded time series. Irrespective of which particular biodiversity variable or phenomenon you work on, the process and principle is always the same here. You have some type of in situ data like these records. They could be on species occurrence, they could be, I don't know, on ecosystem coverage or whatever. And you have some information that's gridded, at least some of which typically comes from remote sensing, right? You do some form of modeling, whether that's a classification algorithm or a DNN or parametric model, whatever, and then out comes some gridded surface, often as a time series these days. Now, in principle, not having any information can be thought of as a completely horizontal probability density function. Basically, every possible event is equally likely. We know nothing, right? Now, with our data products, we typically do the exact opposite of that. We say we know everything, and we know it's exactly that value. And so the first element of sort of addressing uncertainty is, of course, to move beyond these extreme oversimplifications of a model and actually represent sort of, yeah, the model, right, including the error. And you could think of having that in every pixel, right? Instead of a pixel value, have a pixel-specific probability density function. Or instead of a pixel-specific time series of values, you could have a probability mass functions of possible trajectories, right? But this is only the start. Because then comes the next step, which is the reflection, okay, what are the different uncertainties and which of these really impact these uncertainties? Because often the uncertainties we can capture with our models are too narrow because we just discount a lot of issues. And just hypothetical random example here, we could look at the individual field observations we use in our SDM and irrespective of unless we're super restrictive on the spatial precision, we're going to end up simplifying very complex information on where exactly an occurrence might have been made. And in principle, we could account for that. So if we did that, a more realistic distribution might look like this. But the more we do that, the more we will also reduce the biasing effects of single observations that are maybe misinterpreted and that will have a very strong influence on our model. So once we do that, we might also see that we actually have a qualitative shift in the message that we give in a particular pixel, right? And then the whole point of basically integrating remote sensing and in situ data and via, using the complete suite of complementary information and fancy modeling, etc., is basically to reduce this uncertainty further. So we end up with something like this. This is basically the goal. And with that, I hand over.
So we heard this morning also some of the questions of what would we suggest as the next steps. So this workshop is really to think about, in this perspective of integration between in situ and remote sensing data, of what are the future investments that all of us with our collective intelligence could propose moving forward. So what is the role here in terms of the space agencies, but also other funding bodies and ourselves as researchers when we're thinking about uncertainties? You might spend some time looking into the uncertainties in this AI-generated image, but some of the things that we might want to actually think about is what kind of standards we want, or who would set those? Are those space agencies that set standards? Are these funding bodies that set standards? What are the researchers' roles in setting these standards and conformity tests on our measurements? What is the type of traceability that we want to have? We talked about propagation of uncertainty between these data types. So how do we actually go about this traceability? Which type of transparency do we have? We always say we should report uncertainty, but do we want to see a map of uncertainty? And what do we do with such transparency of information on uncertainty? Then, which type of reporting should we do? And finally, who actually governs what uncertainty should be about and checks for quality or reporting on uncertainty? So within this workshop, we have a few objectives, and these which require the answer to these two questions that were already presented. What applications of integrated in situ and remote sensing biodiversity data products need better uncertainty quantification? So start thinking about these types of questions. And also, what are the priorities to reduce uncertainty? So what should be the focus if we could come up with a ranking or some sort of list of priorities that we would like to propose? So what are those? We want to do these recommendations for future investments. So think about what is already out there, what could we build on, or what is not out there and you would like to see moving forward. So with that, I'll pass it on to Annabelle to give us an overview of the structure of the workshop.
Okay, so we're going to do breakout groups. Each breakout group is going to be themed around an essential biodiversity variable, which don't know if you guys have heard of them. It's kind of this niche thing. For the breakout groups, we're not going to do the genetic composition essential biodiversity variable. We are going to do the other 5. The 2 kind of questions that we want to get at within the breakout group is, first of all, for the EBV that you guys are looking at, where are we now in terms of uncertainty? So there'll be some questions around the specific state of uncertainty for that data product or data product related to the EBV. And where are we going? So what are the priorities for improving uncertainty for this EBV? And you'll see that the questions are specifically structured around applications. So obviously, you can have one data product at many different scales in many different areas. And what you're using it for is really, really important when we're answering these questions. So in the breakout group, when you're talking about a specific data product, please also tie it to a specific application or decision or end user that you're targeting. Okay, so these questions will be in a doc, so you don't have to remember them. But we're going to split the breakout group into 2 equal sections of time. First, we're going to talk about what is the state of uncertainty for that EBV. So starting off with just, do we care about uncertainty for this EBV? No is a viable answer if that's what you think. So why do we need to capture uncertainty for this EBV? If we do need to capture uncertainty, again, for a specific application, then for your variable, what kinds of uncertainty are currently looked at? How often is this done? How well is it done? Maybe it's not done very well. And then for the EBV and the application, what are acceptable levels of uncertainty? We haven't been too prescriptive about what that means. So, within your application, define that however is appropriate. And then the second section is about this investment. So given unlimited budgets that we are all super familiar with, where would you spend the money? What would you prioritize? So maybe you think that there should be new observations. Where are those observations? What would these new observations be? Please be specific and again focused on an application. And then maybe you wouldn't prioritize new observations. Maybe you would prioritize something else, like capacity building or better data harmonization or something that we haven't thought of. So it's not always new observations. Maybe you think money should be spent on something else. Okay, this is a how to use a Google Doc tab tutorial, which I learned about yesterday, so we're all in this together. If you go on the website, there's going to be this shared Google Doc. The tabs are labeled. They're not all in the same doc. Click on the button on the side panel for your tab. Sorry, trying to go. Okay, each breakout group is going to have a facilitator. The facilitator is there to facilitate. They're not doing all the work. So please help them keep moving. I'll also make time calls. And then they are kind of the main note taker, but it's everyone in the breakout group's job to please take notes. And the notes are going to be really invaluable when we go to ESA and say, hey, this is where you should spend your money. So really, if I can just emphasize, please take notes. We have some boards at the front. If you guys want to draw diagrams, we will also capture those, but the main place for note-taking will be the Google Doc. So we'll start with introductions, then we're going to go through and choose someone to report back. So introductions and report back, and the reporter back at the end of the breakout groups should not be the facilitator, so pressure's on. And then as a group, you're going to summarize and come up with your report back, also thinking about anything that's still unresolved, key issues you guys came across, what were your findings, we want to hear about it. Then we're going to break for coffee, and then we'll come and do a group report back with a big plenary discussion lots of time for people to share their opinions, and then we'll do a wrap-up. Okay. We have a code of conduct. Please, everyone, be respectful and professional within these groups. Those who are speaking a lot, maybe hold back a little bit. If you haven't said anything, please feel empowered to contribute to the discussion. We want to be inclusive, which we can say in Europe, and collaborative. So we really want to hear the opinions of everyone in the room, and be curious and learn and try and not be defensive. And remember that we are talking about ideas and not personality traits of the people in the group. So keep it focused on the science. And if you have any issues with any code of conduct issues, you can come and find me at the front. Okay, so we're going to start off. There's going to be 5 groups, which I'm going to ask you guys to sort into, and then the biggest groups we're going to split up. So possibly we'll end up with up to 7, depending how big the groups are. This is how we're going to lay them out. This is the stage here. So group number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Yeah? 1, 3, 5, 7, 2, 4, 6. That was great. You did very well. I really enjoyed it. Good job. Thanks. I forgot to say the things. So, no, we swapped it yesterday. Adam did it. Don't worry. You were the Okay, 10 more minutes on question 1. So if you're still on question 1A, please now move on to question 1B and C. Okay, we're halfway through. So you should be moving on to question 2. Okay, final 15 minutes. So still got a bit of time to wrap up, and then as a group, prepare your summary. Okay, final 5 minutes. Please write out as a group some notes to help the presenter do the report back, and remember to be specific about the application or end user or decision that you're talking about. Okay. Guys, it's coffee time. If you want to stay a few minutes and just wrap up your thoughts, you're welcome to. But we're going to reassemble in 30 minutes at 5 p.m. And when we come back, we're going to start with the report back. So if you guys don't have report back notes, then please do stay and don't leave your one report back person alone in their anxiety. we ready? Okay. Hey, everyone, come in, sit down. Even if you didn't attend the workshop, you're welcome to hear about the outcomes of the breakout groups. Do we have our reporters back? Okay. Got it.
Which one is that? Sorry. I don't have my computer. Which one is group 1? Species?
Group 1 is species.
Okay. Okay, so before we get started on our report backs, I just want to remind everyone, if you are new and you weren't here for the breakout sessions, you can still follow along. If you haven't been in front of your computer, now's a good time to get in front of your computer, even if you were in the breakout sessions. We've created a very small website, a workshop website. It's at this QR code or this tiny URL. If you go to this website, you can get into the Google Doc that has all of the notes from all of the breakout sessions, so you can kind of follow along with the report back from the different breakout sessions. This is also, in this website on the front page, there is also a place for you to enter your contact details. So if you are interested in following up with the group about some of the recommendations and outcomes from this workshop, there's been some discussion of potentially publishing a commentary or a paper or forming a working group to further the outcomes of this workshop. We will capture your information if you want to enter it into that website so that we can further stay in communication with you. And at a minimum, we will certainly circulate, we will keep the recommendations on the website for some period of time so that you can go back and you can refer to them for your own work. So what we're going to do now is we're going to invite our different breakout groups to come up and give the report back. And we're going to start with EBV 1. We're going to start with breakout session 1. And again, these are the key questions that the breakout groups were tackling. So we're going to leave this up for our reporters to come share with us what they've discussed. So who do we have for group 1? Okay. Group 1, boo, you weren't supposed to let the organizer be the reporter.
I am the reporter. Okay, so as you know, this is a sort of relatively on-the-fly summary, as they all will be. And I want to emphasize across all of them, the point of the report back is also for discussion as well. So if you want to raise your hand and interrupt me while I'm going, I'm perfectly happy with that. Or if after I summarize and whether or not you were in the group, if you feel like something was missed or something misrepresented, feedback is absolutely welcome. We have time for that. Okay, so group 1 was species populations, so both distribution and abundance. So we tried to kind of take both of those into account. And there were two main kind of approaches, I think, that are important to distinguish of what we were talking about. One, more on the distribution modeling side. So when you're using direct observations of individuals of some population, so birds were mentioned, algae were mentioned, trees were mentioned, elephants, so lots of individual species, where the remote sensing data, the Earth observation data, is more of like a variable that would go into that model. That's one sort of category of approaches that we discussed. And then the other was the direct observation. So this was using imaging spectroscopy to sort of directly classify, potentially even down to the species or sort of a community level observation. And so depending on which of those approaches we were discussing, kind of different things came up, no surprise there. On the more distribution modeling side, most of our discussion around uncertainty was on the inherent biological noise and variation, right? So individual species are made of individual organisms. Those individuals can have characteristics and traits. Different populations of the same species can have different characteristics that may or may not be generalizable easily across the entire species. So we spent a lot of time just thinking about those individual populations, how they're observed. Several people in the group had a fair amount of direct field experience collecting data and just talked a lot about sort of these sort of individual and sometimes idiosyncratic processes that happen on the ground that require well-designed field observation protocols in order to collect data that adequately represents those populations. So a huge amount of focus on the field data side of that. And then on the more direct observation side, the uncertainties were more around things like atmospheric correction, more on the Earth observation, data processing, and modeling side. So perhaps no surprise there, but that did come out in our discussion. I'm kind of going a little bit out of order. So the focus on uncertainties themselves ranged from decision making around using those data sets. So in some cases, those are very local decisions, like how to make a fire decision, or some kind of local conservation area level observation or management decision. We actually didn't get too much up to like the global scale, so we didn't spend much time talking about how these were being propagated all the way up to like global EVVs and some kind of global or country level conservation. And so then I already mentioned that the sort of types of uncertainties, a lot of focus on the low-level kind of biological variation that led to those uncertainties, less on sort of the modeling and Earth observation side. On the tolerable levels of uncertainty, we talked a bit about just power to detect a change that had happened in the system. So one of the participants said that the thing that you're sort of interested in is the ability to detect if something's changed, which I think is a pretty good working definition of how confident you can be in an observation. If it's sort of high enough that if there's some meaningful change in the system that you're interested in, you can actually see it in the observation. So that was one. And then we went through a few different characteristics. So like in cross-validation, a 70% accuracy, for example, was meaningful. We had a few kind of rules of thumb around that. Maybe I'll pause there. For people in my group, that's my summary for the first question. Anything I missed or you'd like to add? Or any general comments about that part from other people? We do have a roving mic somewhere, if there are comments. No? Okay. All right. And then in terms of recommendations, when we got to the where and the what, again, I think because most of the people in the group were working kind of at a smaller regional to sort of individual protected area scale, the conversation there was more around kind of within that scale. So not so much on a global scale, like we need more observations in Africa or something. It was more like within a particular region, it would be places, maybe somewhat common sense places where you have either more uncertainty about an underlying process or just places that you don't have as much data. Or the third case was there's something in particular that you really care about, like some population of chimpanzees. Obviously, you're going to be where those chimpanzees are. In terms of the actual measurements that we make, there was quite a bit of discussion about kind of data that had not been collected in a standardized way with suitable metadata. And I think this is particularly true of field observations that don't have suitable information, the metadata, in order to make sense of what was being collected. So whether it's in a file cabinet or on a hard drive somewhere, not having that initial investment to make sure that metadata is with the observations to be able to make sense of them is a huge, huge loss. And I think two people threw out the number that it was 30%, was it 30% of the data they have is not useful? Help me out. Was that the number that you said? Somewhere in there?
30% of the data which we have collected is contributed and shared. 70%
Okay.
of the data is individual researchers.
Okay, yeah, okay. Sorry, I had that, yeah. So 30%, roughly, 30% of the data that had been collected was sort of already available to other people. The 70% was not so much that there was a problem with it, just that it tended to be more kind of held, right? Not going to end up in a public database, but more sort of held in part because of the incentives for sharing that data there's just maybe a lack of trust about what would happen once it's sort of in the public domain. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm summarizing you specifically here. You know, having a culture of needing to sort of be a little protective of data that you put a lot of work into makes sense, right? Unless you're going to have some kind of incentive there. So that was recognized as an impediment to getting those, especially field observations, kind of out into the broader public availability. Okay. We did not really get to this question, I would say, spatial, temporal, or spectral. In terms of those observations, I don't think we really got to that one. Anyone want to add anything from my group around that? Okay. I believe that's my summary. So I'm going to just open. Yes, please. Oh, here comes a mic.
No, in terms of spatial and temporal coverage, I think there is a lot of opportunity here because, again, chimpanzees, for example, in savanna woodland environments require a much higher resolution vegetation map. In some cases, even individual trees, like baobab trees, are really important resources. So a higher spatial resolution data set would be very useful in places like Mali, Guinea, Senegal, where in Congo, maybe, you know, it's a very, in DRC, for example, it's a very different relationship. I mean, you still have challenges there with saturation and so on of NDVI and other things, and in terms of temporal, and maybe in Congo, maybe temporal resolution is more important because it's all driven by phenology. So again, there is a lot of opportunity to interact with this new type of data.
Great. And that actually reminded me, so the final square bullet here, we did get to that one, or it came up throughout the conversation. So throughout the entire conversation, these sort of other approaches to, or other aspects, I'd say, or other steps of the process of going from data integration to models to useful products, that the idea of essentially having better the social side of that process was found lacking. So, but whether that's technical capacity to make those sort of transitions, so to have someone that knows how to work both with field observations and with Earth observation data, that those people are rare, and so being able to have that social capability to be able to make those connections. And then similarly, just professionally, you know, we all tend to work in silos, so having the people that are in the field tend not to be the people that are working with remote sensing, or they're thinking about those questions differently. The idea of metadata, as we were talking about that, so that, you know, the metadata exists for the most part. There's Darwin Core, there's similar sort of standards for doing that, but they're not sufficiently incentivized that the majority of people actually follow through with that and make them published with those full data sets. So investing, and we didn't come up with really clear recommendations on exactly how to do that, of course, but like the idea of incentivizing that so that the metadata is actually collected and published is super important. And I'm just skimming the bottom end of my notes here. I think that's about it. Did I miss anything else from the group? Okay, so maybe I'll open it up for anybody outside of the group. Anything broadly that we missed? Species populations? Anything obvious that wasn't included? Okay, all right. Thank you.
No puedo poner esto aquí. Anyway. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to report for group 2. We were working about the species functional traits. No, sorry, species existing biodiversity variables, essential or whatever. Species traits. The first source of uncertainty was the term itself, because do we need a species if we do traits? That's I mean, that's a bit how we started the discussion. And for some applications, maybe yes, for others, maybe not. Functional traits, in principle, allow us to skip this understanding of the traits, but it still may be necessary to interpret the data. But this is one thing. No? Traits maybe they don't need to be necessarily attached to species. Maybe this allow us to afford, or can allow us to reduce a bit uncertainty that comes from the classification of the species. Then regarding the, this is gone anyway. Regarding the first question, regarding the first question, which was related to what are the key uncertainties. There was not a lot of, we discussed quite a lot about this. There was not a clear agreement. We think uncertainties come from remote sensing. They also come from field data, of course. It was not clear for us which one was more important. For sure, integration of data is a source of uncertainty, and the problem is we are limited in the field, so we are always undersample. And this induces a lot of uncertainty, not when we measure, this is not a measurement, but this is when we want to integrate this data with remote sensing, we don't have data enough. We are not always able to represent properly what we see from a pixel. And this is one of the problems. Then here we discuss many different topics, both regarding the measurement itself or let's say, the spatial or temporal representativity of the data, but of course, the spectral mixture is an issue. Of course, we want to have sensors with a lot of resolution so that we can actually have pure signals, which is not the case in all the times. So we need to deal with that. And another problem, of course, is the databases. We have a lot of data, and this data has no uncertainty. Sometimes even we lack of context of geolocalization, which is important information. Maybe we cannot fix that in the past, but we should fix it in the future. So maybe it's something which is important we should consider. Data will no longer be only used by ecologists. Data will be used in special contexts. And in future databases should include geolocation and also location in time. Maybe it's not important for the data producer because for some reasons, but they may be useful for other data users, no? As, for example, as remote scientists. Another question very important maybe was regarding field data is the protocols. Protocols somehow never percolate the papers because we have way more important things to tell about and nobody knows. We don't share them. When we discuss together, we find out everybody's doing more or less the same thing with a different chunk of code. But there are many important details in the protocols, in the way we process the data that affect the uncertainty we get in the end. And we should be a bit more proactive in publishing the protocols, maybe in publishing the processing chains. Now we have papers for data. There are platforms, protocol.io, which actually allows you to publish your protocols with DOIs. But this is something we should take more care in the future because this induces uncertainties in the processing, and it's important to understand them. Another thing is that we discuss also is whether we should actually standardize all these protocols or not. No? And I think this is a never-ending discussion. Should we standardize formats and protocols and so on? Maybe it's not the most important, but what is maybe important is that we provide the uncertainty of our data. This is what makes things comparable, not the protocol, because you cannot guarantee the protocol was applied properly. But if you know the uncertainty, this allows another person to understand rapidly whether this data can be trusted or not, or whether it's suitable for the application. So this is maybe more important than the protocol itself, is the uncertainty that you can provide after it. And maybe also regarding this part, there was this question of what we actually did to improve or to reduce the uncertainties. Here, there are many things. In the end, there is a lot of experience, I think, from the groups. People work, and then you learn what you are doing wrong and you're trying to improve. I think it's important to adapt to the ecosystems or to the kind of vegetation we work with. We cannot expect everything works everywhere, and it is important to take into account the particularities of our study sites and so on. This goes a bit against standardization and homogenization, but maybe here we go back again. Maybe it's more important if we give the uncertainty than if we all measure in the same way. And then also maybe, there were some ideas, like for example, trying to use high spatial resolution imagery, like from drones, to try to, for example, improve our sampling designs. We discussed whether, for example, we go to the field and we know the site in advance or not. Maybe this could be important. So maybe it's worth making some efforts and pre-visiting the sites, the study sites, before start sampling and have a more proper sampling design. Or we can use, as I said before, imagery for that. And I think more or less, I don't know. You think I forgot something? I don't think. mainly. Also the idea of avoid the easy plots, I think, no, of course. Is we can be tempted of going to the field and sample where it's easier and it's less challenging, but maybe we are losing part of the diversity of the site. So maybe we don't need to have fully randomized sampling designs, but we should try to take care of sampling the variability of the area where we are measuring, particularly for biodiversity, because it's the target in the end of the study. And this was regarding the third question. I don't know if you have anything else to add, maybe from the group or from outside, in this case? No? All good? Perfect, yeah, we work very well. So, thanks, group. And and then the second point, I must say, we discussed a bit less because we got entertained with the first one, with the first part. But I think, even if we didn't go too deep, I think we can conclude that there is something we have not done, and we don't do, and it's measure the uncertainty. And maybe this is the first step and the most important step before all the discussion, where to improve, what should be improved. If we don't know the uncertainty of what we are measuring, and we don't provide it, we cannot understand what should be improved. And this is a task we scientists must do. Now things are improving a bit, there is a bit more of interest in this topic. Space agencies should also do it. We want to have the uncertainty from the remote sensing data and from the field data. And this is maybe a big challenge for our immediate future in this regard. We can have futile discussions about, I think this is more uncertain than that, but in the end, uncertainty is it's an intrinsic part of a measure, should be there, and it's going to be different for each case, each situation. So you can have very good campaigns, very bad campaigns, you can have very good images, very bad images. There is no standard. We need to measure, we need to estimate it, and then we need to provide it. And this is the only thing we would actually tell you can rely this data or not. And I think this was more or less the idea. There were some ideas, like, okay, we can try to do like intercomparison experiments to improve our protocols, and so on. There was also another thing we discussed. This was maybe where to put the effort. Maybe I push this a lot, but if the group don't agree, please tell me. But I think we miss protocols to validate biodiversity estimates from remote sensing. We don't have that. We can try to improve many things. There are many things we can improve. We can always go back to the data and redo. We can reprocess, we can reanalyze, but we cannot measure again. So I think maybe priority to try to get these protocols and understand what can allow us to validate estimations of plant functional diversity from remote sensing. Because if we don't do this now, we will not be able to go back in the past, apply better procedures, better analysis, and still get this information from the past. So maybe this is one of the things we should be working on. Yeah? Perfect. I don't know if you have questions or comments, or maybe I used too much time. Yeah? No? Any feedback? We may be wrong. We are likely wrong. Okay, we accept uncertainty.
So that's why you guys are holding your laptop. Yeah. Everybody, I'm Matt Fitzpatrick. I am reporting back for the Community Composition EBV. So just a reminder of what that EBV includes is, find my notes here. It's basically 5 things. So it's the abundance of organisms within the community, and then kind of 4 possible measures of different kinds of diversity. So obviously taxonomic, phylogenetic, trait, and interaction diversity. And the last 2 groups, I think you could just, maybe one way to summarize is the uncertainties that they deal with are going to be compounded in a lot of ways in the community composition because you're going to be measuring those same things within the locations of communities. We resisted Annabelle's good advice to come up with a specific use case till the very end, which I think would have helped us maybe narrow our focus a little bit, but we kind of decided we were thinking kind of like at a national level, conservation planning, assessment, monitoring framework. So what are the uncertainties? So again, it's similar to what was just reported. So we could think about traits. You'd have to decide which traits you need to measure to document the variability of traits within the community. Those traits are not a single value, right? They're going to vary by population or individuals, and of course, across species, and between sites and potentially through time as well. There's all of the uncertainty that comes with correct identification of species, which for some organisms that might not be a big deal, but the Bioscape project in South Africa, there are not many experts that can identify, I don't think there's probably one expert that can identify all the plants in South Africa because it's so biodiverse, right? So that's a major problem. And then there's things like detection probability, when you're sampling, the season you're sampling, that sort of thing. And then we also talked about, proper quantification of phylogenetic relationships between the organisms and the biotic interactions or relationships between the organisms. So that's kind of in the in situ side, but on the remote sensing side, there's the uncertainty around the mismatch between the spatial and temporal extent of the field sampling and the EO data themselves. So you can imagine if you're measuring a community, right, that community is being quantified in a certain area, and that area is likely not going to be the same as the resolution of your remote sensing products. So there's going to be this mismatch where some organisms might be partially in the grid cell or not. So trying to match those up can be challenging, but an important part of linking these two types of data together. And then there's, I think I've mentioned this too, is that composition can change through time, right? Seasonally, some plants will appear early in the season and then senesce, and so matching the measurement of the organisms with when the remote sensing data are being collected could be critical as well. We talked briefly about, I don't know if we talked about this or I just added this as a note, but differences in illumination, right? So like when the satellites are going overhead, topography, all of that can change the illumination on the organisms, and that can obscure spatial variation, community composition that you're trying to document. The tolerable levels of uncertainty question, I think we really approached this from like the end user side, and so we thought about, it's kind of an open question. There aren't defined levels of uncertainty that would be tolerated by certain end users, and there's no requirement from an EBV point of view. So setting requirements for what uncertainty would be acceptable and data standards would be helpful. And then the last question here, the second question, where would we focus new observations? I'd summarize that as enough locations to properly quantify spatial and temporal variation and composition. So you're getting the major gradients, you're capturing all of the beta diversity in the region that you're interested in. And what would we measure there? Well, we talked about eDNA as kind of like a relatively quick and easy way to get an assessment of the species in an area, but of course that's not perfect and there's detection issues with eDNA. We would want many replicates and ideally multiple observers to try to quantify differences in detection probability and the variation in how like field botanists might quantify cover or that sort of thing. And we also said that sampling would need to be multi-scaled, right? So you could imagine like kind of a nested series of plots or a large area where every organism is sampled to help address this mismatch between the in situ data and the Earth observations. What would we invest in? So good data and metadata standards to try to formalize things. Production of uncertainty in EO products, so not all of them come with measures of uncertainty. Reference or sentinel sites in across ecosystems that are visited multiple times. And then in terms of our priorities, we debated between spatial and temporal coverage. I think we came down on the side of more spatial coverage would be better, and we definitely ranked the spectral coverage as the lowest. So any questions or thoughts from my group? Did I miss anything? Nope. Okay, getting thumbs up, so I step off.
Are there any questions? Matt, you have to stay and answer questions.
Thank you for the summary. When your group ranked spectral coverage as lowest, was that because there was a sense that what exists is sufficient, or because it's not a priority in the observation of community composition from space?
I don't know that we ever actually stated it, but my sense is that what's available is largely sufficient, but I don't know if group members have any other thoughts. I mean, I think having, you know, as many spectra as possible is really important for community composition, but I don't know that what we have now is necessarily deficient either. I think it's more the in situ data that are deficient, but yeah.
Okay. Any other questions before we let Matt leave? All right.
Thanks.
So hi everyone, I'm Ulisse. I see the energy is very low at this time, so I'll try to be brief. We had nice discussion about ecosystem functioning and the uncertainty related to ecosystem functioning with many people from different backgrounds, so I'll try to summarize the main points, but then anyone feel free to correct me or add things. So regarding the first question about the key uncertainties, I think it's no surprise to anyone that for in situ data especially, we identified like huge biases in where data are mostly gathered, like mostly we have North America and Europe with a lot of data, but then other regions or ecosystems that are less sampled are a problem. Regarding uncertainty specifically, there is decent reporting for individual data products, for example, but not when we concatenate different processing steps. So this uncertainty propagation is a big issue. And sometimes there is even a lack of reporting of this uncertainty in, for example, results with maps that don't show the uncertainty, or from specific private sources of data. Yeah, but in general, it is sufficiently reported, but maybe not so widespread in the use or in the, yeah, from the user perspective, it's not so well taken up. Regarding ecosystem functions in general, there is a bit of an over-focus on productivity, on net productivity. So maybe we could discuss about expanding this on like water or nutrients. But these are the main points regarding the key uncertainties. So for the recommendations to reduce the uncertainty, I mean, the easy one is really try to covering these biases in regional or specific ecosystems like arid or tropical ecosystems, or including a push maybe from top down for data sharing from specific areas that do measure data but maybe don't share them. And in general, to cover more, for example, with eddy covariance data, it's clear that we need more sites across the world. For the question about resolution, spatial, temporal, spectral, we didn't discuss this too much. I mean, the general consensus is that finer resolution, more coverage is always better. But of course, there are constraints. I think this depends really on the research questions. So for specific questions about maybe biodiversity, we need high spatial resolution, but for more like physiology questions, we need the temporal resolution. So this really depends. But there was also some consensus about the fact that we do have, especially from the remote sensing part, sufficient data. And sometimes it's even maybe too much or overwhelming, in the sense that maybe we need ways to know how to use this data effectively and together. So really a big topic was data fusion, data harmonization, as we've heard in many discussions, even more than actually going and collecting more remote sensing data. If we do this data harmonization, it's really important that we try to do uncertainty propagation, because as I said, like the specific products may have a quality flag, but if we combine them with others, what happens? We discussed about maybe rethinking what is ground truthing, validating for models, etc., because there is no real truth. There are many different truths, even like in situ data. And a few other points. So the generalization of models is still hard because it's often based on single sites or a few sites. So this, generalization covering the biases in certain areas. Important is always, we talked about standardizing protocols, as we already heard, having standardized methodologies and reporting of methodologies, and the cross-discipline communication is very important to really also understand each other across disciplines. But in general, there is somewhat of a trade-off. For remote sensing data products, so the agency usually provide a quality layer, but there is a trade-off between how much detail in the uncertainty to report and how much user-friendly it becomes. Also because users sometimes don't really know what to do with it or how to best utilize it. So maybe an opportunity for education, for courses, or for capacity building, as we've heard. And I think last point, so that new in situ infrastructure, new data collections should focus on thinking about how to integrate it best with satellite remote sensing, rethinking and revisiting the existing standardized protocols or developing new ones, and also with the requirement of new instruments to keep up with the technology, or replacing old instruments when it's time. So for example, we had like global aquatic radiometry is mostly still multispectral, but there could be a need to go hyperspectral. But this was a bit more specific, but I think these are the main points that I wrote down. If there is anything anyone wants to add or questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ulrike. Maybe regarding the ecosystem functions, I mean, we work a lot with decovariance data and so on, but I don't know if you discussed whether this is enough, or are we missing things that we should try to get that are not there in a similar way?
We discussed about disturbance as a function, or how to measure disturbance. We discussed, enphenology, and briefly the fact that most approaches focus on productivity, but not on other things that might be also important. We discussed like models or inversions and stuff like this, very briefly, but we didn't go too much in detail. I don't know if anyone wants to answer that. Okay, then thank you. Next one.
Yeah, we are exhausted. Maybe I should do like Andrew the first day and make you all make some gymnastics now. No, I will skip that. Yeah, ours, we divided the groups into two. So I will be speaking of, this is an ecosystem structure, but we thought we had essentially two different groups. Ours is ecosystem vertical profile, and then Carsten Meyer is going to speak about ecosystem. You're going to speak about ecosystem distribution. You're going to speak ecosystem distribution and the life cover, maybe. So about ecosystem vertical profile, what are the key uncertainties? Why do we need to capture uncertainties? That's because measuring vegetation structure has a reasonable amount of uncertainty quantification into it in itself, and we need to be aware of the complexity of the products. A global map of forest structure would be good to detect change. This whole thing of the change we think is very important. We got JEDI and it's great, but it's very limited. So if we want to map change, then we need to know where we really need to estimate the uncertainty and know whether change is real or it's just noise. So that's a bit of the problem with this variable. So then we also spoke that even if we have a framework of error propagation, there's still many steps of more error that we will want to acknowledge. So, but one thing is that the relationship between the ecosystem vertical profile, that vertical structure, and biodiversity is difficult in itself, is probably ecosystem dependent in itself, and that's why change detection is key in this, because whether or not there is a direct relationship with biodiversity assets or richness of species or whatever, changes in the vertical profile would be a flagship for hotspots of biodiversity loss. So that's what we thought, that in the end we would need to look at change, and we are a bit far from that. So on the second question in there, for our variable and application, which type of uncertainties are currently tackled and how often this is done? I think that the greatest uncertainties are quite well known. We think that the CEO's protocol for uncertainty is pretty good for what it is, so that's good. The geolocation of the data plus the third vertical dimension, it has uncertainty, and that adds into this problem. So this adds layers of uncertainty on top of what it comes with the modeling. For the third question, what are the tolerable levels of uncertainty in the gridded products? In there, the key question is, what do we want? Why we want to have a product of ecosystem vertical profile? And we thought that the answer of that is to actually be able to detect changes on a small understory disturbances happening underneath the big canopy, because that's what is different from what we can see from the other variables of a structure. So here the point is to detect things happening under a canopy that otherwise looks undisturbed from the space or from satellite imagery, the regular one. And then we have in place also the SAR, the synthetic aperture radar. But this information needs to be tied to fixed plots, so we can actually make an inference on what is the change that the changes in radar are actually signaling. So for those last ones, the recommendations where we would focus the new observations, that's everywhere except Europe and the US. because those, we got them fairly well covered, or as I'll say, Europe and North America. Seasonal tropics, tropical mountains, those should probably be priorities by now, whether more data is missing. I think general reference data allows to compare and avoid super detailed error propagation. So, and then we were also pointing out that we need to focus on measure everywhere, also in disturbed areas, and not just go measuring in always in pristine sites. Then the next question, the what we would measure there. Then we spoke of repeated measures of fixed plots to allow the inference with the remote sensing data. That's then terrestrial laser scanning to get the 3D structure. This is not very clear when it comes with the tropics, very remote areas, but maybe the technology will also facilitate this in some years, but we are not quite there. So in that respect, in the end, also the real priority should be airborne laser scanning. I think that potentially can scale up quite massively and should be one of the priorities. So to summarize, the recommendations we would put is to focus on new data collection on areas in the tropics and disturbed areas that have not been paid attention. We don't really have wall-to-wall information yet. And after we got that, we can also focus on temporal coverage. But we really prefer to prioritize the spatial coverage in terms of the vertical profile. I have 3 other priorities in here, minor. Building capacity with local scientists through permanent plus establishment and frequent sampling to monitor changes, particularly after events like natural disasters, would improve the consistency of data collection. I think this is what GeoTrees is doing, so focus on that. Improving training and uncertainty propagation and incorporating uncertainty layers in maps will help refine models, and more data will aid in identifying the sources of uncertainty, whether from data, models, or systems. And I don't know if I missed anything. Anybody can speak up or have any questions? It was good? Thank you.
Right, Christian, I'm going to speak about the other way we can look at structures. We're looking at the XY plane instead of the Z plane, I think we would say, and I think it was quite a good discussion. We were a group with quite a varied set of backgrounds, so we had from everywhere around the kind of further into the coast all the way into the inland. So I think we had quite a distinct set of issues we had, but there were a lot of overlap between the kind of uncertainties that all of us face, and it made it a bit difficult to set precise thresholds and targets, but I think the general idea prevails. I think we all struggle a bit with positional accuracy, and I feel like that's kind of, we have 2 main issues with when we talk about sources of uncertainty. Some are very easy to measure, and some that are not as easy to measure, and that almost are the most prevailing and the most difficult to tackle. So we all have registration accuracy issues where when we are looking at referencing data mostly for doing ecosystem extend, we really need to be well located, and yeah, it's not as common to find good measurements of positional accuracy, and that's something that we will need to tackle and be better about registering. We also talked about another major source of uncertainties, that it's very difficult to set baselines when you cannot build a time machine and travel back in time to create your reference. So we have to either be clever and come up with methods for proxying it, but it's a challenge, and we can only tackle it really by going forward and better collecting data into the future. I think the major issue we talked about was the issue of representativity, and we found like different dimensions in which this is the case, and it's a problem. So all spatial, temporal, and in terms of the measurement representativity as such, so making sure that when we take measurements, they cover as much variability within this ecosystem type that we're trying to reference, but also making sure that we have enough representativity in time, especially when we have seasonal and systems that change with time, and also make sure we're capturing them spatially, which maybe is a bit more related to that first point. Yeah, we also, as most of other groups, we deeply care about common metadata, and that we should have not only being very good about registering as much metadata as possible, but also trying to have common ways of annotating it so that it also makes discovery easier, and it makes it easier to make different data sources interoperable. But they also need to be flexible to allow us to adapt them for the particularity of our studies, and also extensible, so we can then, if we remeasure and we have a new idea, we can incorporate that within the metadata. And also, it's very important that whenever possible, we have common data collection standards to make sure that the data is as intercomparable as is possible. And one of the other issues we talk about is that because we operate at very different scales, and many times the ground data collection that we're measuring is done at an entirely different scale than the remote sensing data we're comparing it to, we do need to do more studies, and this kind of comes into the kind of other priorities in the end, and how can we make this better into the future, which is we need to make multi-scale, multi-resolution designs, both in kind of multi-scale and multi-resolution in the remote sensing data, but also looking at what the implications are of using kind of finite, very localized data into broader scale. So we also thought it's quite important that whenever we do our experiment design and our sampling design, we take into account that we need to make it compatible with further remote sensing data collection, or what remote sensing data we're going to compare it to, or it's a lot of pain. I think that is mostly the main points we talked about. Did I leave anything out? Cool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to all of our groups for some really fantastic discussion points. What I think we'd like to do now is we'd like to open it up to the group to have a discussion. I mean, first, does anybody have any questions? A couple of things we'd like to do. First, does anyone have any outstanding questions or burning feelings on the topic that you don't feel was captured kind of generally in these breakout groups? This is your opportunity, you know, to speak in plenary to your community and to the workshop organizers who will try to capture these themes. Or the other thing I'd like to do is I'd like to challenge the breakout sessions and the different groups to think across what were some common themes that we heard across the groups, and what are some EBV-specific themes that we need to consider that are specific for given EBVs. So for example, one of the things I heard was that there is a need for more standardization across data collection, data protocols, and metadata standards, as well as maybe communication and education across disciplines and the importance of this. So Kyla's got a microphone here. We've got a microphone here if you want to come stand in the spotlight, and maybe we can start. Does anybody like to? Does anyone have anything burning to say? Yeah.
I actually did have a question that came up. So there was this last point. Would you prioritize spatial, temporal, or spectral coverage? So I think that there was like a lot of focus on field data here, and it seemed like possibly spectral was coming out last. So just by like, maybe we could do a little vote in the room. In terms of spatial, temporal, or spectral, what would you rate as the most important for like where money should go? Should we vote? Who thinks spatial? We need more spatial coverage. Okay. You can choose more than one. Sorry? Good point. For what? I guess because spatial and temporal, you can't really have spectral field data, can you? Okay, so maybe it was confusing because it's a vague question.
Annabelle, is it possible to actually make that a question with percentages on an app so we can trace what's the percentage that people will divide to each three of those? Because you won't exclusively select one above the other.
Hypothetically, if we had such an app set up at short notice, that would be possible. Okay, so maybe let's start with field data. Would you prefer more field data collections spatially distributed, or would you have more field data collected in a smaller area but with higher time repeats? So that's going to be the first vote. Who votes better field data spatial coverage? Okay, and who votes temporal? Okay, strong win for spatial coverage. Okay, so field data, we need more spatial coverage. Okay, and then for satellite remote sensing data, spatial, so I think let's do spatial resolution, so finer scale, smaller pixels. Temporal coverage, so bigger pixels, but you're getting them more often. Or spectral coverage, so you're getting like super cool hyperspectral coverage with like a ton of well-resolved bands. Okay, those are the three choices.
What about active sensing?
Sorry, yes.
Fourth choice.
I don't know if you can have spectral coverage of a...
I mean, like as a fourth option, like having better vertical...
Oh, okay, yeah, as a fourth option. Okay. So those are the four options.
Which is no additional satellites at all, because only additional ground truth data, if we have to make hard choices.
We'll make that a separate question.
Well, yeah, okay, we'll do that as a next question. Okay, so we're on smaller pixels, but less often, bigger pixels, but more often. Neither of those, kind of a compromise between those two, but like lots of bands in every pixel, or better LiDAR data. Okay, those are the four options. Please just vote once. Who's on smaller pixels less often? Okay, bigger pixels more often. Okay, that's about an even split. And then spectral, lots of spectral bands. Okay, interesting. Fewer on that one. Better LiDAR data. Okay, also fewer on that one. So, okay. Sorry, finally. So just between spatial and temporal, bigger pixels less often, or bigger pixels more often, or smaller pixels less often if you have to choose one. Okay, small pixels. Okay, better temporal coverage, bigger pixels. Jeez, guys. Even.
Well, I think it's probably discipline specific. Everybody's voting for the thing that they care about.
Okay, but that's good. So there's not a clear winner. That's a great finding. Yeah, so then that would be better temporal coverage.
Yeah, it was on traits applications. I wouldn't really know exactly, but maybe species recognition, identification. but also on phenology and things like that. So I'm fine with the existing, the 10 meters is, I think it's good enough, but I wouldn't mind a bit of a higher temporal resolution.
Okay, cool.
Other comments?
Okay, and then a final vote. If you could only spend money on one as a space agency, should they be funding the development of a new satellite of, you know, TBD what that would be? Or should they be funding the collection of a ton more field data? Okay, who votes field data? Okay, who votes new satellite? Wow.
Although we are a self-selected crowd, so...
Okay, so strong win for ESA should be funding field data.
We're globally representative.
Sorry, yeah, I was from the ecosystem structure group, and one aspect that I think was missing, maybe also in terms of the space agencies, something that could be very important for scientists is having analysis-ready data products. So I think this is something out of the discussion of spatial or temporal, I think something that's maybe a little bit more important. Also, we had also, I think in our group, the discussion about baselines, or no, maybe it was before, I'm not sure. So historical data, like I'm coming from radar, so we have like ERS 1 and 2. It's like going back to the 90s. If we have more consistent data products from the historical data, yeah, it would be very helpful. Like it doesn't matter if it's like better spatial or temporal covered.
So a vote for continuity.
Yes. So could we call that harmonization, like a good data harmonization effort? Yeah, and higher level data products. Cool.
Maybe also there is a lot of data, not maybe the spatial, the satellite data, but a lot of other remote sensing data that are scattered in each country. The countries are collecting the data, and I think this is one of the rules the European Union should play in sort of, concentrating the data, having some kind of access to the data that each country is collecting. If it's like remote sensing data or ground truth data, whatever, in situ data, it's really scattered even within Europe.
So not only do we need better protocols and standardization and metadata, but we need a better way of coordinating and standardizing and sharing. Yeah. Okay.
Other thoughts or comments? There's one.
Thank you very much. I believe the question is that whether the space agency should fund people who collect data is a little bit wrong, because it's not the mandate of the space agencies to fund people on the ground to collect data for them. I think we have to emphasize and push those bodies that are more responsible for collecting data to fund scientists and researchers and give them the platforms to do so more and more in an accurate way.
So just as a sort of comment, after a very long discussion with like an old-time representative of one space agency earlier on today, that's true. At the same time, nobody currently has a mandate to do it, and everybody keeps passing around the ball. So I think, like, this way we're never going to get there. Clearly, everybody needs to do their part in sort of solving the solution, and then mandates can change, and everybody's mandate need to change if we want to overcome this problem. Because Otherwise, we're not going to do it.
Yeah, I'm also going to disagree strongly with that. I think, of course, it's an in situ component of the work that is being done. It's very, very intrinsic, and it can perfectly be the mandate of the European Space Agency. I mean, well, like making rockets or all things space. If it is part of the products and the ultimate thing, it can perfectly be. And there are examples. There are at least INPE in Brazil does have components of collecting themselves their own scanning data and field data, or DLR in Germany, I think they also have components. The more I try to think of examples of a space agency with in situ components, the more they are in there.
Maybe I would add that, I don't know, we have lack of good in situ data to use for the remote sensing product validation. But I'm not sure if we really have lack of in situ data. I think there is a lot of in situ data, really a lot. And there is a lot of money put into in situ data. Either these are students collecting, researchers, environmental agencies, ministries, you know, or the forest bodies everywhere. So I think the main problem is that it's scattered and maybe not harmonized. But I think there is not lack of in situ data, just we need some sign of standards for the data. And there are agencies that care for the in situ data. It's their program, like Ministry of Forests, the forest agencies, or these kind of stuff, or environmental agencies. But maybe the data are not useful. That's the problem.
Yeah, I think there's tons of data out there that are just not accessible broadly, and that is absolutely a key component. I think a lot of that data has not been collected with remote sensing in mind, so there's a tension there, but that would be a great first step.
If I had one thing on the top of my wish list, it's that every researcher recorded geolocation with more than 2 decimal places. We could start there.
Yeah, I think that general point is something that came out when we were talking about ecosystem extent, and I think what everyone agreed on is that the data is maybe not made as available as it should be, but also because scientists do not have an incentive to do so, and also more the opposite, they are disincentivized to do so, because in many cases sharing your data is worse for your career, because sometimes you're not attributed properly, and then that's something you're much better on from a selfish point of view holding on to it, which is not what should be happening. The data is much more valuable when it's shared, but we also need to make sure that it's on the person holding it best interest to share it, so that it can fulfill its real dream of being the best data out there.
So maybe a call for us as a community to better incentivize that and reward individuals through career recognition in that process, and maybe education as to the importance.
And support to fund, like, getting old data in a position to be able to share it, I think would be great.
Yeah, coming back to the space agency and funding for C2 data, I think ESA is funding some of this fiduciary reference site for radiometric calibration. Why it's not possible to have that for biodiversity? I mean, just a few where we have then traceable data and we can really do conformity testing.
Yeah, I had a follow-up question to your point about data being not shared but in government ministries. Do you have any thoughts on how to incentivize that sharing when it's not a personal basis, that's a ministerial one? No.
No comment? Okay. So a call for maybe some higher level intergovernmental coordination and collaboration?
I mean, maybe just to add that sometimes the data you need is a bit specific for the mission. No? I mean, maybe, and that's why maybe there should be some coordination. I mean, maybe it's not necessarily the funding, but there should be some coordination from some higher agency. And it's not data for data, it's data for validating or checking the quality of, or maybe even modeling remote sensing data. And there, it's not the same Sentinel-2 where you have a pixel of 10 meters, but another maybe 20 or even 60, or maybe it's not the same time that will have 30 meters. It's not the same for LiDAR. You will not look at you will not measure the same things for each mission. And this is where we start finding the problem, because I have a project for biodiversity now, and I will do biodiversity now. But 3 years ago, we had a project for fluxes, we do fluxes then. More years ago, we had a project for biophysical properties. We were measuring biophysical properties. So in the end, the datasets change, and they are not targeted for specific missions, or they're not targeted for validating remote sensing all the time. And this is where we start having problems with this scattering, not only in space and time, but also in the variables. And it's what it makes it complex. And I think maybe space agencies, because they know their missions, they know the requirements that are set for the missions, maybe they could try to coordinate this. It doesn't have to be necessarily funding, but I think coordination is necessary. Otherwise, we end up running in the same thing again and again and again. I mean, also regarding the comment on the publication of data, I think myself I'm obliged to publish my data because it's published. I mean, it's funded with public money. I have to publish the data. But this will not solve the problem itself. I mean, if I don't do data for validation of remote sensing, it doesn't matter so much whether I publish it or not. Or I don't make this data, take it in purpose to make it, to link it to remote sensing data, we run again in the same problem. No? So it's not only that, this must be data for remote sensing.
So a barrier is maybe the project nature of funding and the way a lot of science and research is conducted.
Other comments, thoughts, feelings? At 6:20 on a Thursday.
Okay. So, sorry, I'm going to make you guys go back through this again. Just trying to get to the QR code. Okay, so I think that unless anyone has anything else burning to say, we're going to go ahead and let you guys out of here a little bit early. I think we'll be the first session of the day and maybe the week to finish on time or early. But I encourage you all, before you do that, before you leave, to go to the poster session and enjoy networking with your colleagues and discussing these issues further, to please go to this URL. There's a little website that we've set up for this workshop. On that, you'll be able to view the Google Doc that has all of the notes from all of the breakout sessions. So if you want to see more of those details from a different EBV that you weren't involved in the discussions, they're going to be there. On that web page is also a form for you to place your contact information. So if you are interested in following up with this group, we're not quite sure what's going to happen, but at a minimum, we will communicate the recommendations that we make tomorrow in plenary if you aren't able to attend tomorrow. But if we form a working group, if we start developing a concept note and you want to be involved in that, put your details on that website and we'll have your contact information and we'll be in touch. Thank you, all of you, for your thoughts on this work. We really appreciate your input. You know, I think as we've heard, it's up to us as a community to tackle these big problems and fun challenges, right? And from a research perspective, to improve remote sensing of biodiversity. And thank you to my colleagues, the workshop organizers, for your hard work in putting this together. And a special shout out to Annabelle Cardoso for really the logistics of making this all happen. So thank you.